All right. I don't know who made the decision to have Marvel Snap Drop start at 5 a.m. Pacific / 7 a.m. my time, but I'm here. I'm here so I don't get fined. What's going on? Good morning, folks. The new round of drops will kick off in about 20 minutes. I wanted to be live a little bit before they started. This actually isn't that early for me personally. I'm typically awake at this time. I'm just usually like shuffling the boys out the door of school. So the main difference for me is I woke the children up, and then Christy is making sure they get on the bus as opposed to me making sure they get on the bus. There's a difference between being awake and being live. That is true. Small differential there. Alright, I've imported a bunch of deck lists. I think we need to look at... I've got some high voltage chores to start the morning. I do believe 5 cost, 6 cost, spend energy. Alright, I just did... Oh, Button! I missed you, Button. Hi, Button. Good morning. What a wonderful Button. Button is ready for some drops. You ready for some drops, gamers? Soon, TM. This has been... I did my high voltage chores over the weekend, mostly with this deck. What is Button? You know, people always ask, what is Button? Never, how is Button? Why don't you care? Why aren't you kinder to the Button? Ask YouTube what the Button is. They struggle to find it. That's true. Big true. Yeah, the drop cycle is really strange in general this time around, because not only is it starting at 7 a.m. this time, but it's only running for like 3 or 4 days. What a funny set of locations. It's how long is it running for? It runs till 2 p.m. my time on Thursday. So 1, 2, 3. It's actually less than 3 days. Less than 4 days. I put 3 days only is more accurate up there. I like Jeff being early, because it means I don't have to watch streamers before he goes live that don't care about their adverts. Honestly, I can't believe how normalized the ad practices are on Twitch. Very disappointingly, I find nope, wrong cube. I find Twitch as a platform mostly unwatchable. There's like a handful of people who do it all right, who I'll like watch, but honestly, a lot of the times when I'm watching streams, I like pull up Twitch to figure out what I want to watch, and then like I go watch their stream on YouTube because the YouTube ads are less offensive when they don't care about them. The drops ending coincide with high voltage ends. That is correct. Yeah, they go until high voltage ends is accurate. I'm gonna Cosno this so we don't get tech carded, and then we'll onslaught over here next turn, have pretty good stats on left and center. But yeah, it's interesting. 'Cause usually they do drops for a week. Honestly, as a content creator, I think I prefer the shorter drop cycle. I don't know. I don't know what numbers are going to be like for it. So we'll see. It's the first time they've ever done this timing of them. Wow, that's heinously unacceptable. I was trying to watch Arena Worlds for World of Warcraft this weekend, and they had ads come up in the middle of the matches, and because it was an official Twitch, you couldn't even sub to get away from them. What a just heinous mismanagement. That's truly awful. Actually, I think I play Starbrand out here, yeah? I don't care if they have +3 here. We have infinite points. He's even an ongoing for Goliath. Yeah, that's the play. Behold my mighty hand.
There's no strings on me. Victory.
Beep, 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 beep. All right, just gotta play some 6-cost cards, gamers. Some regular missions to finish. Oh, I need to win with Captain Carter in my deck at some point. I also only played High Voltage this weekend, so I've had these 2 win matches with the Snap rotting in my what's it called? Let's do this, and then we'll play. I think I'm gonna play some Carter on the ladder. A couple of Carter decks that looked maybe okay. Josh, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate that support. Good morning, good morning. Oh, hey, I just noticed I'm missing one of my docs. Activity feed. There we go. Looking at my Twitch dashboard, I was like, something is missing. It is incredible the frequency at which my copycat or my Super Scroll gets copycatted while I play this deck. Unlucky. Thanks for the quarter of a year, Teeny. Good morning, good morning. We are up early. Yeah, we were just talking about that. The Twitch drop cycle for Snap starts in 15 minutes, so... you should read the pinned message, Abide. Reading is cheating. Alright, if they don't compete for Mojo World here, we'll absolutely cook them because we have 100 plus 100 points here, and then Living Tribunal is going to copy onto their Super Scroll. Oh, unlucky.
Such is my judgment.
I have to say, I'm actually pretty disappointed with the High Voltage implementation this time through. This mode's been fine in the past, but it really feels very lazily implemented this time. Like we have the same visual bug in the carousel saying that it's Sanctum Sanctorum, so they didn't even fix that. There's no ban list update to it. It really feels like they were like, well, we're contractually obligated to put an alternative game mode in this month. This one will work again, I guess. Part of me can't help but wonder how much of their team they've pulled off of Marvel Snap at this point to move on to whatever their second game is going to be. I was gonna Cosmo the center so I don't get Sheng there, I think. You know, actually, maybe I'm supposed to play, what's it called, somewhere else, the Sarah. So that way, oh, I can't get Enchantress here either now, which is nice. So that way I could Iron Man in the center here. Would have perhaps been nice. What do you think? Would I rather take the Mystique guaranteed copy Goliath and get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Or would I rather try to copy Claw Iron Man? This is 50% to be something I'd rather Mystique instead. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that 50%er. See, I wonder, your comment there, Manicus, makes me wonder if there's not some type of MMR-based matchmaking in effect, because I actually haven't really seen Wong Panther almost at all. Almost all of my games anecdotally have, almost all of my games anecdotally have involved Teenage Warhead and Juggernaut have been the cards omnipresent in my experience. It's also, this mode's so weird. Like, being completely detached and not caring about the result is weird. Because, like, I don't have any missions that say I need to win anything, so I'm just, like, playing my 6-drops and poking along. Twitch chat this morning has been a lesson in pinned messages aren't very effective. I'd rather play against Zola Panther than Guardians and Sanctum. See, I actually completely disagree with that. I actually really enjoyed Sanctum's gameplay, even if the metagame had some variety problems, because... what's the word I'm searching for? The gameplay inside of Sanctum was deeply tactical, which I really enjoyed. And the gameplay in this game mode is not particularly tactical. Just a lot of noodles meet wall. Sanctum Sanctorum kind of felt like Marvel Snap 2 in a lot of ways. Whereas like this game mode kind of just feels like I'm just like throwing whatever at the thing and hoping whatever sticks.
There's no strings on me.
They just hit me with my own Cosmo. Lovely. Good times. Honestly, I messed this game up because I didn't play my 6 energy card. But yeah, this has almost been like I played most of my weekend missions for this game mode over the weekend, and some people mentioning Black Panther all the time. This has been almost every game that I've played. It's this Negasonic, Teenage Warhead, Juggernaut, and then like Wicked, Baron, Zemo, Ultron. Like, and I think that's part of it too. The Sanctum Sanctorum versus this game mode is this game mode actually doesn't feel that much different than regular Marvel Snap right now, because most of my matches, like the details of the good stuff tech card mush are slightly different in this game mode. Like they play Ebony Maw and Baron, Zemo, and Ultron instead of some of the cards you see in the normal game mode, but like it's still just generically above rate cards with like meaningful disruption that's the best in class for the format. I really personally enjoyed a lot how different the dynamic of the gameplay was in terms of how it made tech cards especially play out in Sanctum Sanctorum. The fact that the tech cards weren't this just like absolutely massive blowout. They were just like a tool that would help you win the Sanctum for a turn, and you to do that multiple times over the course of the game was really satisfying to me. Genuinely, Sanctum Sanctorum felt like Marvel Snap 2 to me. It felt like it was Glenn's version of, okay, I'm gonna design Marvel Snap. How do I want it to work? I thought it was really well done. I just want to compliment my typical viewers, because the density of first-time followers this morning, first-time followers are going to get a lesson in how much we ridicule chat, because it's incredible the number of first-time followers that have showed up this morning and be like, when do drops start? It's literally the message pinned above the chat. Jeff Hoagland's first lesson in getting better at card games. Reading the text in front of you is a cheat code. Unironically. I think that was, that's a good paper card game lesson too. I played a ton of competitive Magic the Gathering for a very long time. And one of my favorite things that would happen in tournament Magic the Gathering is you see two players call a judge over a confusion with an interaction, and the judge would walk up to the table, and the judge would just read the text box of the card that was confusing to the players to them, and the players would be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense now. Thank you." I was just like, legitimately didn't answer a single question about what was on the card. Literally just verbatim read the card to them. It's just always the funniest thing to me. We need YouTube drops. YouTube having something like drops would require it to be a useful, worthwhile platform and not one that's a steaming pile of trash. It's really difficult for me to fully put into words how underdeveloped YouTube is as a as a platform compared to Twitch when it comes to live streaming. Like it's so much worse. Like compare pound for pound, feature for feature, YouTube's chat feature to Twitch's chat feature, and it's like, did they even try? Did they even look at what the competition was doing and attempt to care? Diva Charlie, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Is your ceiling fixed? My ceiling is no longer damp. But, no, we actually have our first contractor coming out this afternoon to give us a quote on putting everything back together.
We are the future.
So we'll see. Because, and we're a little over 3,000 USD for what they refer to as remediation. Cutting away all of the parts of my home that were coated in toilet water and then disinfecting it or whatever they call it and then drying it out. There were giant box fans and dehumidifiers, not box fans, some type of fan and dehumidifiers running for 3.5 days in my home that are now thankfully no longer there because they were very loud and hot. It was like 84 degrees on my main floor for the better part of 3 days. Yes, we've corrected the source of the water, so that was part of the remediation too, is paying the plumber to clear the line. You often describe things as hot dog water. I feel like toilet water should be a bigger insult. Yeah, probably.
The mystery intrigues me.
We have the power. Woohoo. Claw's actually more total points, yeah, but I guess it gives them more points too, maybe? It's definitely a Spider-Man meme type angle. So I assume we're dead because they have Super Skrull and we don't, but again, we're not actually playing Marvel Snap here. I don't have to win games, I'm just trying to win, I'm just trying to play 6 energy cards. So like we lost the game, but I played 2 6 energy cards, which is really all you could ask for. Close game. I know. I crushed them. I finished my chores. All right, and we're free. We're free from high voltage. We're free from high voltage for the next 7 hours. If viewer numbers for Marvel Snap are good, like they typically are during drops, I'll be streaming only Marvel Snap until Thursday. Is the plan. Although I suppose there's a feature location going on right now, right? Maybe we'll play. I wouldn't mind getting this teenage warhead. Maybe we'll try hiding in Conquest this morning. All right. Either way, we did take our first ad roll of the morning. I like to make sure we don't have that over gameplay, so I think we're gonna play some normal decks in Conquest when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I believe drops are supposed to be live now. Is my understanding. It says 7 a.m. April 21st, which is right now. I just refreshed it. It says they're live. Perfect. I've never seen the Twitch schedule for drops be wrong when it's listed in the Twitch dashboard. So, what are volts? Volts are the currency inside of high voltage. So, watching Twitch drops will get you out of needing to play nearly as much high voltage, which is the true reward in and of itself. Morning, Nova. Actually, that reminds me, I should put my own Twitch stream up in the background so I can get those volts sooner. Oh. Yep, cool. Drops are active. I just got an ad for the Creation Museum in Kentucky in my feed. They hit their target audience. Oh God. Is the Creation Museum like a children's creative museum? Or like a creationist museum that's religious related? It says, they said it's in Kentucky, so I assume it's religion related, right? It's in Kentucky, you know the answer to that. Oof. Oof. Night Century, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Speaking of religion, the current Pope making me marginally less embarrassed to have grown up Catholic. I enjoy me the woke Pope. He died this morning. No. Oh no. There's no way the next Pope will be nearly as reasonable and good. Zero % chance. Alright, what do I want to play? Let's do Thanos Spectrum. Head Crash, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Destiny is here, gamers. They're snapping me. Maybe that's fine. Ryan's pretty good. Should have snapped back to begin with. Snap back for the shit. If your opponent snaps, it counts for you in a game with a snap still. Give me Zed Grief. Thanks for giving me 5 years of subs. It's a long time. Welcome back. What do I think? Do I just load it up? Do I load it up or do I put more points here? I kind of want more points here, I think. This gives them a chance to get it too. All right, should have loaded it up. I get it. I understand. This means I can't reality stone the dream dimension, though. Am I okay with that? I think I'm okay with that. Them not being able to play MODOK is good, and Cosmoing them in the center seems ideal. Especially if they're not going to be able to MODOK. Cosmoing them center seems like it's going to... Oh my god, I did the order wrong. It's early, gamers! It's early. And then next turn, we will Reality Stone Necrotia to something else. Are you intoxicated or take the weekend off? I didn't do all of the missions over the weekend, but I did most of them. Is it this? I think it's this. I could also leave the shield here, and it's only one less over here. And it would give me 2 more in the middle. I think I'm into that. Can someone tell me what I'm missing about Toxia, or is she one of the worst cards ever printed? I don't think she's remotely one of the worst cards ever printed, but she's probably not very good, no. Go. Solid first W to start the day. Toxie is probably, unfortunately, another in our laundry list of cards that have been too weak to really have an impact. I had a 10-minute rambly-ish video that I posted on the Hooglandia Snap channel over this weekend talking about how I think Marvel Snap could stand to have a little bit more power creep. I'm gonna do the Mind Stone here to try and fish up Reality Stone to reset Adelan. Perfection. Whew, that's so good for us. So this will cost 2 next turn, so I'll get to go Reality Stone plus Mockingbird. Perfect. Oh, you know what? I should Reality Stone this turn because I'm breaking a draw now, yeah? Early morning Thanos sequencing, chat. Danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, danger. Do I Goliath now instead? Because Mockingbird will be free later. No, I think I play the Mockingbird now because I really don't want a rock from Eternity range. It would be bad for me. So I think I'm punting the left. And then my Thanos is active. So because my Thanos is active, I think I play the speed into the Mockingbird path. Oh, shoot. That steals priority. I don't have the option to try and Cosmo them now. Is this deck better with Captain America or Speed? I mean, look at this board. Captain America would just be 3 points on it, right? I think Captain America is like a... serviceable Speed replacement if you're missing him for budgetary reasons, but fairly confident that Speed is optimal. I think it's just this. Do I need the extra points here? Maybe I don't. Is this better? I think this might be better actually, yeah. Because they haven't discarded Apocalypse or anything, so I think I just want the most points here. It could actually, you know what, it could be right. Just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is less actually, yeah. I think it's this. Oh wow, am I gonna get in trouble? Ooh, that was close. I forgot how big Scored was, and that they had 7 energy. Almost cooked. Cube Donor, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, we want our missions, our games with a snap. Lovely. Comic Cave, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate that support. Good morning, good morning. Is Strange Supreme a must-get for a Thanos user? Very likely, yeah. Thanos and Clog are going to be the two decks that Strange Supreme is really good at. Can we win this coin flip, chat? It's a huge 50-50 here. So the 50-50 here is who has priority. We each have exactly 7 points on the board, so it's random who gets it. So we won the random because our nameplate is highlighted in gold and theirs is not. So our cards flip first, so our Cosmo's gonna block them over here. We'll snap before the dog flips up here and ruins their day. They'll be able to Killmonger the X-23 out here still, but Wolverine's gonna be stuck on the left. If you're only missing Strange Supreme from a cache, is it optimal to wait for stat packs before trying to pull for him? Yep, stat packs are going to make things cheaper to pull. What's your take on grinding, events, Deadpool Diner, Sanctum, and High Voltage? I found this one to be the least grindy. So, I think from a pure numbers perspective, High Voltage is objectively the least grindy of the game modes that they run in terms of total amount of game time needed to get the rewards. However, there's 2 big asterisks with it's the least grindy. The first big asterisk is the prizes are worse for High Voltage than they are those other game modes. The second is that high voltage requires you log in 3 times per day in specific timing windows to not lose value. For example, I was making a point to do high voltage over the weekend, but just realistically, I never have time to play video games between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. my time, which is when one of the rollovers is, and I just lose a third of the volts I get every day because I can't warp my gameplay around when Marvel Snap is trying to dictate to me when I need to play the game to engage with the game mode. So it's annoying that the way it's structured, I have to care basically. I think in general it's really predatory and awful when any of these for starters, any timer inside of games like this, regardless of how long, is predatory. But I think it's extra offensive when a timer in a game like Marvel Snap is less than 12 hours. I think demanding your players adjust their sleep schedule potentially to not miss out on the thing in your game is obnoxious. And high voltage definitely is obnoxious in that way. It's like, Jeff, if you actually want to engage with this, you're gonna have to lose sleep or change how you sleep. Whoop, whoop. That. Yeah. What do you think of Infinity Ultron? I think Infinity Ultron is one of the worst Marvel Snap cards to release in a long time, and I'm genuinely surprised it released with stats as bad as they allowed it to release with. Well, so much for Mockingbird, eh?
What a game!
I think I do this and just hope that they're not playing for here, or hope that they're not playing for the center. Can someone explain to me why and how China has a different Marvel Snap? So, the Chinese government requires any games that are work in China have a partner in China to release there. And it's very common for games like Marvel Snap to have their Chinese partner work on the game that they work on. So basically, my understanding of Second Dinner's relationship with Marvel Snap China is they're basically just giving them the assets that they've made for Marvel Snap, and then NetEase, who is the manager of Marvel Snap in China, does what they want with them and develops on it from there. So they basically have a separate dev team that just like has everything the Second Dinner team has already done as a baseline. With the really unfortunate part of that whole But the really unfortunate part of that whole thing being that apparently it's not easy for them to backport any differences that the China team makes. So for people who don't keep up on international Snap news, for lack of a better term, Marvel Snap's China version has things like draft mode fully implemented already, and it also has like replays inside of the client. It has a bunch of features many of us have been asking for in regular Marvel Snap for forever. I would love to make Thanos cost 4. Thank you for asking. Frasiana, thank you for the over year and a half. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Is draft mode like Hearthstone Arena? Yeah, some similarities to that. Yes. China makes their own cards. So, I haven't seen any cards from the China version that are different from the US version, but they have them in different timelines. Like, I saw a screenshot that had like some current versions of cards from the US and some older versions of cards from the US. He has like pre-nerf Loki and Goliath and some stuff like that. But it also has current versions of some others. Multiverses are real. Yeah, basically that. Free Thanos for me. Thanks, Gamer. I guess we gave them a free 12 power thing as well, so that's only fair. That's true. All right, and I think it's just like Dazzler into Spectrum area. Ship it.
Victory. Destiny will arrive.
We're not stoned. We're not stoned. That's fine. With Limbo, we don't need the extra energy copium. Discard this one. Thank you. It's nice to see Broads taking requests today. Can Sasquatch work instead of Mockingbird? Absolutely not. You build up Mockingbird slowly over the course of the game. You could probably play these decks without Mockingbird, but you definitely shouldn't replace her with Sasquatch. If you're missing any cards in this deck list, you should be subbing them out for different ongoing tools. Luke Cage and Mobius, probably like the top of the list for things you would want to substitute in. We are vibing on Killmongerable 1-drops for the time being, I think. Sweet. We can play them all out now.
Definitely need to change my underwear.
We were ridiculing YouTube justly earlier, so it's probably only fair to riff on Twitch when they deserve it as well. But yeah, Twitch's notification system is actual hot dog water. The number of times I've heard people say something along the lines of my Twitch notifications just turned themselves off effectively is just like way too high. So they lost their copy of Death to Sokovia, but they have a big Deadpool right now, and I assume there's a null lurking in one of these two unknown cards. This might be a game we gotta bail out of. Oh, that was not a Stone. Assuredly, this never wins the game. You think they're gonna Zola as their last card? Probably. Yeah, I have Solar Tree later.
Escape.
I don't think there's a reason to give up 4 cubes here. Man, it's been a while since we've played, like, an actual full conquest. I forgot how long these things are. Spread our points out here to try and gain priority to grab with Cosmo. Oh, baby, that's a good one. Lovely, lovely. Let's see if they sniff out the dog here or not. They did? Smart. Them getting Killmonger used up is also good for us, though. Do I want to get Sam Wilson down this turn? So give me 6 next turn. I'm gonna have 6 next turn regardless, just how do I want to spend my energy? I think it's this. So that way next turn if I draw another stone, I could go Dazzler, Sam, Stone, Stone. it's this. Oh shoot, I missed on the extra energy. Which means I can't Time Stone and Thanos. I think this wins the game a lot of the time. They didn't play for the location I put the most points into at all. Which is not good for us. Okay, they're kind of playing for it. We're good here. Right, I'm winning the left of the center.
My underwear.
Yeah, clean. How does the Red Wing bundle stack up if I'm missing the card in the currency? It's a decent currency rate bundle on its own, so if you're missing the card too, it's very reasonable. Is Speed a good grab? Speed is a generically good Marvel Snap card. So it depends on what your definition of a good grab is. Alright, we are 2-0 in this conquest. This deck's feeling very reasonable. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. For people who are new here, I always take a brief break from gameplay while we do that so you don't have them interrupting the games that we're all hanging out and talking about. So thanks everybody for chilling. Don't go there. We're going to have an extra long stream for drops that are live today. Thanks for chilling. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything and it helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the 45 folks that did that already this morning. Do you think with Glenn reducing his time on Snap, do you think this is a signal that Second Dinner is moving the game to the back seat to make room for more top devs to work on their new project? I don't believe there was a confirmation that Glenn was spending less time on Snap. I believe that is an extrapolation that you're making. Glenn made a comment to the effect that someone else was taking over as lead balance dev on Snap. But that doesn't mean that Glenn is moving off of it necessarily. Yeah, that's not what Glenn said. That's you imparting your feelings and adding an interpretation to something that wasn't. You're adding context that wasn't there. Sylv, thanks for the 16 months. Welcome back, appreciate it. Mercaroon, thank you for the brand new primer. Good morning, good morning. Appreciate you pushing us up towards our subscriber goal with a couple of Jeffrey Bezos dollary dues. It's nice to be able to sit here and pedal while I work, but it really doesn't hit quite the same as being able to actually ride outside. Got my first 10-mile ride in outdoors of the season last week, and it was really nice. Why is there a reason to be doom and gloom around things with Snap? Like, maybe if you personally aren't feeling it, you need a break, like, more power to you, but like, I'm super optimistic for the future with the upcoming economy changes rolling out. Especially the fact that they're hitting the goal on getting the economy changes to roll out on April 29th as opposed to having to wait till June. Like, that's great. I'm genuinely looking forward to running all of the numbers. Running all of the numbers for the new economy update and seeing how they shake out. My gut is that they're going to be very good for the player side. What kind of bike are you riding on in the meat space? I don't remember. I went over to the bike shop last year and bought something nice. So it wasn't like the most expensive thing possible. But it also wasn't cheap.
First shall be set right.
The local bike shop let me just take a bunch of different bikes out of the store and ride them around the block a few times each to figure out which one I enjoyed sitting on, which was nice. It's funny in a sad sort of way how much Conquest is skewed by the existence of Alliance missions. Like, as someone whose ladder rank is regularly high infinite, I can't remember the last time I played against Destroy. And now this is our second Destroy opponent in... This is our second Destroy opponent in 2 matches. People are hoping Destroy comes back so strong. I don't think that's remotely it. I think it's just like the most efficient place to get all your missions done. No, I don't think collection level is a factor at all, because you regularly get down pairs into lower collection levels on the stat ladder. Destroy's just not a very good deck in terms of performance, but people play it to get missions done here. I think I need Thanos on the left. Sub 101 is an introductory course on how to spend money at the same place for almost 8.5 years in a row. Thank you for the eternity, Marty. I appreciate the 101 months. Welcome back. That's a long time. I commissioned new Twitch alerts for the longtime subscribers, and unfortunately this person has ghosted me after I paid them for getting half the work done, so I think I'm gonna have to file a PayPal dispute and try and find someone else. So annoying. Slam Potato, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Good morning, good morning. I think Quantum Tunnel favors us. I'm gonna snap here on one. I also just don't want to play 800 games against... I also just don't want to play 800 games against Destroy here. think it's just this. Which means they'll get to draw a card from here next turn too, but I think that's fine. I just want to keep flipping through things on the Quantum Tunnel. We roll into like a Wiccan and be pretty good. Is it this? And this costs me 2 next turn, so I'll be able to go Joaquin, Timestone, Mockingbird, I think. Gaber, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good night, my sweet Carnage.
Victory.
Slow grind. Take it easy.
Destiny will arrive.
The lack of Luke Cage in this deck is really unfortunate. That's what I wish. Someone was asking about a replacement for speed earlier, and Luke Cage is definitely first in line for ongoing cards this deck wishes it could play. I think I'm just playing all of these out without Joaquin. Is that Killmonger? Sabretooth, interesting. This is active, right? That's why he's shining. Has Joaquin Torres been good in this deck list? Not really. He's kind of a trash card. The downside to Wicketing this turn is they could be Killmongering me, and then I can't Mockingbird next turn, but I think I want to get Wicked down. Yeah. That landing there is very good for them too. Didn't Thanos decks used to play Mobius? I mean, Thanos has been in a lot of generically good stuff type decks over the years. And what's his name? Mobius, and Mobius is frequently a generically good card. Honestly, I'm just gonna mute this opponent and probably just play this game out to its completion. I'm bored of playing against Destroy. I would like a different opponent, please. I'd love to draw our last stone here. We did not. Alright, so we're cooked to null then. I don't think there's any way around that. If I would have drawn Time Stone, we would have been able to... If I would have drawn Time Stone, we would have been able to Thanos contest the Venom on the right. Speed middle's pretty big. Rats. Obi! Thanks for the entire year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think we'll try some more conquests, but hopefully there's a little bit more variety than people just doing alliance missions, because that's really kind of lame. We traded out all of our Scream opponents for a bunch of destroy here, potentially. We'll see. So far our sample size is only 3. Very, very small. At least the queue times haven't been too terrible. Even the last one popped relatively quickly. I complimented the queue times on not being bad, so naturally we're about to get an infinite queue time. Has Snap reiterated on events like Avengers versus X-Men? They haven't. In fact, they communicated that those events were too much work to be worthwhile the return they felt like they got from them. So they called those imbalance patches when they did them, and they won't be coming back in the future, unfortunately. Which is sad. I really like them as well. I thought they were really well done. All right, we need any 1-drop or 2-drop here in order to have the Wicked on curve. Can I get a stone? Joaquin Torres. Easy snap on Joaquin Gibbers. It's been a while since I played against someone sub 1,000. Wow, that's rude. Another location where I wish Lucas was around. Have you tried the Bazaar? I don't really play off-stream games that don't have mobile clients. Like 99% of my off-stream gaming time is done on my cell phone or my PlayStation 5, so if a game doesn't work on either of those, I just don't really consider it an option. So I just need to make sure I beat Ultron on either side. Is that possible? Ultron will be 16 here. And he'll be 12 here. If I do this, Goliath is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's 6, which puts me to 14, which puts me to 18. Yeah, this beats Ultron left and right. They play it in the center. Lamarian, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh my goodness! I miscounted the right. Oh, I miscounted the right and I lost the breaker. I miscounted the right. Shout out to the gamers asking me why I didn't do something else. You heard me count it up and say we beat it, and then I missed on. The Ultron bots being base 2 is a memory tax I miss. Just wasn't a thing last time I was playing a bunch of Marvel Snap. And just the card does not see enough play now for me to get it back into my counting. Holy Christ, gamers.
Destiny will arrive.
Jeff, instead of making a mistake, would it not have been better to not make a mistake? Yeah, basically Twitch chat. It's so funny. Like, literally hear me count it out, doesn't issue any correction on the counting out, and then armchair quarterbacks after the fact. Just average chatters, really. Infinity Ultron is not a playable Marvel Snap card. The numbers on that card are atrocious and not competitive. Think we're making Thanos cheaper. I want a Cosmo here, because Jace is probably a Gwenpool deck that they wouldn't mind playing here. Acid Arrow would be good to stop on the right as well. Yeah, it's a good call out. Alright, that makes our Mockingbird free. Reality Stone makes the Thanos big as well. Is it this? This doesn't make the Thanos big. It gives me a good amount of points everywhere. I think it's this. It gives me +4 on the right. Because they might bail out of the right Seeing how many stones I have. I just didn't play for the left, which is a reason to play the 2 stones there instead. Radioactive Cloud, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. It's actually been a minute since we played against Jace, but people are confused about the opponent's deck. They're playing the Golden Girl Schemers. They have all gold splits. I think Crackle on all of their female characters in their deck. And they have the gold sparkly border. For folks hanging out for drops today, you'll be able to get them all done here on this channel if you hang out all day. Keep in mind that if you're not going to have time to get them all done today, this drop cycle is much faster than we usually have. We are only going to have 3 days of drops this time around. So they're going to be done Thursday afternoon. Little over 3 days. And here, we'll be able to grab the Ant Maze bonus and then Reality Stone the Ant Maze so they don't get it, which is lovely. Do you have to subscribe to get drops? You absolutely do not. You don't even have to do them all here. Three days of drops after Easter, tinfoil hat is on. That's true, you know. Bettis, thank you for the 50 months. Appreciate the Hawaii 5-0. Alright, so Thanos is nice and stoned. Damn it, Marvel Snap! Oh, I think it buggered out because of Power Stone on the Citadel. Is what happened there. Disconnects are inevitable. Yep. No! I think they're still cooked, yeah? I think they're still cooked. I'm sad I don't get to play my Blue Marvel, but I believe they are still thoroughly baked. Oh, wow. She is a lady. Oof. My poor Sandcastle. we gotta make this the game. They might be able to beat me on filling this. We'll see, though. I think I want to put a bunch of stats here. I also really like putting a bunch of my ongoing stats protected into the raft. How many volts do you get from drops? It doesn't say 750. It does say it is 750. I'll always be somewhat impressed with the confidence with which people will deliver factually incorrect information. Just like, it's free 99 just to be like, I don't know. Giganto! Do I want to try and play for the left? They won't expect it. It gives us 30 over there. I think I like it. I could be wrong, though. We could just be safe enough in the center that I shouldn't give them a chance to beat me on the right. Yeah, it's probably wrong. I'm probably supposed to play big on the right. Oh, I forgot about the Marvel bonus, too. I'm gonna get Enchantress again. No, just Sage. Coolio. Both of us getting functional cards off the raft? I thought that was cheating. This deck was very reasonable. Small mistake in the Ultron game on a miscount. This is gonna come as a shock to some of you at home. But I would wager Joaquin Torres is probably not very good here. The number one, whenever I play an ongoing deck that I net deck, I'm always shocked when it doesn't include this card. I really just feel like he's such a good ongoing effect. It's so powerful. So yeah, definitely cut Joaquin for Luke Cage. This archetype is pretty forgiving to missing cards in general. You basically just want to like substitute for things of similar energy costs. Like in reality, Thanos is the only like absolutely must-have card in this deck. Because like Spectrum's the other must-have card, and everybody gets her for free, right? So if you're missing any of the other higher series stuff in here, you want to kind of keep the energy costs the same so you can like get stuff on the board for Spectrum to power up, but like Arbor, Mobius, Mobius, Gorgon, like there's a ton of other good 2 and 3 energy ongoing cards that you could easily substitute in for any of these higher series cards you might be missing. And this core is super, super reasonable. Speaking of things that are super reasonable, we always take a brief break from playing games here while the adverts roll, because I think it's super rude when those pop up in the middle of it. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. I appreciate everybody hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. You're going to be able to get all of your Marvel Snap drops done here in Hoaglandia today. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to poke over to Twitch at some point and get some freebies for Marvel Snap. Also consider tapping the like button while you're watching on YouTube. I don't know how to play next. Ooh, how about we do this one? This one looked kind of sweet. GG's, Jace, by the way. Sorry, I saw your message while I was monologuing. It has been a minute. The Golden Girls look as great as ever. PyroQ, thank you for that. I appreciate the direct support. Jeffrey Bezos has enough dollar dues, he won't even notice those ones missing. Thanks for keeping me around. You caught me monologuing. Woo. The Thanos deck is basically the Thanos Auto deck. It's pretty good bang for the buck. I agree. Tackiest Rex, thank you for the almost 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm doing well, Nadim. What was the last time you played Hercules? It's been a while. That card is not particularly good. To the regulars who are hanging out, while we have increased viewer count from drops, our Jeff and sub chats are going to be a little bit longer because I'm going to take the opportunity to take slightly longer ad breaks to pay for my ceiling. Bake the bread while we have the flour, or whatever you want to call it. All play and no work. Thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Thoughts on Strange Supreme? We're actually talking about Strange Supreme in the Discord server over the weekend, and I think he's probably pretty good. I think he's gonna build around Debris. He's gonna build around Thanos. Two energy cards that scale in stats are super, super reasonable. Welcome back to everybody after our advert break. Appreciate everybody that stuck around through it. Like I said, you'll never miss games while we have that going on. That being said, to the regulars, if you live in the US, you're gonna get slightly more ads than normal during drops because I have some fresh bills to pay. So while the viewer count is high, we had a toilet in my second floor master bath back up and leak into my ceiling last week. So we're gonna make some extra dollar dues hopefully to put that all back together. Let's dive on in. Let's dive on into to Surfer, shall we? Did you get the repair bill yet? We are about it was about a little over 3,000 USD for the people to come tear out all the toilet water soaked drywall and do the remediation so we won't get mold, and for the plumber to clear the backed up line. And we've got our first contractor coming this afternoon to give us a quote on putting it all back together. How far are we from Toxie? That's a good question. So as if we're gonna get her today. I don't think we're gonna get her today. No, we're still 4,000 off. Because I sleep during one of the windows where high voltage goes on over the weekend, so I missed a couple rounds of volts because I was sleeping like some kind of sucker. So we'll probably get her tomorrow. I don't know. She's probably just another mediocre card. I think this is such a prime example of I wish they would take risks on cards. Like there's no reason this card shouldn't give at least +3. I don't think you break the game remotely. When our toilet line backed up and flooded our downstairs, the remediation and repair cost was about 30,000 USD. Yeah, all things considered, Dude Light, I don't actually think our costs are going to be enough to even be worth filing an insurance claim for both better and worse. I don't know. Maybe the contractors are going to surprise me with a couple of quotes we're going to get, but I'm thinking we're probably going to put it all back together for less than 10 grand, which means it's probably not worth filing an insurance claim with my deductible. Abernasher, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Dude Light, thank you for the 75 months. Yes, we caught it super early. It wasn't sitting there doing damage. Like my wife realized what was happening as it was happening. That is not the button I want to push. See, I actually think Toxie being a 2-1 is perfectly fine. I just think they should have been less conservative on how much power she gave. Because you're not playing a card like Toxie for her stat line, so her having a weak stat line that you could potentially synergize with Ravona is very reasonable. It would have been nice if they would have Do I just play Surfer here? And they would have given her plus bonus better. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna Surfer here actually. I think we're cooked, gamers. I take them all again.
Escaped.
It's always so funny to me how every time Second Dinner misses on card balance, it's a conspiracy theory. If the cards are too good, Second Dinner is greedy and evil, and the cards are too good to force you to spend money to keep up. And if the cards are all bad, like they've been in recent memory, it's a conspiracy to release lots of mediocre cards to water down the card pool. Like, I really can't emphasize enough that there's not some big, silly, evil plan. They're just missing on game balance because game balance is complicated. The one thing that you can and should be criticizing about the recent balance misses is the lack of rebalancing in an appropriate amount of time. No one remotely reasonable expects them to get game balance right perfectly on the first time with everything. The thing that reasonable people like myself can and should demand and ask for is that we get faster updates via OTAs, both for cards that are too good and for cards that are not good enough. Like, why is Sam Wilson still a 2-3? Why? Just like, as much as I wanna, you know, point out like all these other cards that were misses, like that's another one where it's like, this card feels like a miss, and I'm not sure why it's still a 2-3. Like they cut very much in both directions. Oh, you know what? With the Phoenix Force in hand, maybe I was supposed to be playing my Broods into the center to try and Phoenix Force them. It was probably the line would have been fun. Yeah, I think that's a big part of the attitude steer. Gamers see anything that is bad for them personally as good for the devs because they view the devs as their enemies. Which I really don't understand the mindset of wanting to play a game where you think the devs are out to get you. Like, there are so many good games made by so many reasonable people. Like, if you genuinely think Second Dinner is, like, out to get you with their design decisions, like, you should just play something else where you think less bad of the people making the game. There's a world where we limp and this is good enough, I think. Ludus knows ice cubes here. Prevent them from pulling something into the Craven Path, perhaps. Rip. Well, we have Zabubi on 1, but we also have 3 of our 5/4 drops in our hands. I think it's hilarious to me that we are halfway into a season with Captain Carter being aggressively mediocre with no buff in sight, and people will unironically post conspiracy theories about the season pass card and things they do because it's a season pass card. There's like 2... Aggressively mediocre is probably being kind for Captain Carter. It is, honestly. Nice, get wrecked. Like I can almost understand the lack of object permanence and having season pass conspiracy theories when you're like 2 good season pass cards in a row. But like when you're literally in the middle of one of the most mediocre season pass cards we've had in a very long time, I don't understand how you could have a conspiracy theory about it. It's one of those like, am I taking crazy pills? What is going on? I don't understand. Sporadic Penguin, thank you for the rapidly approaching nice amount of months. 68's a long time. Welcome back. What do we think? I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. Ooh, they're playing for the center? Oh, man. No, we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. Cool. Probably a Rocketing Groot angle. I just want the record to reflect that every time I register a deck without Luke Cage in it, I regret it deeply. Every time I don't play Luke Cage, I'm like, man, you know what would make this deck better? Some Luke Cage. I was really hoping to draw Misery or Absorbing Man this turn. I really don't have a great play. We can somehow Cassandra Nova for Luke. Yeah, I think that's probably a good swap. Timekeeper, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It's the reason I mostly play 11 card decks. Cage's default, even with the location variance. Yeah, on top of, like, obviously, like, hosing things your opponent is doing, like, his ability to mitigate location variance is just unmatched. I was like, Iron Patriot? What are the odds their last card is Shang here? Non-zero? Could also be Stegron. Yeah, it's a good call. Ooh, I didn't get Shang to the right. Oh, am I about to get Magneto'd? No, Cannonball. We beat that, yeah. I think. Do we lose because of the sewer system? Nah, we're good. Coolio. I can respect the feeling of I've had enough of playing this Conquest match. Alright, I think I am gonna subcast for Luke though. You can technically go cast into Absorbing Man, but there just hasn't been enough Aeroship this morning to justify that, I don't think. Says local man about to queue into Aeroship several games in a row. Wake up, sheeple. Yep. We cut the Cassandra Nova. Get the big deck gamer ready. Gamers ready. Card deck. It's so beautiful. Gregor Strauss, thanks for the 16 months. Welcome back. That's probably not great for them. We'll see, I suppose. Hey, it's another Scream deck. I think the Scream deck's probably the best deck in our current metagame, so not super surprised to see a bunch of it. Scream is up there with Aeroship. Genuinely, when I see people say things like that, I think you just don't understand why people like myself dislike Aeroship. Like, Scream's powerful. It's fine to, like, I don't like playing against good decks, but, like, my dislike or lack of enjoyment surrounding Aeroship has nothing to do with the power level of the card. And everything to do with the play pattern surrounding it. Is this snappable with Luke, Spar, and Brood? Maybe? Am I brooding the bar this turn? I kind of think I'm doing this. I just don't want to get my cards pushed around on the last turn, is the problem. If I do this, I can absorb Big Man the bar next turn, which would be nice.
We are the future.
Oh, that's the most punished I've been in a while.
Escape.
Honestly, I'm just gonna take a mulligan, I think. I really don't want to play 8 more games against the same matchup. We just played against this deck. I really don't want to play against it more. I don't really care about any of our conquest points. I don't think I'm playing Infinite Conquest this season. Just like some matchup variety. Is it the Scream deck again? Shield plus Uncle Ben probably means it's a Scream deck again. Hey, that's an insane draw. This isn't bad for us either. It means they can't Lady Death strike my fire here. That's beneficial for me, yeah. Because now I get to misery this. Cardboard Tack, thank you for the 59 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They need to speed up Conquest gameplay. I actually completely disagree with that. I think Conquest is mostly fine as it is. I just think Conquest shouldn't be the always-on game mode. I hope once they get it figured out, I would really love it if, what's it called? Sanctum Sanctorum was made the always on game mode. And now the problem with losing this 50-50 is they're a Killmonger deck.
Opponent snapped.
I'm fine playing best of one here, I think. I think they're going to play for the left, and that will win the center with 23-20. Well, they're going to gain 4 here, actually, right? There's a good chance we're cooked here, but like I said, I just don't want to play 800 games against the same thing. I guess I could still be a Killmonger in the face down, but yeah, cool. I think I'm ready to take this deck and throw it out. That seems really clunky and bad. Where's Cozy Snap been? I haven't seen much Snap content from him on the late. I would assume it's related to the fact that his Marvel Rivals YouTube channel has approximately 10 times the amount of views for the last month that his Marvel Snap channel does. I also, a little bird told me that the NetEase, the company behind Marvel Rivals, pays their biggest creators cash every month based on metrics that they hit in their content to directly support them and make their content sustainable. So his views on Marvel Rivals stuff are worth more direct support in terms of that than anything that gets made for Marvel Snap. Yeah, this was real clunky, man. I'm gonna throw this one to the trash. What are we gonna do next? How about this? I haven't been hurt enough yet today. That sounds lovely. All right, let's take a brief pause, let some adverts roll. When we return, we're gonna jam some of this. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go there. Yeah, he's still doing some Marvel Snap stuff. Like, he very clearly loves the game, right? Like, based on how much money it makes for him, he wouldn't be making anything if he didn't love the game. That's just, I wholly understand why he would be more focused on something else from he has a family to feed perspective. Baka Nation, thank you for the 46 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. It says, I keep tabs on most of the channels in the spaces that I stream. There's websites to let you track stats for things. So like this is Cozy's Rivals channel, and this is his Snap channel for the last 30 days, last month. A very, very big difference. I think Regis Kiblin or Kilbin or whatever his name is, I think he's like the last remaining, like, big Marvel Snap. Is it Kilbin? I can never remember Regis's last name. I think Regis is like the last big Snap on Snap person doing stuff on YouTube consistently still. Okay, I don't know how to spell his channel. otherwise I'd look it up. Last I checked, he was still doing like 3 to 4 million views per month. Yeah. He's real solid still. 3 million's very, very solid metrics. He's been around there for a while. He was, yeah, this doesn't surprise me. Basically everyone was down in November and December of last year. I was like right after Pocket came out, and things have built back up in recent months a little bit. I'd be curious to see. I would be very surprised if Second Dinner doesn't do like some type of new and returning player push when they roll out their economy changes here at the end of the month. So, Captive, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Regis is a variety show, right? He is not. So he did Hearthstone previously, and now he does basically entirely Snap. I don't think he live streams much at all, if I check. If I recall. He had a kid and then dialed it back to mostly YouTube stuff. Yeah, wow, he actually hasn't streamed at all in the last half a year. Yes, I thought he mostly fell off. I think he streamed it all right about before that. Nah, even before he was never much of a streamer, it doesn't look like. I guess 2022 he streamed like part-time, but the last little bit, yeah, he's been almost completely YouTube. No, you're thinking of someone else, yep. N64 Relic, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, let's dive on into this. This one plays a lot of Marvel Snap cards that I enjoy. So it's probably terrible because it has a lot of cards I enjoy in it. Let's find out now. I think the plan is we're gonna hide in Conquest until the feature location is done this afternoon, and then we'll move over to playing some ladder. Zombie ladies. What's your opinion on some people complaining that new cards are underwhelming and they think they should always change the meta? So there's two different parts to your statement there. There's a difference between new cards shouldn't be underwhelming and new cards should always change the metagame. A card doesn't have to completely warp the format around it in order for it to be playable. And if you missed it, I actually posted a video this past weekend on the Hooglandia Snap channel going through the stats of the facts that most of our recent card releases for Marvel Snap have been kind of mediocre. Like just from a pure numbers perspective, we've had way more misses than hits in recent memory. The last 2 months worth of cards have been largely bad. And Marvel Snap isn't a game like Pokemon Pocket or Magic the Gathering, where they release 200 or 1,000 cards a month or whatever. So like when a Marvel Snap card ends up being not playable, it's a really big miss because it means they effectively just didn't release content for that cycle. Do we want to play out Mary? Maybe. Galactica going around the world here. They changed how Galacta works. I wasn't expecting her to buff the Soulstone there. No, she's always worked that way. I'm pretty sure she's always worked that way. Mary at worst is a 1/4. She is, yes. I think I want a Gwenpool here. I could be right to Mysterio to make Mockingbird cheaper, though. Gorgeous dead here, unfortunately. Mirror matches are sweet.
Escaped.
All right, that potentially bodes well for us. Right on time, Zabu. Welcome to the party. I guess all my 4s are still in my hand, or in my deck, so this is worth playing out here, huh? Stand by a little bit. I think I want to do this turn, so that way I can play a Mysterio next turn. Ideally, I want Mockingbird and Sasquatch to be cheap. Yeah, I'll just stay here. Get like randomly a Nihilist or something out of this Iron Patriot and be sad. Wicked. Yeah, I don't think that matters. I think it's this. This gives us plenty of stats in the center. It might be right to try and contest the left some more. Right, I mean, you have 2 Wickeds, but you also only have 2 board slots. The shield can move here, so they're not locked anywhere. Hoping for a Squanch or a Mockingbird draw here. Nice. So I'm at 9 on the left. A Mockingbird would put me to 20 there. Twenty's probably overkill, yeah. I think they stay if I Boomer Step them. I kind of just want to be done playing this matchup.
Oh, snap.
This is 8 here, putting us to 17, so it's beating the shield. Although if I'm beating the shield, I probably am fine just playing 7 here, right? So I go to 16, still beating the shield. Oh, you know what? I should have played around Blue Marvel. Rats. Am I big enough? I think I'm winning center and right, yeah? I should have put the 17 points of power here though, so I was tying Blarvel plus shield move. Yeah, we're good. We're good regardless, but it's worth noting I should have counted Blue Marvel and I should have put Enchantress here to account for that, so we could play for a breaker.
Victory.
So we won the game, but these two should have been flipped to tie this. Appreciate everybody dropping by for drops for the first time. If you're new and not familiar with how those work, you just have to watch this channel or any other channel streaming into the Marvel Snap category on twitch.tv for a total of 6 hours. There's no way to do those faster to get your credits, some useless boosters, and then some volts to get you out of playing some of your high voltage chores this week. Drops are going to be running until 2 p.m. at the rollover on Thursday when high voltage leaves. You got about a little more than 3 days. If you're just joining us here today, you're going to be able to do the entirety of those 6 hours worth of drops here in Hoaglandia. Just leave the stream up. We got you covered. We've broken 2,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch, and my plan is to continue streaming until we fall below that or until I pass out, whichever happens first. Aeroshim. Honestly, we've been playing Conquest for over 2 hours. This is our first Aeroshim opponent, so giddy up, cowboy. I'm just gonna go ahead and snap and play best of one against Aeroshim because I don't find it a fun experience, so I just like to get it over with. I don't think volts are useless at all. I find playing high voltage to be largely tedious and annoying, so having to play less of that sounds great. I'd really, gamers, no making jokes about drops here being the fastest. It's really scummy and not okay. There's lots of people who aren't remotely familiar with how Twitch works. It's not funny to tell people that drops go faster. I think we're cooked with no Mysterio here. The Aeroshim experience, really. You know, I don't even know that it necessarily qualifies as a hot take, but I think one opinion that I'm very firmly developed on at this point is I think one of the most disappointing changes they've ever made or lack thereof is I'm really sad they decided to gut Storm so Legion could continue to be Legion. I think if you could say, Jeff, you get to swap out one change in the history of Marvel Snap, I would really like to have 3-2 Storm back so I could, like, play my mediocre Cerebro 2 deck occasionally again and have Legion get redesigned to be something less toxic. Have you tried Toxie? Nah, I didn't want to. It costs like $50 worth of gold to get Toxie early, so I'm just waiting to get her because she's probably bad anyways. Your change wouldn't be to take Alioth out back to the woodshed. One, I'm talking explicitly about undoing changes they've done. Two, I don't think Alioth isn't that popular anymore. What was Elsa's old effect? Elsa actually is exactly what she was on release in terms of text box, except on release she gave +3 and cost 2 energy.
Assemble.
Oh, shoot. This is awkward, though, because it's gonna fill my hand. Am I okay with that? Maybe I'm okay with that. I want the energy, right? I want the Elsa trigger. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, shoot. This fills my center as well. Oh, that's super awkward. Oh, no, wait. We're good? We're good. It doesn't fill the center. I'm wrong. I can't decide. I think I want to leave Space Center. Very awkward about some energy here. Think we just assume that Enchantress is enough to win the left. Kick their sandcastle over and that Mockingbird wins the right. Waiting for all of the Doom 99 triggers to tick up to find out if you won or lost the game is very anxiety-inducing. It's like, did I win? You're just, like, my brain is like trying to count how big they're going to get versus our numbers as I slowly tick, and there's the sound effect going too. The tension, yeah. Ah, my greatest nemesis, the Crimson Cosmos. Oh my goodness. think it's Galacta. What do we think? I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. We have priority, so Polaris can't deny us the Elsa bonus at least. 2 of those hitting Hope, I think, is good for us? Question mark. Oh, sad. This wins the game unless they cannonball one of my left side cards into the center, into the right.
Opponent snapped.
I would love to play best of 1. Let's do it. Dinner's ready! Come and get it! All right, get Juggernaut it out of the big house.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So we would have won this game if Peter Parker lost his 50-50. So if Zola, would we have won it if Zola won? I don't think we were winning if Zola hit Iron Patriot, right? If Zola hit Iron Patriot, we would have been 13-13 and 2. Would I have been plus? I don't think I would have been plus 11 here, right? Because I would have been minus 10. So we would have been 16. Yeah, we lose the breaker if Zola here. So we didn't lose 2 50-50s. We lost a singular 50-50. So if Pete pulls shield instead of Elsa, we win the right. But if we had hit Iron Patriot, it would have been 16-8, and they would have been 2 versus 13. So they would have been up 11, and we would have only been up 8. So only 1 coin flip loss instead of 2. I'm eligible to get 65 boosters from my Marvel Snap drops. Sick. We'll try not to spend them all in one place, Twitch. Does a Scream counter deck exist? So one of the reasons why the Scream deck is really good is because it doesn't really have any polarizingly bad matchups. It's a deck full of generically good cards that also have some synergies while also playing a mix of the best tech cards in the game. Time travel and the old Professor X mood. Miniaturized Lab's actually pretty mediocre for us, because it means I won't be able to Mysterio across the whole board next turn. Moonstone's a 1/6 at least. that is an awesome draw. Means I could do this. I think it's just this. This does expose Moonstone to Shang. Is plus 12 enough here? Plus 12 loses to Thanos, so I probably need the Galacta bonus here. We win the left, yep. Cool. Yeah, we were beating Thanos. Oh wait, is it a tie because of the Madripoor? I totally forgot to count the Madripoor. We don't lose, thankfully, but LOL. Silly location variants. Give them so many points on the left side. So that's going there. I think we're Elsing. DC is good for Mysterio at some point. Ooh, that's a fun one. So I get to go this now. This kind of locks me out of... This kind of locks me out of being able to put the shield into here more, but I think that's fine. Oh gosh, Reality Stone Clench.
This land can never be fully known.
Rest in peace.
So the problem here is with them showing misery and death, that means they're a Killmonger deck. So I think that means I want to pivot off of being in on my 1-drops. I think it's this. I think I want to play around Killmonger. It's gonna be sad when we die to a different tech card, but I think it's correct to try and dodge Killmonger here. Punished for playing my big card in the center when they didn't play for there. Or not. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky.
Victory.
Will you play the Elder Scrolls 4 remaster off stream? No, I'm a responsible adult, which means I don't buy 200-hour RPGs that I know I'll realistically never play. Don't let my wallet hear that. Yo. You know who you are. You know you deserve to be called out. If you are not going to install and play a game for hours long that day, stop buying games at their retail price. Like by the time you finally have time to play whatever game it is you're buying, it's gonna be on sale. Yes, not to mention bug, especially for single player games. Like single player games especially. Waiting for bug fixes is busted. Well, that was a very proactive Killmonger. Sad to see Kitty go, but like, it's kind of nice to see it happen early.
Victory.
Hey, look, there's a Mysterio in my deck. I was starting to think maybe we needed to double check that he was in there.
Opponent snapped.
But Jeff, my games library is seeing better returns than my 401k right now. I mean, you're not wrong. Winterfell, thank you for the 24 months. My boys have finally hit an age that's old enough where they appreciate my my Steam library being shared with them, so that's been nice. I think my middle guy has played. I think my middle guy has now played more of my Steam library than I have. Well, we're gonna draw a Mockingbird next turn. Yeah, I think this is the line. I think we Galacta. I assume they're not killmongering because they played the demon, but if they have a death, it's probably worthwhile. All right, probably not killmongering. So she is free 99. I think I just want to compete for all three. That's close though. Because we're exposed to Shang over here. So if we're potentially getting shagged here, I want big stats here. And this is adding 17 here up to 22. So if they shang us here, they would need 8 here to beat Squanch, which seems unlikely. And we're adding 12 over here on the left, so. Ooh, the tech card gamer didn't have his tech card. Didn't have their tech card. And we're winning the center, yeah? Like, I can't, like, it really makes me chuckle to see Shadow King flip up as one of their handful of unknown cards. Like, it's actually just oops, all tech card score in Misery Thanos. Be gone, Interloper. All right, gamers, we're winning games with Kitty and the Squanch. Feels like it could be a 90s sitcom. All right, I'm gonna throw the deck list up on screen. We're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're definitely playing some more of this when we get back because it has a bunch of my favorite cards in it. Thanks everybody for hanging out and dropping here at Hoaglandia today. If you're watching on the YouTube side right now, tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the over 100 folks that have done that already. Have you gotten Toxie yet? I have not. I decided I did not want to spend gold to get her faster because she's probably bad. I think we'll get her tomorrow morning. Has Conquest felt better recently? Conquest, I think, is worse than the ladder, but it's better than the ladder when there's a feature location. So, we're playing Conquest because I really don't want to deal with feature location deck building. Sir Chancelot, thank you for the 1.5 years. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Everybody's having a wonderful start to your week on this Monday morning. I'm be chilling, playing some Marvel Snap all day here. I haven't opened up the news yet, so far it's doing okay. You know what? You know what's not doing so far okay, Win Vegas? Speaking of our 401ks. Down she blows. Up, down, life's like a jump rope. Doot, 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 doot. It's more fun if you scream. I was actually, so like, I've talked about growing up Catholic in the past, and like, I don't have any active ties to the church, but I'm pretty sad to hear that the current Pope passed away. He was incredibly progressive in a number of ways. For non-American, what's a 401k? A 401k is the primary retirement account engine most Americans have, and it is tied very heavily to the stock market. So when things happen that put the market into volatility, it impacts people's future prospects for retirement. Most Americans who have retirement have their retirement in 401ks. You're correct that under capitalism, many Americans don't have retirement. That is also accurate. You're right. I should give the quantifier there. Speaking of money and 401ks, I appreciate folks hanging out through the slightly extended ad break. I'm going to just mention it because I know they're a little bit longer than usual. I'm doing 3-minute ad breaks instead of 2-minute ad breaks this week. Because speaking of things that are down, this is currently the ceiling in my main floor, and where the toilet is supposed to be in my master bath. We had this back up and leak on us last week, so we are extracting what personal value I can get from capitalism during drops this week to assemble my home back together. Holding you hostage to fix my bathroom. That is accurate. My toilet exploded, have slightly more heads than normal, yep. Fats McGee, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. How does it work in the USA when it comes to insurance? So I have homeowners insurance, and there's a good chance that they would cover some of the cost of fixing the damage to my house. However, your insurance in the United States has what's called a deductible. I don't know if that works the same in other places, where basically I have to pay a minimum amount before the insurance will cover anything. And my homeowner's insurance deductible is $2,500 USD. Meaning I have to pay $2,500 out of pocket. And then if I actually use my homeowner's insurance, my rates will go up, and there's a chance that if you use it too frequently, they will non-renew your policy. So we're about a little over 3,000 USD into repairs for the mitigation plus clearing the clog cost us. I'm gonna take a mulligan on this game. Locations suck. It's only one cube here. We're about 3,000 USD into the mitigation and clearing the clog. And I've got quotes coming out to put it all back together. But realistically, it's not that much damage. So like if the quotes to put it all back together are like somewhere in like the $2,000 to $4,000 range, I'm better off for my family just paying the 6, 7, 8 grand out of pocket rather than, I'm gonna take a mulligan again here on Crimson Cosmos, rather than using the insurance. Yeah, the insurance basically exists in the United States purely in case the house burns down. Like if it's not like solidly into the 5 or 6 figures, you're generally better off not using it. It's a good system, really. Hopefully they play into Feast, and then I can Elsa plus Kitty next turn. Nailed it. Oh, I think it's this. I think it's this. Is it crazy to Elsa plus Captain this turn? I think so. Because Captain's just a lot less useful once Elsa's on the board is the thing. If you recently renewed your homeowner policy and then they drop you, you could just get quotes from other places to avoid the hike. Yeah, but then, like, it's also not free from a time perspective to go through all of that, right? Like, you have to, like, spend time on top of coordinating with contractors. You then have to coordinate with the contractor and the insurance company to, like, figure out what they're willing to pay for and how much exactly you're going to get for it. Like, it's really not just as simple as, well, you just, like, say if they're gonna drop you, then you go with someone else. Because, like, it adds a whole bunch of other logistics on top of it.
Behold my mighty hand.
This looks good, right? Because then I'm gonna put the Galacta bonus on Red Guardian, actually. I think. And then this can pull the shield out here, so I won't be locked at any of these. I'll be able to play to all of them next turn. And playing all my cards out makes the Ronin smaller, so I can even contest the right here still. Do I want a Gwenpool over Red Guardian? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. So they're gonna lose 6 here. They're locked in the center, yeah? I'm winning the right, yeah? With the Galacta? Yeah, sure am.
Victory. Oh, snap.
This is actually, we've been playing Conquest for almost 3 hours today, and this is our first opponent who's wanted to sweat 2 to 8. Let's do it. The thing that's puzzling to me about stays like this is, like, if you're gonna grind this game out 2 versus whatever, like, why did you stay in the game we played before it? Like, I understand wanting to be, like, as competitive as possible in Conquest to, like, play it out, but, like, they definitely should have left the game before this one. Like, if they wanted their best possible chance to win, it definitely didn't involve staying in the previous game. Yes, they basically lost the previous game to known information, is exactly the point I'm trying to make. Galacta right, Carter middle. I don't think my Carter needs Galacta to win the center. Is the reason why I'm sequencing like this. I think it's this. I think it's this. I will see. I guess they're a Carter deck too, so they could contest this in the center, having a Carter of their own potentially. Oh, we've got a pretty good spread of numbers here. I think they have a pretty hard time in the negative zone, but of course all their cards cost 2 less here, so. See if we get to go another round with Mitch here. Cool.
Victory.
Yeah, you know, Shang-Chi and their Surfer deck. Often comboed with Juggernaut in the same lane. My favorite deck, Shang Surfer. Shang-Chi plus Zabu is basically a 3-cost card, right? It's not quite how it works for them, unfortunately. I mean, if any of the cards in our hand were gonna eat an icebox, Mockingbird is probably the best one to have hit it for us, yeah? All of our 4s are in our deck too on this Zabubi. We can only get 1 point into here. Maybe Iron Patriot will help us out. We'll see here. What do we think of holding the shield for a turn to block an acid arrow on the right? God, my brain is huge! Absolutely massive, gamers. Even better. Like a book. Oh, like a book. Close their stream. Yep. See, I feel like they're gonna try and clog me left this turn. It's a damn shame I can't play 2 cards out. I wish this hadn't been Icebox now. Ah, unlucky. Should have doubled down. Should have doubled down. I'm gonna teach everyone at home the most valuable lesson they are ever gonna get. So listen up, gamers. I don't think playing against Clog is going to be fun for an entire match of Conquest. So I'm gonna leave. If the game you are playing is not fun, you should stop playing that game or start playing it in a different way. So rather than sitting here and feeling frustrated and annoyed, I'm just gonna go back to my silver ticket and play a different matchup. Find some joy. When do we get the fun tier list? Airship's at the bottom of it. Strange Supreme is coming as a new anti-clog card, which should be sweet. I know it's a deeply low bar when I say this, but there's a good chance that Strange Supreme's our best card to release this month. That is true. Strange Supreme is probably a card Clog wants to play as well. So there's probably going to be more Clog in the short term, is accurate. Strange Supreme says your created cards. Oh my gosh, does he? Does he not work on cards your opponent created and sent over to your board? That would be so deeply sad. How is he templated? Merge one of your created cards. I think that just means a created card on your side of the board. I don't think it means explicitly one of your cards that you made. Among your cards that are created would be my interpretation of that. I can see why you're reading it the way that you're reading it, but I'd be very surprised if that's how it's implemented. Okay, so opponent is playing Lady Deathstrike Screamers for people who aren't familiar with their deck, which means our left side is in danger this turn. Our deck would be much better if we could draw Mysterio.
Escaped.
I think it will be one of the biggest flubs in Marvel Snap's 3-year history if they don't run new and returning player incentives with the economy rework at the end of the month. I think it'll be an especially opportune time for Marvel Snap because if Pokemon Pocket releases 10 new EX Pokemon for their new set, they're going to have a lot of disgruntled players, I would wager, upset with their economy. So if Marvel Snap had a fresh, positive economy rework and a new and returning player incentive, it would allow them to capture a good segment of players, I would wager. Strange Supreme is Brode's answer to all the cards he likes to put in your hand. Mood.
Opponent snapped.
Unironically, and I know I hate to have to say this about a mobile game when people are so optimistic about it, but if Pocket releases a set with 9 or 10 EXs in it again at the end of this month, their economy is going to be one of the worst in the industry for digital card games. It is not remotely sustainable or cheap. I have absolutely communicated my thoughts on returning player incentives a second dinner in private. I like to bring it up in public too because it creates pressure. What does that mean? For people who aren't familiar with Pocket, EX Pokemon are the most expensive cards inside of Pocket, and they've been releasing more and more of them. Is the TLDR. I think I'm giving up my Ice Cube to try and get the Iron Patriot discount. TLDR. If Pocket releases 9 to 10 new EX Pokemon every single month, it will cost upwards of 200 plus USD to get their cards on release. and you won't even be guaranteed to get all of their cards on release because there's a lot of variance in the booster packs that you open. How often does Pocket release new sets? They've been doing every month. Yeah, Cap's got to eat one for the team here, unfortunately for him. Oh, I don't know that we can win the center here is the problem. I think we're probably okay over here. This is the best I could do middle, yeah? Technically this is better. So it's Shang resistant. Oh, they're killing us on the right. Okay. Hey Jeff, if I'm only missing a few older cards and I have a bunch of keys, when stat packs come out, should I just go for collection complete? I mean, there's no special reward or prize for getting collection completed Marvel. I clicked the wrong button, sorry opponent. So like, there's no reason to just be like, I should spend resources to say I'm collection complete. Like if you want to play with older cards that you're missing, spending resources to get cards you want to play with is fine. And you get a discount on them if you're buying all of them. But like, say for example, there's 5 cards you're missing, and you only want to play with one of them. Should you spend 4,000 tokens per card to get all of them, saving 2,000 tokens per card if you only want one of them? No, probably not, because then you spent 20,000 tokens to get one card you wanted to play with versus 6,000 to just get that card. We were talking about the possibility of new and returning player rewards when the economy change happens at the end of the month, Ben. In about a week. The patch next Tuesday. You may want to play with another card in the future. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like it really just comes down to personal subjective measurements, Derek. It's like, do you think this is something you might like in the future? If yes, then you could get it. But like, you shouldn't spend just to get one thing, right?
Opponent snap.
The upside to getting cards is in case of buffs or reworks. Sure, but again, this goes back to the too many people, when they give advice about what cards you're supposed to get in Marvel Snap, they just tell you these cards are good right now and these cards are bad right now. And I genuinely think that's some of the worst advice you can give people when it comes to the Marvel Snap economy. Is you really, if you are someone trying to figure out how to spend your limited resources in Marvel Snap, you should absolutely be spending your resources on cards that have designs and play patterns that you are excited to play with. You should not be like, oh, I don't like this card, but it's good right now, so I'm going to get it. Because Marvel Snap does pretty regular balance passes, and things that are good right now aren't going to be at the tippy top for forever. They're probably not going to be unplayable, but you have to ask yourself, would I be happy still having this card if it's just one of many good things instead of the very best thing? Is the kind of key difference I'm trying to relate here. feel like I might have to punt the left getting Vipered or something, so I really don't want to play into there. What's hard for me is knowing how good weaker cards will be later. So, like, I think Infinity Ultron is a fantastic example of a card where you should execute exactly what I'm talking about. So Infinity Ultron is objectively very bad right now. It's one of the worst cards they've released in a long time, both by the numbers and in my subjective opinion. However, it's a really unique, novel design. So if you like the idea of what Infinity Ultron does, these created cards, it's a very worthwhile thing for you to pick up when you can get it with resources, because it's eventually going to be, there's no way the numbers on that card stay the same. And I don't know exactly how long it's going to take for them to get it right, but I absolutely would be shocked if in the next OTA or two we don't see numbers go up or down in that card in some way that make it better. Harry, thank you for the 44 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. We could get full clogged on the left here and just be dead. Maybe I'm supposed to juke the shield left this turn because of that. Play around like Titania Viper stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I messed up. I should have juked the shield to the left. I assume we're dead here. Maybe they flubbed with the center with the Mysterio. Probably not. Nacho Lewis, thank you for the 17 months. I don't usually like to end on a loss, but we've been playing this deck for a while, and I think I'm ready to move on to something else. This deck's like the quintessential just okay. Iron Patriot honestly felt kind of mediocre in here. He's a card that feels like Iron Patriot has solidly left I'm a generically good card and is more I'm a card you need to build around a little bit. And honestly, with the fact that Strange Supreme is probably gonna put more clog into the metagame, I think I would swap Iron Patriot for Jeff in this deck. The card from him was consistently whatever. Jeff has good synergy with a bunch of things this deck has going on. I think I would make that swap. And I think Jeff over Nightcrawler is better because there's been a good bit of Killmonger, because like tech cards are everywhere. So we're gonna leave this one in the deck editor. We'll probably revisit it with Jeff later. All right, let's take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We're going to play a different deck when we return. Like to keep the variety going here. Appreciate everybody hanging out, doing your drops here in Hoaglandia. Don't go anywhere. Would you put Strange Supreme in this deck? Absolutely not. That sounds like nonsense. When will Pokemon Pocket add more ranked rewards? Absolutely never. They're never going to let you grind endless rewards to ranked. All of these games have very, very, very minimal ranked rewards. The DJ, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Or welcome. Methodress, thank you for returning. Appreciate the 33 months. We're gonna play next. I imported a bunch of stuff. How do we feel about being the bad guy for a little bit? My water bottle's almost empty. I think we're gonna do this when we get back. BRB. gamers. We got up to like 90% of my maximum on squats last night. And my legs are not the happiest about the pedaling this morning. This one might actually be a disaster because there has been a lot of people playing Clog recently, so we'll see. I guess Destroyer's kind of funny against them, though. You considered skipping leg day. The program that my buddy and I follow for lifting does legs basically every day. We do bench and then either deadlift or squat every session. Which deadlift isn't as hard on the legs, but it's not light on them either. What's your max for squat? Nothing too impressive. What are my numbers? We're almost back to max's days. Yeah, right. We're just shy of 200 on the squats. The spreadsheet technology is great. This sheet is awesome. You put your numbers in here, and then it tells you which plates to put on the bars, so you don't have to think. You don't have to do math while you're figuring out what you're doing. Technology is lovely. Yeah, I can post that link in chat. It's the Shiko 3-day program. There's a link to the spreadsheet I use. If you're an adult male who can bench their body weight, you're typically doing well. I can bench a little bit more than my body weight currently. At least for a single rep. All those maxes are single rep maxes. Might be a non-Galactus game. Have Hobgoblin into Destroyer Goliath potentially. Goblins are not reliable power here. I mean, you're not wrong, but I really don't have other options, yeah? The Minecraft movie was one of the greatest examples of this is a piece of media that I am not the intended target audience for that I've experienced in some time. I don't know what exactly was going on during that film, but it was certainly not for me. I don't know what a chicken jockey is, and at this point I am too afraid to ask.
Opponent snapped.
Schedule. For people looking for the schedule, we are going to be playing Marvel Snap for way too many hours this week.
Power must be controlled.
We are currently over 2,000 concurrent viewers, and I intend to be live until I pass out or we fall below that every single day this week. I can't believe the Galactus left would have won that game. I thought they were snapping like a null or something, and it turns out they were just snapping Shang-Chi. That's funny. Yeah, should I just YOLO'd it? We're not playing Galactus not to YOLO it, Moon. Honestly, playing through Conquest today, the number one thing it's reminded me of, well, I don't necessarily love playing a ton of games against the same opponent and deck. I have to say, the biggest thing I find annoying about Conquest is how many people aren't actually playing Marvel Snap in it, but instead they're just like doing their alliance missions. I really think Marvel Snap would be better off as a game/product if they just got rid of all those very specific missions from the alliance menu. I think it's a huge net negative for the game overall. Yeah, I think all the alliance missions really just need to be deck agnostic. Agree. Every move cards, destroy cards, discard cards, all of those need to go. I think Marvel Snap doesn't do a good enough job of trusting its players to understand how they enjoy playing the game, and it tries to tell them too frequently how they should be playing. You've been drawing Galactus right when you need him to every game. I mean, I can't play him this turn. I'm not sure what you're referring to as right when I need him. We're actually just dead here. If this had been an Electro, we could have maybe done it.
Escaped.
I had to play Green Goblin Center, I believe. They had a 14 power blade they were playing in the center stack. One of the funniest takes I saw on Reddit was that Airship needs a buff because they've released too many bad cards recently, and it's diluting his pool too much. Oh, man. For the record, I just want to make it really clear. I'm not faulting the players for using Conquest as a low effort way to clear their quests. I am trying to be very pointedly and specifically critical of Second Dinner's decision to constantly dictate to the players how they're supposed to be playing the game. Just so we're abundantly clear what I am talking about here. As players, you can and should seek out whatever is the lowest effort, easiest way for you to get done what you want to get done. Geodude, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Kevin Keltec, thank you for the third of a year. All right, are you gonna get more than 14 over here? Or is it time? Is it time? They have priorities, so they get to play a card before we can Galactus them. Hello. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Kneel before Poppy. How many more times would you like to kneel, gamers? Are we the bad guy this morning? Look at that face. Oh, the downside to going live as early as we did today, chat, is it's not even 10:30 and I'm already feeling hungry. What are your thoughts on this deck versus the Blink Ultron one? They both suck. Follow your heart. We'll put the baby land shark here as a red herring chip. Or try and punt one of these to fill the left. Hopefully grab priority as well. What do you expect me to do, chat? Not play the Galactus? Might lose the game. Make sure they're muted before we lose the game to our own Galactus. You would never beat Poppy after you kneel to him, would you? Oh no! Unlucky. Unlucky. It's a big Nakia. She caught four of the 8 Gwenpool triggers. 4 of the 6 Gwenpool triggers, 4 of the 6. Math, not even once. Why are we playing Galactus? I'm probably going to stream 60 hours of Marvel Snap over the next 4 days, so we're going to play a bunch of stuff. Are you going to do any viewer decks? You know what? Sure. Let's take some viewer decks if we got them. It's been a minute. I accept. Leaky Miko, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. I do need money to fix the bathroom. That's true. Just the facts. Slightly longer ad rolls and viewer decks. Let's replace the ceiling, huh? Honestly, the ceiling can stay open for all I care. I want to replace the freaking toilet upstairs. It's real annoying. We are definitely replacing the toilet. We are not putting the low flow one back in that backed up. 100%. Get a toilet that can flush 20 golf balls. Exactly. Listen, the plumber that was here tried to sell me a $900 toilet that, and I quote, flushes like a tsunami. Sold, LOL. Oh, rip. We don't have priority. It's fine, I'm going for it anyways. Toxie Doxy hand buff plus a little extra so you can spend resources to get her. Yeah, I think that's enough extra. We could do that, I guess. What? Kneel before Poppy! Enough said, bub. Why didn't Mr. Sinister get the Galacta buff? It did get the Galacta buff, it just had a Celine penalty. Switch DM, thank you for the over 2.5 years. Welcome back. They've had enough, gamers. They've had enough. All right, I'm gonna continue doing this to people until our next ad break, and then we'll dive into the viewer next. Is my plan. Jeff the baby land shark and cloning vats. My 4-year-old will be very happy.
Opponent snapped.
Do you think that ordering was intentional? Unlucky, really?
Escaped.
Alright, I got one more Galactus giving me.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Alright, Logan, do your thing, bud.
Enough said, Bob.
Another discard enjoyer. I don't think I have time to fire hair. It's gonna be our first non-Galactus game winner. Fun fact, chat. When Alioth was originally data mined, When Alioth was originally data mined, it was a 5 energy card. Yes, it had its original text box as well, which was different than this one. I just deleted things before they flipped. I don't think we can win this game, Chip. I think we're cooked. It also deleted them after they flipped. Accurate. Are we good? Oh, I forgot the blade was gonna shrink when we punted at center. Sick.
Victory.
Hey, when in Gnome, thank you for the deck submission. Appreciate it. Okay, I guess Galactus earned himself one more before the ad break. One more before the ad break, bud. I want Old Arrow back. Old Arrow's an interesting one. I don't know that she would be too powerful. Was Old Arrow. Old Arrow moved every card your opponent played during her turn to her location.
Oh, snap.
If there was space, yeah.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, honey. Sure, assuredly they are cooked, yes. We just need to have priority here to bake them well. Good night. Oh, sweetie. So long, farewell, I'll see you and good day. Now my mama raised a man who could block warriors, so in we go. In we go. Wow. All right, fine. Unlucky. Their Celine lost us the game. Their Celine lost us the game. Drew us the game.
Snap. Opponent
That emote's like the perfect one for this deck, huh? We've got Green Goblin and Electro in it. What's the rationale behind the Hobgoblin play? There is a parallel timeline that exists right now where Chad is currently high-fiving me for having the best read ever, thanks to that Goblin play. Like, quite literally, the only reason Chad is asking me right now why I made that Hobgoblin play is because it didn't work. It's literally the only reason you're asking. I flipped a coin betting that they were going to fill on turn 6 instead of turn 5. Literally the only thing. Oh, I banned the wrong person. Let me unfix that. To everybody who's like, and this is one of the things that a lot of players who are bad at games struggle with, is understanding when a play is good or not based on whether or not it worked in the moment. So the opponent's play lost to both Shang-Chi and Cannonball. So by making their play, they played around a goblin but lost to other cards. So again, really, it's just a coin flip. There's really not some deep, strategical, tactical way to break it down.
Escaped.
So that's just how it is, gamers. All right, I'm gonna delete this deck and run an advert and run and grab my lunch. And I'm gonna move along from the game. BRB. We're gonna play, what do we got? We got a couple of viewer decks that came in. We are gonna start with this lovely pile of cards when we return. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the viewer submissions. Hazmat, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. All right, I grabbed some food. Can a viewer make Jeff play Erishim? Thanks in advance. Yes, you can, but there's a 20 minute minimum on the deck submission, just in case people submit things that I don't find very fun or are troll adjacent. I will happily take what is effectively a $30 an hour rate extra. If you want to make me play Erisham for 20 minutes, that's fine. Dark Places, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. My favorite is when people get banned on one of the streams and they come into the other one to complain about it like they're not going to eat a ban on the other channel too instantaneously. And for reference, just to like set the like pacing and expectations to that particular person who was annoying. I didn't ban you for the thing that you said. I banned you for backseating me after the fact, like I should have been able to read your mind and know what you were communicating. So if you make a point and I articulate my point and you're like, Jeff, but this other thing, and you didn't have the but the other thing in your original statement, like, I don't know why you're giving me this big but. Like, if you felt like something was worthwhile to consider, you should have included it in your initial statement instead of like playing 20 questions back and forth with it. So you weren't banned because of what you said. You were banned for being annoying. Toxie technically has synergy with War Machine. She wouldn't fit in this kind of deck. Toxie's not powerful enough to be worth playing around her downside with a clunky card like War Machine. Jeff hands out bans like Pete Hegseth hands out classified group chats. I was absolutely floored that the articles about him sharing a group chat were coming up again. And then there was another one. It was like, and a couple of them were like, no, we're not resharing the same article from a while ago. He did it again. And it's just like, oh my goodness. And actually, it's funny. I was having a discussion with one of my buddies the other night. And honestly, putting a Fox News host in charge of the DOD, leaking classified military information twice, that might actually be batting above average. Like, I think if you went back in time and were like, Jeff, they're gonna put a Fox News host in charge of the DOD, how many mistakes and issues are we going to have? I would have bet way more than this by now. Twice so far, that's true. Twice in 4 months or whatever, or 3 months. It's been 4 months now, yeah, since January 20th. White Queen and Isan, absolutely. 25k bounce for sure. I'm going to take down deck submissions now because I have 6 or so waiting to be played. We will definitely play all of them. I just don't want to take more until later in the stream. For a super long stream today, we'll open viewer submissions up again later. I don't want to take them and have people waiting. It's gonna be probably 4, 5, 6 hours before we get to ones that get added. Appreciate the support. All right. We're still hiding in Conquest for now, though, because feature locations. It actually hasn't even been 100 days yet. Oof. Okay. This is a pretty clean curve here for us. We get to go Hood into Electro into Misery. Misery them both.
Opponent snapped.
Gosh, our hand would be insane if Weapons Facility hadn't taken our friend away. We're just cooked here as is, right? This is a proving ground, so we'll stay, but I believe we are cooked. We could have gone pass into Infinite Demon. Yeah, maybe that was a slightly better line.
Wind, aid my hand. Enchantress.
Actually ended up being really close. Tokyo, thank you for the almost 5.5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning.
Opponent snapped.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
3 days for drops is too short. I'm curious, do a lot of people not typically do their drops in one sitting? I guess I could be the exception, but Usually I get them all done in like one go.
Minions to me.
I love how they waited till most players are done collecting volts to run the drops. Okay, so this is a good opportunity for gamers who lack self-awareness to gain a little bit of it. If you are someone who is almost done collecting volts at this point in your Marvel Snap progress, you are the exception, you are not the rule. Most people are not logging in 2 or even 3 times a day to constantly collect volts. In order to be mostly done by now, you need to be logging into the app three times a day for most of the days that it's been going on.
Escape.
I even made a point to play extra over the weekend compared to what I usually do, and I was sleeping during one of the rollovers both times, right? Now, it is also true that people who are engaged enough with Marvel Snap to watch content are probably slightly more likely to be in that sweaty group. But I'd imagine there's plenty of people who are aware Twitch drops exist who very much have not been 3xing all of their missions every day. Because it's just like, it's a lot of game time. It's not only a lot of game time, it's a lot of game time in very specific windows. I cannot emphasize enough how much as someone who's a parent with 3 small children, it's not impossible for me to fit in an hour or 2 of gaming in a day. But when you tell me, Jeff, that hour of 2 or gaming needs to be split up in 30 to 45 minute windows in these 3 specific 8-hour chunks, suddenly that becomes a lot more difficult for me. So so it's an interesting ebb and flow and give and take between Marvel Snap's extra game modes, because while it's certainly true that High Voltage is less grindy than Deadpool's Diner and Sanctum Sanctorum, it's actually more abusive, in my opinion, in the way that it demands how you play it. It's very, very, very specific in, oh, you need to dedicate your time in these windows to the game. I got my first Spotlight key and unlocked Infinity Ultron. Can anyone suggest a good deck for me, please? Oh, no. Oh, no. Should I tell him, gamers? Should I tell him? I don't know that I should tell them. Can anyone suggest me a good deck? Anybody who can suggest you a good deck for Infinity Ultron is lying to you currently. It is quite arguably one of the worst cards to release into Marvel Snap in a very long time. The Galactus deck should be on untapped. You need to click into the Conquest tab. Cordova, thank you for the over 2 years of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Man, am I supposed to play around Cosmo? I don't know, maybe. That's so close. They Psylocked this turn. All right, I'm gonna go for it. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Lovely.
Opponent stabbed.
Crimson Bear, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. What am I doing here? I think it's this. I think it's this. They have 2 Galacta triggers into here, which is scary. Alright, Brood. Don't you do it to me, bud. So happy.
Victory.
You played a lot of Morrowind back in the day, didn't you? Yeah, that was the Elder Scrolls I grew up on. I got a free copy of Morrowind with my NVIDIA 5200 graphics card. This is the first time I've seen you playing Conquest since you returned. How are you finding it? It's worse than the ladder, but it's better than the ladder with the feature location. What were the dinosaurs like, Grandpa? Yep.
Wind aid my hand.
Man, Zabu doing some work this game, huh? Man, do I even War Machine? I think I just passed now, right? Maybe I play a demon so I could go Demon, Demon, Jubilee. Is Jubilee even good? No, probably not. It's probably just this.
Knowledge is power.
Ah! Would I have won with the Lady Deathstrike? It would have been tied here. I think we would have won the breaker, yeah? I think we would have won the breaker. So it would have been -4 here. I would have been -12 here, though, yeah? I have to count. If someone tells me I win the tiebreaker, I believe you. I'm not counting it. I don't care enough. I was like, what did they discard? Their discard targeted Thanos, and their Thanos can't be discarded. I was like, what happened? Why did I only lose a card? Lady Deathstrike the right. No, we don't want to Lady Deathstrike the right because they're going to be locked in there if they get their card. I don't want to open it up for them. I think we're probably cooked, unfortunately. I think my line is just like play this for a tiebreaker and hope this they don't have a Blue Marvel or a Spectrum, but probably do and we're dead.
Knowledge is power.
Do you have Toxie yet? No, we'll get her after the rollover. Are the new high voltage cards any good? Well, there's only one card in high voltage, and no, she's probably not good.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I have my own drops running. I am 66% of the way to my volts. So I'll have them by 2 o'clock. Well, our deck definitely feels like it's been pretty thoroughly outmuscled in most of these games we've played today. Whoop. Can't do both of those. I could rather do this. Oh, and then because they get to leave a Dakin in the middle, I don't think we realistically have a shot here. I could blink this into Lady Deathstrike and clear the bullseye. I believe they got 3 blades. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard on a chair, take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Maybe they don't have MODOK, Chip. The problem here is with Bar Sinister, they probably only need, like, Colleen Wing. I don't even need MODOK realistically.
You won't need this anymore.
This is where I would put my fast forward if we had one. I truly don't understand why the fast forward feature exists if it's not occurring in this moment right here.
This anymore.
Wow, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Like, the things it chooses to fast forward versus not is, like, truly baffling.
You won't need this anymore.
I genuinely think they should just turn it off as a feature. Because if it's not catching moments like this, it's not remotely serving its purpose, and it's mostly just serving to, like, make you miss things in key spots. I'm pretty sure they just have some combination hard-coded to fast forward. See, I think that's almost assuredly not the case. Because if they were hard-coding specific instances to fast forward, they definitely would have hard-coded every Odin Wong instance. So I would bet large amount of money it's automated in what it's choosing to fast forward. And that's why it's not catching some of these really specific ones. I actually had a pretty solid number of new followers coming in today. I'm curious, anybody that's a new follower, if you happen to be at your keyboard, are you brand new to Marvel Snap, or are you just stopping by Twitch Drops for the first time? Or maybe just stopping by this channel for Twitch Drops for the first time? I'm curious if Snap has a anecdotal trickle of new folks coming in even now. Lap Snapper coming back. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Border, thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. YouTuber making it over for Drops. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's the big thing Drops does for Twitch as a platform is it brings people over who otherwise wouldn't be on the platform. Twitch does not show return followers, no. So they could have been people that attritioned off that are coming back too. Is a good show. Oh, I think we're dead again. I think we're gonna be done with this one after the ad break. It's felt real clunky.
Impressive.
I don't know how we ever piece together a win from here. I don't even think we're winning the breaker, even if Silk doesn't jump center. Wait, they moved Rocket and Groot out? Yeah, like I said, we're dead. We're dead regardless of where she went. What's our next pile of cards? Oh, this is a good one. A lot of personal and fan favorites in this next pile of cards. Let's get it loaded up here. A little teaser before we jump into our ad break. Ooh, so many menus, so little time. Alright, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause so nobody misses anything while the adverts roll. When we return, we're going to check out some Annihilus, Circe, Darkhawk stuff. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate you dropping here in Hoaglandia with us today. YouTubers, press the like button if you haven't already. Make sure you drop by Twitch at some point in the next few days. Actually, 3 days only. I said 4 days only in the YouTube title, but it's actually 3, looking at the timings. It's time to stand up as well. Been sitting for a while. Hydro Bob is interesting. Bobbert in a deck like this is mostly just a generically good stuff card. We have a lot of 5s, so your turn 6 will often be like a 5 plus a 1. So he kind of fills curve in the games where you don't have a demon or you played your demon early. That's pretty common for decks full of 5s. They might want to play on the last turn to have a good one or a couple of 1s to play with them. We're down almost 3% today, chat. Do you think, how much of our dead cap bounce do you think we lose? All of it? Most of it? We're almost back. 37, 645? 38, 3808? We might drop off the rest of the dead cap bounce before we're done today. Silence! Reds! Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you always checking out our sponsored promos. Listen, one of Trump's financial people said it wasn't going to be possible for us to have a recession this year, so rest easy. Rest easy, gamers. Must be true. He didn't say anything about a depression, though. Man, that is the worst kind of technically correct I've ever had to acknowledge. Oh, that's the worst kind of technically correct. All right, let's hop on into some Hawks and Rocks, huh? I just learned my 10-month-old has a tooth growing because she bit me. Well, that's the first time, but it probably won't be the last, Harley. Get the teething toys ready. Oni, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate the continued support. Welcome back. And Flip Ninja coming in hot for the 17. Good morning, good morning.
Opponent snapped.
Manicus, thanks for the 20 months. Oh, they're a big deck gamer. Cassie's ready. Damn it, Bobby. What's the old saying? Man plans and brood laughs. Oh, you know what? I should have put Hood on the right. Because if Hood was on the right, the Void and this would be in the same path for Circe. The Black Widow here at least means if we don't win Asgard, they still don't draw, which is great. Yes. Yeah, in general, if you don't have Circe, you explicitly want to spread Hood out, because Hood on the right is worse for a Nihilist, but if you already have the Circe, it can be good to put it over there. And I think that's the plan. I think we'll Circe here so we know how this variance is going to go, and then we'll Hawk plus Demon on the last turn. Sounds lovely. Don't Cosmo me, gamer. Have a heart. A Khazar Enjoyer, interesting. Gilgachad, lovely. Lovely, lovely. This wins every time, yeah. Yeah, Circe creating Gilgamesh is a solid flavor win. They're even back-to-back in these artworks. We put our Hawk on the side they contested the least, but probably a Spectrum? Question mark. Just gonna get shanked and be sad. Kahori! They are a true believer, chat. I think Kahori is the release I'm saddest about this month because she goes in decks that I really personally enjoy, but she's just so weak. I wanted her to be bad. I wanted her to not be bad so badly. She's just such a fun design. Hopefully they don't fast dose her and let her rot for too long. Yeah, I'm really sad they haven't. I think Fastos is like at the top of my list of cards that I'm sad they haven't touched in an OTA. There's so many directions they could put him in. I think my number one, like, medium-ish sized swing I would like to see from them in an OTA is I would love to see Okoye to 1 and Fastos to 2. Just like, let him rip. See how it works out. Unlucky. Okay, that's actually kinda fun. Oh, me oh my! Oh, me oh my! Oh, me oh my! Papi! Listen, they emoted me first. Can't help that I'm toxic, chat. They were toxic first. Brutal, savage, wrecked. My toxicity was in self-defense, Moon. Due to licensing issues, the Universes Beyond Marvel Magic set will have functionally identical versions on Arena, but won't have actual Marvel cards. That's so funny. What do you think, like, Ben Brode, like, personally called up Disney when he heard that there was gonna be a Marvel Magic the Gathering set? And was like, listen, Disney, my blood, sweat, and tears went into this game. You can't just let the Magic people have superhero cards, too. It's actually hilarious. I must say, like, from the outside looking in, I really enjoy not being in the Magic ecosystem anymore, because it lets me laugh instead of cry about all of these various WotC things. No, I think the Final Fantasy cards are on Arena, yeah? Can someone fact check that? I'm actually not 100% of that, but I believe the Final Fantasy cards are on Arena. I think we're cooked. Why do we put Korg in the altar? Could they beat 2 power there? Yeah, they have Brood. I feel like we're dead. Any thoughts on Riftbound? I have no idea what a Riftbound is. They did draw a lot of rocks here. And that's our saving grace. Riftbound is the new League of Legends paper card game. Oh! I bet a League of Legends card game would be really popular. Hopefully it's successful and they do a digital version. There's no way a digital League card game would ever fail. IP's awesome. Infernflow, thank you for the over 6 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Is it rude to speak ill of the dead? Stop, it still hurts. Just to give some, let's call it fun context, Legends of Runeterra made approximately $25 million in 2.5 years. Marvel Snap made $200 million in a little over 2 years. And Pokemon Pocket made $300 million in 3 months. Just to give you scales of card game success here. The Pocket Monster number is unreal. It's incredibly unreal. They are just like, they're not even remotely in the same league as anybody else. Just entirely their own. And the gameplay depth goes in the other direction. Yeah, I mean, I think Legends of Runeterra gameplay depth is a big part of what killed the game. Legends of Runeterra is essentially what all card game players say they want out of a card game. But gamers don't actually know what they want. So when they were handed the thing they'd been asking for their entire lives, they were like, this is awful. I don't like this. There's just so much always on thinking. You never had a brain break. And for people who aren't familiar with me, as a point of reference, I know a lot of people are unaware. I actually spent almost 6 months doing primarily Legends of Runeterra content.
I found a rock.
Because I really enjoyed the game and wanted it to be successful. But that 6 month stretch is also the, and non-coincidentally, that 6-month stretch is the lowest revenue I've ever had doing content full-time because Runeterra content just was not successful for most creators. There's a very, very small handful that had all right numbers, and that was it. The British one, thanks for the half a year, welcome back. They took my Bob! The copycat good at least? Yeah, she is. Howdy doody. This copycat is killer for us. How long was the game around? I think it launched in... Can someone fact check? I think Runeterra launched in like 2021? Was it 20 or 21? I think it was 21. I think I want to do this rather than Annihilus. It's close, though. This is more points, I think. And getting the extra energy going into next turn is appealing, and it plays around them filling. Copycat's gonna get me in trouble, chat. Fisting herself on my stream.
Victory.
How do I feel about this curve? I think I'm into it based on the rest of my hand.
Hey, you found a rook.
They posted a new schedule and it looks like they're skipping an OTA. RIP. We're gonna go a whole month without an OTA? Oh, man. Wait, is there still an OTA Thursday, or did they change that? There's still one coming up on the 24th? Oh, losing Black Widow here is really unfortunate. Maybe I should have played her here. Better with Circe anyways. This Thursday's OTA is not on the list that they posted. I'm getting nervous, gamers. think of doing this, and then we're just like Demon Annie on the last turn. They can do balance in patches, it's just very unlikely. What a gamer.
Escaped.
So here's what was posted in the Second Dinner Discord server. So we're gonna go. It's gonna be like a month and a half between OTAs. So that's a really long time. I don't know, we're supposed to get more card releases in April, so like maybe they want to see how more card releases play out without extra changes, but and for the people asking me what changes do I want to see, there's just like a giant laundry list of cards that just like aren't good, right? So just like pick some of them and make some of them good. Any of the cards that released in the last 2 months plus like long bad cards like Fastos. So we'll play Hood on the right here, because we already have Circe queued up in our hand. Ideally, Sentry and whatnot follow up when we get to buff them all up over here. It's a very pretty meek split. Not your average discard enjoyer, but if they're, what's it called, Gorgon will be helpful. Keeping their swarms expensive. Gorgon also means that Bullseye doesn't discard Dakin Shard. All right, assuredly, Circe on the right here is enough to win that against their Morbius, yes? Oh, I forgot Mr. Meek can move. All right, Mommy. And I suppose if Mommy misses here, she can go again next turn, yeah? Did we just buff their Morbius? Circe, we're gonna hear about this one on your performance review, girl. That one is unacceptable. All right, we go again. She's just creating tension and building a storyline. We could re-roll it, okay? Esports mommy would never let me down. She's just writing a story for us. Destroyer inbound. We have Wakanda, so Destroyer would be great. All right, I need 14 power out of 13 power out of these two. Nice! What an easy game, gamers. I'd like to dedicate this one to all of the Circe non-believers out there. Dab on the haters, girl. Dab on the haters. Esports mommy would never fail me. Common Circe W, exactly. I will say, I'd forgotten how much I aged during the end of Conquest screens. They're almost as bad as Pokemon Pocket's end of game screens. Not quite, but close. All right, and they have 17 cards in their deck, so they are Agamotto, I think.
Opponent snapped.
At least the snap screens aren't a blinding white light. That's true. Accurate.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Unlucky. Boop-a-da-doo. Assuredly, this good, honest, ongoing deck would never Shang or Shadow King me, right? That would just be rude. We'll play the Hawk out. And then we'll Circe +1 drop on the right next turn. Hey, not my dance. Have they confirmed that there's still an OTA on Thursday? They did clarify. Okay. So it's still a month between OTAs, but it's not 6 weeks at least, Copium. I'm excited for this hood to turn into a Carnage.
Victory. Oh, snap.
Yeah, so there's still going to be an OTA this Thursday, but then there's going to be over a month until the one after that on May. Ooh, let's play rocks. Are there card changes in the patch? Generally not. The only changes they can't do to cards inside of OTAs now are the ones that involve new audio visual. So unless they're changing an animation or audio cue, the card change will happen inside of an OTA. Your Twitch drops don't hit your inbox instantaneously. For people asking, are other folks having problems? There's a brief window between when you hit the claim button and when they actually show up. Yeah, Thanos mid gets us there. If they Thanos mid, does this win the right? This wins the right, yeah. It's worse against Spectrum, though. This beats Thanos center. Oh, it loses a Thanos plus move the shield. Rip. Yep. I think I'm going to play Hood on the right because they seem to be filling their paths very aggressively for Annihilus, meaning I'm probably going to want to Circe if we draw the Sentry. I'm going to elect not to play into Hotel Inferno against, or in my Darkhawk deck. Griffin commented that the month-long break in May between OTAs is due to a company having an off-site event in May. All right. Is what it is, I suppose. Oh, much like many of us are learning, reality in 2025 often bites. That's so terrible for our 5/5 drop deck. The problem here is I don't think we're going to win the left or the center, even if Circe wins us the right. I agree, Tron. It does feel like a kind of strange reason to not have an OTA.
Knowledge is power.
I'm gonna trust in CRC. I'm ready to be done playing against this opponent. Manifesting Doctor Doom. LOL. Are there any 2s or 5s that can win us the left? I don't think so. Blue Marvel would tie. Yeah, we'd have lost the breaker though, right? Definitely not playing 3 more games against them. White Tiger could have done it. Yeah, good call out. So we had a shot there. This deck's not been amazing, but it's been fun. So I think I'm gonna do another set with it after the ad break. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're gonna be able to get all your drops done here in Hoaglandia today. Silk as a 2 could have done it too. That's a good catch. Good catch. Strange will be bad with Sentry. Absolutely, you are not playing Strange with Sentry. You don't want to play Sentry into Strange either, yeah, because you don't want to send it across. How do you submit a viewer deck? Subscribers can submit viewer decks for a 10 USD donation when the link is pinned above the chat. I still have 4 more submissions after this one, so we're gonna do an extra long stream today, so I'll probably take some more later, but I don't want to queue up anymore in the short term at least. I don't like folks having to wait super duper long. Two wrongs. Thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate the prime. Welcome back. It's always funny to me how the discussion around Shang-Chi always devolves into the same thing. How could you beat a Scar Sauron deck besides a Shang-Chi? Oh man, if that gamer could read the other Marvel Snap cards, they would be so upset right now. Abiding Dude, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I think that's the very reductionist / nonsense part that always comes up whenever anybody talks about Shang-Chi. They're always like, well, you need Shang-Chi. It does an important job in the metagame. And it's like, when people like myself or others like talk about Shang-Chi being obnoxious, we're not saying there shouldn't be checks in the game to things that make big numbers. We're just saying that Shang-Chi shouldn't be far and away the best option. I think it's really weird and silly that Shang-Chi is the best way to answer a big number, while it's also incredibly more rate efficient than something like Valkyrie, which answers a big number while having a very strict deck building requirement. Yes, yeah, it's also funny in that particular example is that the Sauron Scar deck actually plays Juggernaut and Cosmo to shut down Shang-Chi explicitly. So yeah, I honestly don't even think they need to necessarily even change Shang-Chi to make him less than 50, 30 to 50% of the metagame like he constantly is. I think you could make the argument that it would be more interesting and fun if there was just a wider range of ways that lets you interface with the opponent that didn't make him the automatic best one. So there were ways to build around the other ones that weren't just bad. Yeah, cannonballs. Cannonballs are their good design. That's good against big stuff too. Agree with that. And it has a bit of a deck building requirement, right? You like either need to clog their board or you need to be punting a lane when you play with it. Tomato, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Oh, definitely snapping. And then am I... Do I want to be able to Grandmaster this? I don't think so. Give myself the option of Grandmasterhood, though. Yeah, I'd actually really love them to explore some Activate tech cards. I think Activate tech cards are a really awesome design space. You give them powerful effects at lower energy cost, but they give up the cube equity of being a surprise on the last turn. Which I think that's one of the things that I personally really loved about Sanctum Sanctorum that made it a lot of fun for me was that because the game was a culmination of turns and not just turn 6 matters for the points, it meant that oh honey, did you forget? Or did you mean to give me 7? It meant that the tech cards didn't feel remotely as bad to play against because they were happening over the course of the thing, as opposed to just like on the one turn that mattered. Wow, we had 17. We were so close. Must be a century. At the top of our deck, huh? McFaddy, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I think we're cooked, gamers.
Victory.
Got him. Speak of the devil and he will appear. And the Sauron Scar deck trying to Shang us after someone talking about how Shang's the card that keeps that deck in check is extra funny. It's big. It's big. The only thing that stops a bad guy with the gun is a good guy with the gun energy. How did you beat a Scar deck without a Shang, Jeff? I don't understand. It's a mystery, really. Historians will study it in the future.
Snap.
I found a rock.
I found a rock. This has been our own personal feature location since we started playing this deck. It's been very annoying.
Escaped.
Can you give long and short of the rules? The rules in Marvel Snap are actually super straightforward at base level. So there's 3 game locations in the center of the screen. And there are 6 total turns. And after 6 turns, the person who has the most points in 2 out of 3 locations wins the game. Your cards have an energy cost and how much power they add at their location. And each turn you have 1 energy per turn of the game. So this is the second turn, so I have 2 energy. I can put this 2-3 over here. One of the sources of variance in this game is that the locations flip up from a pool at random from about 160 of them currently, and they periodically add more. There's a lot of variance game to game based on what the locations are doing. And then obviously the depth and complexity in Marvel Snap largely comes from the fact that there are lots of rules text that complicates things, and then playing around the variance that the different locations can have. Oh, it's funny. This is actually a second Sauron deck in a row, yeah? That's what this is? If only we had Shang to beat this deck through their armor. Yep. Yup. I mean, we might be cooked here, but if we had Shang, we would still be similarly cooked. We're gonna play Annihilus to kick the hood across. But I don't know that I expect 7 to be enough to win here, and I'm not gonna have enough points to be able to contest this, I don't think. Yeah, the Grandmaster was sweet here for sure, letting us relocate the hood. A YOLO Circe on the right could win. Yeah, Acid Face. And if you feel like you want to poke and snap some more, similar to Pocket, their onboarding process is really good. So if you install the app, it'll walk you through the basics. And if you happen to be watching on PC, something that's really sweet is that you could actually mouse over the cards as I'm playing them on the board or in my hand, and their rules text will pop up for you. Yeah, is this just an in esports mommy we trust moment? I believe. Oh, she was so close to winning that despite being kicked out. Holy. Wow, down to the wire. GG opponent. If we'd have been a little bit bigger on either of these, we'd have stuck it out. $34 is a lot of Noombars. I think it's actually comical how useless Shang-Chi would have been in those games. Like I said, it's actually, like, the more I think about the argument that person was giving in chat about how necessary Shang was because of that deck, it gets funnier the more I think about it. Like how comically not useful it would have been.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, you found a rook.
Does Sauron usually run Juggernaut? Usually it plays 1 to 2 of Cosmo Juggernaut armor. Like they grab 1 to 2 anti-Shang-Chi cards in their 12. What am I looking at in the opponent's avatar? I'm pretty sure it's a red sex toy. It's a forbidden jelly bean. Is it worth getting the white hot room energy? I'm not sure that it is. I think I want to just Sentry this turn. The drops aren't going on my Twitch account. Who do I email, Twitch or Second Dinner? You call up Second Dinner on the phone and you ask to speak directly to Benjamin Brode. And if they try and talk you down into speaking to anybody less than that, you tell them you know exactly what your rights are. What a dangerous room, gamers. What a dangerous room it is. Oh. The danger room's in a murder mood, so I assume Agamotto's gonna win there, and then we'll play these here. Playing for the right's also bad in the event that they Shang-Chi there, so I think center is ideal. Oh, I guess they could Shang-Chi the center too, though, yeah? God damn it. God damn it, I knew it as soon as I said it too. Freaking brutal. I hate the locations that make Shang better. There's so many of them. Enchantress on the right meant that you lost anyways. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, it didn't matter where we played the Darkhawks. We were getting Shanged or Enchantress. Yeah, you can't even build your deck to make Shang-Chi worse because there's so many locations that make it better. And that's I think the forest that gets lost through the trees in the discussion around Shang-Chi. Is people are silly and talk about decks like Sauron. They're like, Sauron makes Shang-Chi so good, you have to have it to check Sauron. When like, in reality, Sauron decks are built to beat Shang-Chi and he tends to not be amazing against them. And then the reason why Shang-Chi is actually so good is because of the Monster Islands and the Nidavellirs and the Shuri's Labs and the Gamma Labs. Man, Shang-Chi really does not like science. Is he a closet conservative, chat? He really hates all of these laboratories. He's all about the mystical arts, yep. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, wait, no, I can do this still, yeah? Yeah, okay. I was like, I can't play into there? No, we're fine. Nobody panic. I'm not panicking, you're panicking. Yeah, I actually completely agree with that take. I think, toggling and playing around with the location balance is an aspect of Marvel Snap that Second Dinner should leverage more frequently. As Crimson Cosmos's personal biggest hater, I think adjusting the frequency of some of the more common obnoxious locations periodically would be a welcome change to the game. Which side do we think they're gonna play for? You think they punt the TVA? They might punt the TVA. Unlucky. Unlucky. My first play one. Ooh, that's an interesting thought. We're incentivized to play for the left more because they're drawing from our deck, which means they have a stat stick that they can only play left. So, something of a coin here, but it's actually weighted towards making us want to split our power because of Sentry existing. And if I would have played a demon here, we'd have been at 15 and we would have beaten a Sentry here. So that's a good takeaway, right? Like, it's very easy to write off these endgames as, oh, we just lost a flip. But thinking about the context, it's not always a pure 50-50. There's some weight behind it with thinking about a detail like that. That's a really good takeaway. It's a good way to be thinking if you're trying to get better. So much energy, Jet. It's so much energy. A destroy, gamer.
Enough said, bud.
We should Sentry, Grandmaster Sentry left. That would have been cute. Could have seen that being okay. For folks wondering if you're just coming in now for drops, my plan is to be live for at least another 8 hours. So if you're just starting now, you're still going to be able to finish here today. And if we're still north of 2,000 viewers 8 hours from now, we'll be going longer than that. We have water damage to pay for here at Oaklandia. Is Deadpool considered created after he dies? He is not.
What a game!
"24-hour stream. I will not be streaming for 24 hours. 18 to 20 is probably my realistic limit. I would much rather get a semi-reasonable night's sleep and do like back-to-back 16 to 18-hour days than I would 24 straight through. 24 straight through is deeply unhealthy. I also think cultivating a community that encourages and gets excited about 24-hour streams is not one you want to have generally as a content creator, because 24-hour streams don't produce good content. They're largely about the person that's doing them suffering, and creating an audience who gets off on or gets excited about you suffering as the content creator tends to not be a generally positive workspace long term. They're buffing Infinity Ultron this week. Are they really? Do we have, can I get a screenshot? Or a link? What are they doing to him? It is confirmed that they're still at OTA this week, yes. They're giving him +2 power. What else? There's more than that, right? Zach, thanks for the 15 months. No, yep, keep going, second dinner, and I'm so mad about this location.
Enough said, Bob.
We're probably cooked, but I also don't want to play 800 games against Destroy, so let's run it down here. We'll do this, and then we'll Sentry, and then we'll Circe plus D-Man.
Enough said.
Dream Dimension is one of those locations that it really just makes one of the kind of problems that Marvel Snap has, like, worse from location variants, which is that 5 energy cards in this game, generally speaking, tend to be underpowered. I assume we're cooked here. We're gonna play Death or something on the left. So it's like you have like a whole subset of cards that tend to be a little bit on the weaker side, and then when you choose to try and build your deck like this one in a way that maximizes those kind of weaker subset of cards, they just never have it wholly. You get punished by this being a thing, or you could just be really lucky. Or you could just be really lucky. Do you think Infinity Ultron is going to get better because of its synergy with new Doctor Strange? I mean, maybe if it cost 4. But like by the time you like, so what, you're gonna take turn 5 off and then play the stone? Like, the synergy is like Strange can absorb the stones, I guess, but the stones aren't happening till turn 6. I guess from a being optimistic perspective, technically, the magic synergy with Infinity Ultron will be slightly better with Doctor Strange, because one of Infinity Ultron's problems with magic is that you run out of board space. So what's it called to offset that a little bit, I suppose.
I found a rock.
I mean, Captain Carter's issues on why she's not good enough are different than Infinity Ultron's, but yes, she's also just a generally pretty weak card.
I took the throne.
That guy in the corner, thanks for being in Hoaglandia's corner for the last 26 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think Carter is a lot less bad than Ultron, just at a low bar. Cypher, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Oh, that reminds me. I need to win one more game with Captain Carter before tomorrow at 2 p.m. for 150 gold. That'll happen at some point.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I'll take a mulligan. They've been so conservative with their retreating. Strange Supreme plus Luke Cage can remove your void without the drawback. I think I expect Strange Supreme to be good enough that you won't need to jump through hoops like that to make it better.
Hey man, I'm Cook. Hey, you found a rock.
Alright, let's Gorgon. So they have to pay 1 for their Widow's Bites. Yes, it is confirmed that Infinity Ultron is getting 2 points of power. Ooh, exciting. Okay, so we're gonna cut them off of their last 2 draws here. All right, Venom. Go right. Go right, Venom. Or don't. Or don't. I don't know which is worse for me. I think I'd prefer him to go to the right there. Strange takes the powers card. That's confirmed. Yeah, that's how merging works. Merging combines the powers of a card. So he merges and he gets an extra 2 points. What does an OTA mean when you said we're getting one this week? OTA stands for over-the-air update. It is what it's called when Marvel Snap does card text changes. That happen once or twice per month. This is literally the only reason I'm still on the Nazi site. I wish more brands would get on Blue Sky so I could delete this account, but being able to get actual replies from branded accounts is convenient. Why did the game just fast forward? Anybody know? What could have possibly fast forwarded there? I was gonna trust in Circe. Wait, they have Shang-Chi in their Destroy deck as well? Would Darkhawk Center have won? I have no idea. This makes sense why they kept retreating in all these other games, though. Because I thought they kept being unlucky and not having it, but they just cut one of their good Destroy cards for Shang-Chi. So I was starting to feel a little bit bad, like, oh, they're just this really unlucky Destroy player, but it turns out they just shoved a tech card in their Destroy deck to make it less consistent. Just big LOL energy. Shagbraid is a sickness, chat. A true sickness. Oh my goodness, is our opponent thinking about retreating? No, thank goodness. They had Nico on draw mode and they were in the tank about whether or not they wanted to stay there. Freaking video gamers. I heard that Ultron is getting a 2-point buff. Is that to every stone or just his main power? That's how atrocious this card is. Somewhat, you hear he's getting a 2-point buff and you're like, everything's getting a 2-point buff or just him? Which is it? It really could go either way. Dan the DM. Thanks for hanging out in Hoaglandia for the last 17 months. Welcome back. His name is Infinity Ultron, so why not give him infinity power? Now you're thinking with portals?
Enough said, Bob.
Oh, I think we're cooked. Yeah, I agree, Freyana. They should have just made him a four drop. I don't know. Maybe he's too good with Zombo if you make him a 4-drop, but
Enough said, Bob.
yes, 4/6 Ultron would be a significant buff.
Hey, you found a rook.
Are Electro Wave ramp decks good right now? They are not. Alright, I don't know what 2-drops we can hit, but Seriously is gonna deliver. Unlucky. Was this the Proving Grounds? I feel like this was the Proving Grounds. I could have been Silver, I suppose, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Shang-Chi Destroy player was sweating in the Proving Grounds. Shocker. Shocker. Oh, man. I don't know. I really don't know how I'm ever going to financially recover from not getting this silver ticket, chat. It's really going to set back my retirement almost as much as these Trump tariffs have. All right, at any rate, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. When we return, we've got another sweet viewer pile of cards cut up. Appreciate everybody that sent things in today. We are going to play some Pixie High Evolutionary, so don't go anywhere. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I am going to run the last of my hummus up back upstairs to the fridge for getting in. BRB. Darkrai, thank you for the 17 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh yeah, I just noticed the Bojack door spin. It's an interesting choice here. Specifically, Bojack and no Thor. Hey, Ant-Man, thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. Welcome to our latest Shillionaire. Make sure our trickle-down economy stays in action. Our next Shillionaire will only have to spend 999,743 shillings. With it being 8 days away from the new system, should people use their credits to gain more keys for the conversion? Does it not matter? It does not matter. All of your extra keys are going to turn into 3,000 tokens each, and every key on the collection level track is going to be 3,000 tokens moving forward. Whole bunch of primers in there. Robo Snake Ape, thanks for the Hawaii 5-0. Into the Tsunami Toilet Fund, Mr. Sheev with the third of the year. McVoid coming in hot for 15 months, and the Roller Dude, thank you for the 37. Pixie does not work with Stormbreaker, no. Who submitted this one? Retnex, are you hanging out? Can I sub Bruce for Thor? What am I shaking? I got my my drink mix. What do we got this afternoon? I've got some tropical guava. I think I'm gonna make that swap. Well, Bruce is, I don't know. It feels weird to play King with only one target for him. Let's play a few with it as is. And we'll go from there. Are you a Captain America fan, Jeff? I see the shield behind you. 99% of the stuff on those shelves are not things I spent my own money on. Did I buy any of the things on the shelves behind me? I bought the Eevee puzzle on the bottom, on the floor. Most of those were freebies sent from promos for different things or gifts from viewers. Our background is real. My very human background is very real, yes.
Behold my creations.
Opponent snap. Oh, snap.
Wait, are you real? I'm actually an AI program that gets turned off when you're not watching the stream. Man, I bet if I was a simulation, it would be cheaper to fix the hole in my floor and ceiling. That sounds nice. Certainly a digital toilet would be cheaper to replace, yeah? The Wasp variant is very good, yes. Hey, sounds good, right? I was mostly musing, do I want a second thing for King of Tyrion to fish up? Hey Jeff, I stumbled on your channel ages ago. Looks like you made some pretty significant progress losing weight. which is very impressive given that you have 3 kids. Do you have any tips for a newish dad stumbling through his own weight loss journey? I mean, the long how that makes the Tempo Shadow King make more sense. The long and short of it is any weight loss is mostly just calories in, calories out. I made 3 big lifestyle changes to reduce my calorie intake in a way that was healthy for me personally. When I started going to restaurants, I stopped eating all of the food they gave me. So, depending on the restaurant and the meal, that meant typically eating half or a third of the food that was brought out. A lot of restaurant meals can be as much as what's the word? Even be as much as 3 times as many calories as the average adult should be eating in a meal in America. I stopped drinking my calories. That the advanced mix I was shaking up a minute ago. This is zero calorie, sweet drink. And then this is a double whammy for people who have children. I stopped eating a 4th meal. When you feel hungry at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, most of the time you don't actually need to eat. You just have been awake for too long and need to go to bed. I mean, that last one's a double whammy for parents, because on average people with small children don't sleep enough, and people who aren't getting enough sleep often feel hungry more frequently. I believe we are wholly cooked here, yeah? I guess Bruce could Hulk out. Is that an option? If Bruce hulks, it's plus 11 over here. I'm just not winning either of these two, though, yeah? I think we're dead. As always, I like to throw in here, before somebody has a fit about it, that I'm not a dietitian or a doctor. And if you're someone struggling with weight loss, you want to make sure you eat your calories, eat enough calories that are healthy for you, but you know, I think a lot of the things I just talked about, other Americans especially are probably doing that they can change. Drinking more water, eating more filling calories. There's a big difference between eating 200 calories in vegetables and 200 calories in a candy bar. Oh, and here's the other. You know what the hardest part of losing weight as a parent is, chat? Throw your toddler's extra food away. It is so easy to just vacuum cleaner up every last little bit of extra food that your children don't eat, and there's so much food that your children don't eat. It's so wasteful. It's so wasteful. If you actually want to lose weight, as a parent, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Unironically, there are places where when like we go out to eat with the children, where I like literally would just order like a side salad or a single side for myself, because I knew I was just gonna vacuum cleaner up half their food. I was like, I'm just gonna acknowledge it from the start and not get myself a full meal. It's a big brain move right there. It's dad dinner. Dad dinner is just planning to eat all the food your children would need. Oh, maybe I should have copied Bruce here, actually. Should we magic mid? Maybe? Yeah, probably. Sub for a Tiri. Yeah, I think he'd probably be a good first dom for you. Just tell him it's your first time and make sure he understands what your safe word is. He'll walk you through it. Here's Brucey. I don't understand that joke, and I've been too afraid to ask what it means. Listen, Google 50 Shades of Grey on a non-work computer. Oh, Cloak lets them unlock the left tier, though. It was a mistake on my part. Bruce! Look at him go. Look at him go! Got all these 312s shit. Love me a 312. Chat, we win if Bruce goes. Bruce, 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 Bruce. Come on, baby, get angry. Get angry. Oh, man. Unlucky. Unlucky. I'm gonna have Bruce be a pallbearer at my funeral so he can let me down one more time. Unironically, I am glad Bruce is a bad card, because I think Marvel Snap would be a worse game if he was competitive. Just like truly and wholly.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
I did hear that the Marvel Magic set won't be on Magic Arena for legal reasons, and it's the funniest Magic the Gathering news I've heard in a long time. Unironically, I was kind of like considering playing with Spider-Man on Magic Arena for the first time ever, but it's good to know that they've talked me right down off of the ledge. Were the Lord of the Rings cards on Arena? And the Final Fantasy? They are, okay. Interesting. Disney lawyers chat, what you gonna do about it? Final Fantasy stuff actually isn't out yet. Oh, that's interesting. Lord of the Rings have some weird licensing things, can't be on videos on WotC's YouTube, and can't go inside the Arena Cube drafts. Man, freaking lawyers. Okay. So Pixie has this set to 4. So if I Moon Girl this turn, I have 3 unused. These will each cost me 1. If I understand this correctly. So this is 18, puts me to 28. Dirty 46 just doesn't have the same ring to it. Nope. 56, yeah. Ignore, thank you for the 61 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Wow. They just thought I couldn't compete on the right? Get out of here. Get out of here. Nummy nummy cubes. I think Magic and Luda Snow and Pixie all together is maybe a little redundant. I think I want to cut one of them for Thor. Who do we want to cut for Thor, do we think? My gut says Luna. I guess it's definitely not Pixie. My gut says Luna. I'm gonna cut Luna. When in doubt, cut the higher series card is better for content. As lovely as a piece of art as she is. That is deeply rude, Icebox. Have you done much with the Gauntlet system at Arcade Rush? You know, I clicked into it the first time for the other day, and it seems kind of neat. I might try and play one each day this week, because I play a couple of games a day in that anyways. Seems like a neat concept overall. Oh, and now my hammer's bricked by a Subterranea rock. That's fine. He's the king, chat. We'd never craft us a rock. He's crafting us a hammer every time. Take them all again.
Escaped.
Between the icebox and the Subterranea. I'm like, eh. Thor immediately looking pretty good with the king though, which is nice.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Ooh. That's a piece of candy. I assume they're filling White Hot Room? Or not. Interesting. My goodness. I don't know the answer, gamers. I think it's this. I think it's this.
Union to me.
Man. Well, lame high evolutionary. Ooh, I don't have to worry about getting shanked here now. It's lovely. I think I like just playing around Acid Arrow. It could be fine to put two Bruces mid. Yeah, I agree. take those.
Victory.
We take those. No casserole, but
Behold my creations.
oh, gamers, I'm at 99% on getting my 750 volts. Isn't it exciting?
Opponent snapped.
Lost the casserole deck, confirmed unplayable. Mood. Oh, they are absolutely cooked, huh? I guess Bruce is no longer a lump of coal. He is absolutely a lump of coal. Oh, wow. The one wog, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Oof. Whew.
Union to me.
Brutal. What an insane opener for their Bifrostra. Freaking rip. Well, we win if they don't have an extra free 12. Unlucky. Unlucky. This deck's been good. I think we'll do a double set with it. Like to reward people when they send in interesting things. The 20-minute minimum is only there for trolls. Quick markets update. We're only 200 points off of losing the entirety of our dead cat bounce. 37,645 versus 37,858. Slow and steady. The cat, she comes back down. What is a dead cat bounce? A dead cat bounce is a terminology used in the stock market that it means to say that even a dead cat will bounce when thrown from a great height. Which is to say that the amount that the market came back up after it hit that bottom is typical, because a lot of the days that have most of the days that are associated with the biggest gains in stock market history in a single day were in the midst of great momentum's down. Because as it doesn't just go straight down, it falls, it bounces, it falls, it bounces, etc. yes, people buy the dip, and that pushes it back up a little bit. Is part of the things that causes it. This last one was likely a mix of both people buying the dip and Trump announcing he was gonna pause some of the tariffs, but then in actuality not really pausing anything and adding some in many ways. Can Evolved Hulk be reverted to where he buffs when even in the deck? I think so. We were talking about that the other day, actually, and I think that would be a great swap back. All right, what do we think of juking the Baxter building? I think I'm into it. It's good against Juggernaut, which these decks often play. Oh, rip. Juked myself. For playing around their tech card. I just didn't have it. And I suppose maybe the fact that they're playing Moon Girl means I should be less inclined to play around it, because they probably have less room for tech cards fitting things like Moon Girl into their deck. I think it's a good takeaway there. Oh, wait. I need to take an ad break, yeah? Yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm going to throw the deck list up on screen, so we're going to do a double segment on this one. Appreciate everybody hanging out and doing your drops here. Even if you're just getting started right now, you'll be able to do all of them in Hoaglandia today. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be playing this and a lot of other sweet decks coming up. Did they oust Hegseth as defense? Did he step down or was he removed? Yeah, if you've been watching since we started earlier this morning, your 6 hours worth of drops should be up by now. I think I just got my own. I need to restart my client. Some people were saying it was taking them a little while for theirs to show up. Which that happens. I played my other two earlier. Let's refresh and see if they show up or not. Phantom Crew, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, yeah, my drops aren't here yet, chat. I'm gonna be writing Benjamin Brode a strongly worded letter. I clicked my claim drops button hours ago, and they're still not here yet. Did the carrier pigeon die mid-transit? What is going on? What is going on? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Okay, I just restarted the client. Yeah, there's a couple of people were mentioning they hadn't come through yet for them either. I demand compensation for no prompt delivery of my free stuff. Did you pay the tariffs on your drops? Oh, man. Asking the real questions. You're only gonna get 742 volts. Oh, man. Airshim Gamer. Boo. Audio. Thank you for the reminder. Hank said this is not officially out yet, but the White House has started looking for a replacement. I mean, they have their choice of other Fox News hosts to pick from. I'm sure they'll find someone soon. Gibbers, they don't even need to find someone qualified. They just need to find someone capable of working a group chat, okay? My 9-year-old is more capable. So is it really complicated? Oh yeah, let the chaos hit the board. Let the chaos hit you could tell the Adelan was finally going to be good for me because they got rid of it. I'm so mad I could have moongirled my free Beta Ray Bell. And now it was denied. I would just like to say, I'm really very proud of the community we've cultivated here. Because we've been making fun of Hegseth for leaking national security secrets for like the better part of an hour now, and we haven't had to ban a single chud over it. Y'all are okay when you want to be, Twitch chat. All right, I think we spread out like this, huh? Do we think they can add more points on the left, or do I just put two She-Hulks over here? If I do this, am I gonna lose to like a randomly generated Blue Marvel? Just like hate myself? Never lose this. Airship is the final play. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Get my big green mamas.
Victory.
Like, the main reason this deck has served me well is it's easy to tell when I'm cooked and have to leave, sort of like how Hegseth should read the room. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Did they press the wrong button, or are we going to play 2 to 10? Assuredly, they just pressed the wrong button, yes? So, this is the actual most puzzling behavior that I experience in... So, I want to make it clear that I don't even think it's necessarily wrong if you want to play out Proving Ground rounds. Like, I would prefer if all the Proving Ground was best of 1, but I don't fault anyone for wanting to play it out. The thing that's weird about this type of behavior is if you actually want to play a full competitive match, why would you stay in that last game? Like, there's never a world where playing Ereshkigal Center wins that game, right? So, like, if your goal is wholly and truly, let's play a real game of Conquest with lots of games, just like, what? It has to just be the never give up, never surrender type attitude, right? You're just like never retreating. Yes, Legion is a potential concern here. We're gonna probably play like there's not a turn 7.
I'm about to juice this up.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir. Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
All right, show me Legion, Blob. Mo Dockerson. Two hammers and a rock in my deck. So one and 3 to fish up a Mjolnir next turn. Man. Or cooked to Shang is the problem.
Mjolnir. To me.
Power must be controlled.
Oh, I guess if I play the Hulk left, it's just so weird that they wouldn't play anything here. Just assume they're winning left.
Behold my creations.
We're 2 games in and they have yet to play any cards the right way. That's a funny observation. Has Hulk consistently been larger than something like Gore in this deck? Would we be better off playing Gore in something else over High Evo? Yeah, maybe. I can see that being the case. This makes their rocket bigger, but means I don't get a rock, which I think is ideal. I'm gonna need my board space. Which is commentary on High Evo Hulk getting power creep, I think. Yeah, High Evo Hulk is definitely a victim of power creep. I agree with that. Man, our Bruce banners have been very cooperative.
Face the might of Asgard.
It might have been right to play the She-Hulk just for the sake of playing around Legion.
All hail Hydra!
Squad still a little light. Will they dig up this time?
All right, so I need to have more than 12 here after they Shang me. So this is 13 after they Shang me. And we're real big in the center. Should we play She-Hulk first in case of Warhead? Yeah, I can play both these lanes around Warhead, actually. Good call. Did you grind high voltage for the new card? I will at some point. We're almost there.
Union to me.
I'm pot committed at this point, chat. I'm not giving it to them. They're gonna have to beat me 3 more times.
Behold my creation.
I hate myself and everything about Marvel Snap right now, but we're not letting this chode win. The Proving Grounds? Absolutely, it's the Proving Grounds.
Opponent snapped.
This is very very serious business.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
No point in pixieing at this point. Oh. Decline playing around Legion here. Blob can move! Back in my day, champ, Blob was immovable. And you had to walk uphill in the snow and get Shang-Chi'd both ways. And we liked it. Imagine a Blob that moves. Oh, I think we tie the left and then lose the breaker, yeah? Oh my goodness! Mercy, please, bro, to make it stop. Please, bro, to make it stop.
Behold my creations.
We hate ourselves enough to continue this match. Absolutely. We've gone full Bane at this point. We are embracing the darkness.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Okay. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Come on, Bruce. I believe, Bruce. Oh, shit. Bruce would never let me down, right? Bruce would never let me down. him. Got him.
Victory.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Look at this. This glorious prize, chat. Not one, not two, not even three, but 15 conquest medals and an entire silver ticket. You know what? Those prizes are so excellent. Look at this. It's 2 silver tickets, not just one, but 2 silver tickets. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Look at the value we have generated. You wish you had as many spoils as we do. That's twice as many tickets as I thought that game was worth. Stand up and stretch. It was such a workout. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo.
Behold my creations.
Is Infinity Ultron worth it as a 5/8? I would be surprised if it's competitive.
Opponent snapped.
That's rude, but I suppose at least it hit Thor and not Bojack. It's a little sad to be winning White Hot Room and not have a Sunspot, but that's what it is. Wait, what? Oh, baby. Oh, baby! I think everything worked out so much better than expected. What was my starting hand? Does anybody remember? It wasn't Thor. I don't think it was worth copying. Let's find out. Narrator, it in fact was not worth copying. Is plus 14 enough to win the left? I'm not sure that it is. I'm betting like 18 and 16 is enough. I don't think that's the case. Hulk! Well, I mean, If I squint, that's a Hulk. I believe. Oh no, I would have won with the high Evo chat. Oh no, come on, Bruce. Bruce. Come on, Bruce, please. Please, Bruce. No. Oh no. We tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. When I needed him to be angry, he was not. Oof size Bruce Banner mood. Schmood.
Behold my creations.
Ooh.
I'm about to juice this up.
Yikes. Oh, it's another airship gamer. The airship players are so creative, chat. Always having the red border on their card. Airship is definitely more popular in Conquest than the latter. He hasn't been super popular anywhere lately, because his power level's finally gone down through the 1,000 paper cuts they gave him, but he's a popular type of effect, so still sees plenty of play.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir. Face the might of Asgard.
Cooked by Eliath and Shang.
Power must be controlled.
I think Erishim should honestly be banned in Conquest because it removes the thing that's most interesting in skill testing about Conquest, which is building up the context of your opponent's deck and then skillfully playing around it. It removes the one legitimately interesting, different skill testing thing from Conquest compared to just playing regular ladder snap. I said that on Twitter and got roasted for it. Yeah, most of the people on Twitter have never played around a card in their lives, much less one that they know is there for certain.
Behold my creations.
The second dinner tease OTAs usually. No. I just like plop out. Oh my god, it is another Erishim. Alright, I've got like one more. I've got one more in me. We're gonna play this until the rollover or until we hit another Erishim, I think. It's like the third or fourth in a row. Oh, you're saying tease the OTA like they added, they teased that Infinity Ultron is coming. They tease a change in an OTA when it impacts a card that's currently in the spotlight that's about to rotate out. In case it impacts someone's decision as to whether or not to get the spotlight card. Yeah, so it is common for them to... It is common for them to be like, hey, we're bringing a change to this card that's currently in the spotlight. What do we think of She-Hulk now? And then Beta Ray, Bill, activated Fury next turn, and then Hulk to finish. This lets us power this up every single turn for Max, which is nice. Which I'm kinda into. Do I want BoJack Norseman here, or do I want him on the right? It's predatory to tell people they're gonna buff a card before it leaves the spotlight caches. Oh, video gamers, there really is no pleasing you. Ridiculously and deeply unserious people. Second dinner literally cannot win. Casserole? Casserole. Oh, half-baked. Yes, I'm sure that same person would be complaining if they buffed a card after it left the spotlight caches without telling you.
Behold
It's very, very silly.
creations.
What's Airship's win rate look like in Conquest? I don't think it's very good. I don't think the card's super shrug anywhere. It's just annoying. Actually has a lower win rate in gold and silver than it does on the ladder, which is funny. Alright, so Moon Girl into Pass, into Hulk Hulk, Evo Evo, Wasp Wasp.
I'm about to juice this up.
I don't think Plague Wasps in the center really gets me anywhere, so we just chill. This is an interesting lineup. Is this a viewer deck? That is what the title of the deck says. Yep.
Opponent snapped.
Average Mr. Negative player. Do you think we're 0%? What, just cause of gore? This is only 12 on the right. Oh, the High Evolutionary's moving, so I'd have to do this, which makes us worse against score. Absolutely smoked. Wow, what a boomer snap. They had to high roll us to shit. Seriously, the negative deck is certainly something. The people who boomer snap and then GG after their RNG goes well is that Venn diagram's a circle. They are one and the same. Oh, and we can add sweating in the proving grounds to the Venn diagram as well. Right there in the middle of it. Checked every single box off.
creations.
Oh, snap.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. It's been so long since we've done Conquest, I didn't think about that angle. But the people who are the fist bumpers in the multi-game series only when they win a game in the series and not when they lose the game in the series really translates the mind of why the winner's fist bump is so BM. And it's like, oh, it was a good game because you won that time. Interesting. Master Jedi, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Ooh, a Phoenix Force enjoyer. It's been a minute.
The might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Winterfell, thank you for the 24 months. Good afternoon. Do I want to play Wasp so I don't brick a draw towards Thor's Hammer? I don't think it matters. Like, I think I'd rather have 2 Wasps. Expendable, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Oh, is the Oblivion remaster coming as soon as this week? I didn't realize it was that soon.
I'm about to juice this up.
So on the right, they'll be at only 20, which means my Hulk with the Monster Metropolis buff wins there. Wait, did they forget to move the other one? I think they forgot to move the other one, yeah? Are we getting Heimdall, maybe? If we're getting Heimdall, I'm going to be one short on the left, yeah? Venom. No, we're beating that one. I believe, yes. One on the left and the right. Oh no! Rip. Alas. Unfortunately, I feel like this is a good example of the closeout on this deck. Our deck doesn't have any interactive bits in it, so we can't disrupt whatever our opponents have going on. And just a lot of our draws where we're doing like this kind of big linear thing, it's not quite big enough to keep up with other decks that are going over to the top. So things like Phoenix Force and Mr. Negative just give us a real bad time. All right, we are 6 minutes away from the rollover. We are going to be doing some high voltage when we get back. We're going to push through the Toxie maybe, I think. Although, if we're not getting... It looks like the... What's it called are bugged right now. the Twitch drops ones, so maybe we need to wait for those to come through. At any rate, we're gonna be doing some more viewer decks when we return. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're just getting started with your drop star. You're still gonna be able to do all of them here in Hoagland today. We're gonna be streaming for a good long while. BRB. Subscribers, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick while these adverts go. I'll be back. We're gonna be bouncing when we return. I believe. Unless high voltage? High voltage. We're gonna do high voltage and then we're gonna bounce. BRB. Azeel, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Ah, yes, the ad prompt. Ad prompt will get you every time. Appreciate you re-upping. I think we'll play one Conquest with Bounce, and then we'll hop on into our what's it called, chores. My kingdom for multiple custom cards per character. I didn't have to manually shuffle these around when we go between. Two at a minimum would be nice, but I'd probably use 3 or even 4 on some characters. That seems like it would be a nice thing to let you unlock via character mastery. Like, okay, your card hits character mastery level 10 or whatever, you get a second custom card. Make there be something useful and exciting to get out of that track. Rude. Do I even want to pick this one back up? I'm not sure that I do. I think it's just this. I guess it makes Toxin slightly bigger. I don't know. I don't know that I have energy to play it back out next turn. Ah. Do you think they'll ever give us playable bounce cards again? Or is this archetype just forever dead? Yeah, I'm obviously super biased, but the bounce era is my favorite era of Marvel Snap by a very significant margin. I think saying move bounce is still playable as a giant cop-out. You're right, it's fine, but that's not really a bounce deck, it's a movement deck. All of the traditional bounce cards and payoffs are just like not really remotely very good. Yeah, move bounce largely only plays the bounce cards as a way to dodge tech cards. This is your reminder to log in and grab your free shop claim on the Galactus spin. The day has rolled. Web shop roulette. Yeah, that's the word for it. Four cost cards. Oh, at least four. That's my favorite. More missions should read like this. They're like kind of do a thing, but also it's a range of things. Yeah, starting next week, the login reward will be tokens. The economy system changes over. Usually in a Carter win, you could do that in high voltage. Yeah, we could. It's just difficult. They must be a version playing Spectrum if they're playing the Captain America. Yeah, Sam Wilson. They play out a copy Onslaught here. Should probably throw what's her name in here. It's the least important card I could cut. There really isn't a good clean cut for Peggy in here. Looks like Spectrum Pile has her best stats. Is it doing your chores fun? Yup. It puts Captain Connor on the skin, or else it gets the Super Scroll again. All drops claimed. Like, you clicked claim on them in your Twitch inventory, or they've successfully showed up in your Marvel Snap. Assuredly, they can't beat this much here, yes? This is what? 3, 12, 15, 22? We have infinite on the left. Rounding down, we have infinite on the left. Juked.
Knowledge is power.
We're still good. Lovely. Oh, good golly. Oh, I'm free from playing with Captain Carter for another 5 days. Sweet release. And honestly, High Voltage might not exist next weekend. That might be the last time I ever play with Captain Carter. Be gone, Interloper. Alright, you need to play 11 more cards that cost 4 or more. We're just gonna attribute some nerds here. Damn it, Jubilee! We've talked about this. Is this just like, this is like world's worst Jubilee territory, yes?
Such is my judgment. Behold my mighty hand.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Behold my mighty hand.
Now, I know we lost that game, but you gotta remember, we're not actually trying to win games. We're just trying to clear quests, so that got us 3 more towards play 4 cost or more cards. Very tactical gameplay. Would you recommend buying the current season pass? If you are someone who does not have the resources to buy every single pass or every season pass, this is probably a decent one for you to be skipping. Definitely on the weaker side.
Behold my mighty hand.
Yeah, if I hit Cosmo on this, it could turn this off. Actually, I want to copy Goliath, I think. Do it.
Such is my judgment.
They had Super Skrull, and they copycatted my Super Skrull. Man, I'm glad you don't have to care about winning in this game mode, because if I was attached to the results of that game, it would be one of the most infuriating games of Marvel Snap I've ever played. Holy. Alright, well, our cards are very cheap next turn. Look at how smart and thin we are. Good pupper. Good pupper. Come on, expansion! Oh, no, wait, that's fine, so we have Super Scroll? Dealerino. Look at that. So that gives us 3 of our win a location with 20 or more power missions down. Perfect. Chores done? Chores done. I believe that means the chores are done. Alright, so we're 3,000-ish off of Toxie, but technically like 2,000-ish if our what's it called happened. Yeah, I don't think that's enough though, Dance, without the extra from the what's it called. I think we need 3 extra goes, 4 extra goes. Because that's what, it's 875 per. And we're missing 3K. So it's so many. I think we need, even if the drops, it doesn't look like the drops are delivering for anybody, but even if the drops delivered, I think I would need 3 more rolls. We're currently 4 off, yeah. Yeah, I really hope they refresh the ban list before they bring this mode back. Fingers crossed we're gonna get Sanctum Sanctorum as the returning game mode next month. In the short term, it would be nice if they updated the ban list. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm gonna reload my account here really quick one more time to be sure, but it doesn't look like any of the claim drops are currently coming through. Is there? I don't need to know if they haven't worked for you. I'm asking, has anybody currently in the chat had their drops delivered to their mailboxing client yet? Is there a single person who can say yes? Don't tell me no. You're just gonna make me miss someone. Anybody? Any yesers in the chat? No, yeah, it doesn't look like a single person has gotten their drops to come through yet. Mine have not. Okay, we have a request to play some Bounce. Let's embarrass ourselves. Audio. Thank you for the reminder. I don't love playing the Collector into Stark Tower, but this is gonna be like Murder World or something. I'm gonna feel real dumb. Hopefully it's just like Sanctum Sanctorum and then we feel like a genius. Genius gamers. We are big smart, is we. Infinity Ultron Enjoyer. Gonna respect Infinity Ultron Enjoyer gamers. Just trying to get by with them their best self. I don't know if we're playing the pig yet. An Infinity Ultron Enjoyer. You're right. They could just be a weekend missions victim trying to get them done.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna chill, I think.
I found a rock.
All systems go.
So that was I have a snow guard snap. Which I suppose gets them into Spider Island as well. How was music class, baby girl?
And Daddy, guess what?
What?
Guess what Shawnee grained me?
What did she bring you? An
got-
egg!
No, I got to pick the color and I got this color.
That's pretty cool.
And there's something in it.
What's in it?
This.
Gummy bears! Can I have a gummy bear?
Which color do you want?
That one. Ow.
I like these gummies. I just want to eat.
I think we're dead.
Spider Bear.
I think we're dead.
Who's dead? Who's dead? Are
We are very, very dead in the game.
But they're not very dead.
Nope, they're gonna win. That's okay. You can't win all the time. Gotta be a good winner and a good loser. Unless they're playing Erishim, and then you can be mean.
Oh, but you don't be mean in that game.
Nope, not at all. I don't play Erishim.
Yeah, as you know you. And they don't play it either. Well, they're an adult, right?
They're an adult. An adult, yes.
Because you're playing on a computer and so are they. Ah. Hey, Daddy.
Hey, Haley.
Do you know, I really know how to play this game when I was little.
Oh, you know how to play this game when you were little?
Yeah.
I bet you can play this game better than most of Twitch chat.
Ah! Who's called Chad again?
Chat are the people that are watching on the computer.
Oh, hello.
Are you gonna be a good listener for Tap tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
You. Hey, Daddy. Are you gonna pedal in your chair in that chair soon?
Maybe a little bit later.
Itchy.
Daddy mostly pedals in the morning, but today's gonna be a long stream, so we'll probably pedal this afternoon a little bit.
Good. You'll sit a lot. I just want to eat.
Confirmed Thanos enjoyer.
Suppose I want to eat these and I ate one away. I just want to eat one for now.
It's a solid reality stone for us.
I just really wanted to eat one for now.
What do we think of this? And then next turn we can beast the center. I think I'm into it.
Boy.
You got beats.
You have feet.
I have feet. It's good. It'll be hard to walk without feet.
Daddy, do you know, Chili in my doctor show, he's a toy, but he's a snowman.
He's a toy snowman.
Yeah, that means he has no legs.
Oh, okay.
But he can only jump.
Oh, okay. What did you learn in music class today?
I forgot.
You forgot?
I only remember one side.
What do you remember?
I remember that. I remember two things.
Oh, what's the other thing?
I play. Okay, the first thing that
Oh, I forgot we were gonna brick Korg because of the demon.
Wait.
Awkward.
Wait, Cord. Why are you breaking Cord?
Bricked Korg.
Who's Cord?
This is Korg. He makes rocks.
Oh, and why don't
You and Korg get along. You like rocks too.
I don't like rocks?
You have a whole rock collection.
Oh yeah, I like rocks
1,
because
2, 3, 4. We're playing 4 cards. So this is 11 minus 3. This is 8. We're tying the center with this play.
you're 8. Your number is 8. Daddy, your number is 8. Hey, Daddy.
So the way this works, I believe it goes to base 2, and then this would still be minus 3 over here. But that gives the hit monkey a bonus, so I think it's worth playing still.
Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy, I love you.
I love you too. I think it's this. It's gonna go either way though.
Are you gonna work all day?
I am gonna be working all day today, yep.
Oh, I was thinking I wanted you to get yogurt.
Yogurt! Your mom's upstairs and get you some yogurt. And Declan will be home real soon, too.
Why is it Jacob gonna be here? How long?
Jacob will be here, too. Today's Monday.
I'm ready to do these.
So, if I would have put both demons on the left, we would have won. So we flipped our coin wrong.
Daddy, see you tomorrow.
I'll see you later after dance, okay? Love you.
And I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Hey, Daddy, what are we doing tomorrow at 4?
Tomorrow's a school day, Haley girl.
Why did you choose two chairs that kind of look the same in here? Like one behind there and one at front? Why?
All right. Love you, toddler girl. Go get some yogurt.
Why is there 4 chairs in here? Why is there 4 chairs in here? I'm freaking out.
Oh, 4-year-olds.
Go, 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 go.
She just apparently just noticed the extra chair behind my desk for the first time.
Hey man, I'm cook.
It's very, very novel. The other day, Haley asked me why I have to work so much, and I told her I have to work so much so I could buy her stuffies, and she took my hand and walked me back down to my office. She was like, "Okay, I accept." I think we do this, and then we Black Swan this turn, so that way these are free, and then Beast will make them free again on the next turn. I think I'm playing into here, though, because I don't want to play these into here next turn. I'm going to have to take 1 Sentinel instead of... Am I? That's so awkward. That's really one of the biggest problems with Bounce as a deck is, you know, there's just so much location variance that's so bad for this archetype. Because, like, this gives me these 2. I get 3 Sentinels, a Demon, and then these 2 back to my hand. Which is not great, but I think it's where I'm at. If this Forge hadn't been here, we'd have an insane draw.
Hey, you found a rook.
I might have been right to put the Falcon middle and then just bounce the Black Swan, because I'm only bouncing 2 anyways. So I'm going to play out 4 total cards, so I'm at 15 on the left. And then if I play Demon and Korg, it gets me to 23 on the left. And And this is 11, so this is plus 8 here, so I'd be 23, 14, and 14. They can move Jeff. I'm aware. Like, are they going to put something bigger than Jeff over there? Narrator, they would in fact put something bigger than Jeff over there. Oh, man. Nope! Lucky!
Hey, man, I'm cool.
If you're wondering what the current power level of Bounce is, it's we can still manage to beat Captain Carter in Fastos. We have bested Fastos. Bounces fallen, but not quite can't beat Fastos, man.
Victory.
Barely beat Fastos. Is Bounce really bad, or is it just hard to play because all of the endgame lines? If you want a spoiler, basically every deck that anyone has ever described as it's not bad, it's hard to play is actually just bad. It's not bad, it's just hard to play as a cop-out excuse for decks that are not very good. Well, I mean, that's kind of sweet. And then next turn I get to play all of these again and then Falcon them back to my hand and play Black Swan. Can I snap again? Asking the real questions.
Hello, so happy.
Whenever Falcon beats the Falcon, no, I think I want to get Bishop going. I also need to do it this way because it's more energy efficient. Korg instead of Ham. Ham costs 0, Korg costs 1. I don't have energy to Korg.
Minions to me.
Are ye worthy?
No, giving +1 to Bishop is not a noteworthy difference for Bounce gamers. Not even a little bit. I'm gonna end up with these 3 in my hand, and then I'll still draw for the turn, so that sounds fine. So the question we're gonna have to ask ourselves is, can we beat Giganto next turn? So fingers crossed we draw a copy of Hitmonkey here, 1 and 3. Unlucky. So what's the biggest I can get on the left? I can only add 8 there. This is 8. I guess I could add 3 more, I could add 11. That's so sad. Ugh, get out of my game! Get out of my game! Statistically, I have Hitmonkey in their cook tier every time, chat. I don't know that there is a one-size-fits-all, this one change is a silver bullet that fixes bounces problems. It's hard to know. The power level of Marvel Snap is higher than it was the last time Bounce was a good deck. So I don't know that they could simply roll back one change to what it was and be like, okay, yeah, now everything's great. But like, yeah, you get rid of any of the mountain of paper cuts or big hits. That made it worse and certainly better. I would love if they actually gave us Red Wing. That would be insane. It would be a huge, huge treat. How does this work? Not well, because... Not well. Not well is the answer. I'll stop thinking about it. I might Toxin and Iceman back here next turn. Okay, wait, what about... What about this? And then next turn I play out some ones, and I Toxin back the Hitmonkey. Alternatively, we could Toxin back the Iceman and just, like, shred their hand this turn. It's so close. I want to stay for the funsies. Oh, they're destroying. That's scary. Are we cooked? Just a burr. Thank you for the over 5.5 years. Appreciate the tier 2. Welcome back. I was not expecting destroy. I was expecting Mr. Negative. Go left! Well, I activate Black Swan on turn 5 because I'm playing Monkey this turn, so I can bounce it back to my hand. So we'll get 3 monkeys and a Toxin back to my hand here. I don't know if that's enough though, yeah? I don't think that's enough. 'Cause their death is very free, yeah. Zolamid. I mean, Zolamid's a coin flip. I'd stay for a Zolamid. Oh, I guess they get 2 of them. Yeah, it's a complicated flip. Yeah, I'm just never beating a null anywhere. That's not strictly true. If they're only on null, this beats only null. This is 19. Oh, 19 only ties actually. Yeah, good call. I guess I could put Hood here, and then technically I'm beating a null, but they very likely have more than null. Speaking of things that are pretty likely, these adverts. We're gonna play some more Bounce when we get back. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Got a ton of Marvel Snap and viewer decks coming up yet today. Appreciate everybody doing your drops here in Hooglandia. Happy Monday, and hope you have a great start to your week. Godzilla Tamer, thank you for the 3rd of the year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Jacko, thanks for the 7 months. Good afternoon. Yeah, talking about the 1,000 different paper cuts Bounce took over the years. Hitmonkey used to be a 2-0. I remember when he was originally data mined, I think he was originally data mined as like a 2-0 plus 3. Never got to experience that one out here in the real world. Crew Gooner, thank you for the brand new Prime, appreciate it. Hitmonkey deserved nerfs when they got it. Yeah, there were a bunch of cards that like were deserved their nerfs when they got them. I agree with that. It just like solidly overcorrected. Too tall. Thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. If we had a hold, Hitmonkey, more Clog would be running. You think there would be more Clog to counter Bounce? I don't know. Bounce tends to be pretty okay against Clog, especially when you're playing a Falcon variation. If you're not a fan of Clog, you're not going to want to be playing tomorrow. Clog's going to be the default content creator special for Strange Supreme, I would wager. Chief Corn Beef. Thanks for taking up Hooglandia for the last 21 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Do you still split cards? I mean, I'm not really looking for a split on anything. But like, yeah, when I bump up against the credit limit, I'll spend it down. Or if there's something that strikes my fancy. We don't like split like crazy aggressively anymore. It costs, just as a point of reference, it costs like 20 to 25 USD to split a card that you don't have boosters for, and it costs like 10 to 15 bucks to split a card that you do have boosters for. It's very expensive. This deck is lovingly titled $25,000 Bounce because that's how much money has been dumped into my Snap account over the years. Largely through community donations, not of my own volition. It forced me to do it. I hated every minute of it. I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, to the new folks. Yeah, we used to do a lot of community funded gambling. I mean splitting. This is not financial advice. My Marvel Snap account has Over 25,000 USD spent on it. You heard that right. I did not misspeak. 25,000 as in 5 digits. Have you tried Toxie yet? No, I've not unlocked Toxie yet. I expect she's trash, so I haven't been in a rush. I need to get an accountant to talk about deductions. Well, I have a corporation, so it works a little bit differently. The long and short of it is, you just need to know I have more rights than the rest of you people do. Who would donate to such a thing? Says not Ben Brood. Lubrication. Thanks for the almost 2 years. Welcome back. What's my sequence here? I think this is not a Black Swan game. I think it's a Hood, bounce, and then we beast bounce, question mark? No, because I'm not gonna be able to play all of these with beast next turn, right? Because he costs 3 like a turn. I think I'm doing this. I think I'm doing this. I think I'm doing this. Nice. That's where we wanted her to go. Am I getting Galactus? Yes, probably. Maybe I'm supposed to spider him here, actually. Man.
Wakanda forever.
And this is the other problem with bounce and why every deck under the sun plays infinite tech cards. Is you just don't have room for... I give this deck one more, but honestly, I think I'm gonna delete this deck after this session. It feels like we finally hit a point in the metagame where it just can't be competitive anymore. I'm gonna give it a go in the Proving Grounds, but I can't remember the last time we won ladder matches with it. You just get squeezed at both ends. You can't beat the decks that want to go big and linear like that. You can't beat the decks that have 800 tech cards in them because you just lose to so many different tech cards. Needs Hitmonkey to be activate. I don't know about that. I think that would probably even make it worse. Your Hitmonkey just like chills on the board and gets Red Guardianed or whatever.
I found the rook.
And you can't bounce him for value either. Deleting 25,000. What is this? The stock market? Wow. Well, I need you to give my 401k a content warning before you make a joke like that. Holy. This is unacceptable. Things keep going the way they're going. I have to rename mine to a 41K. Oh no, 1K. So semi real question, because I haven't actually taken the time to ask when it's come up, because people who live in other countries, what's it called? People who live in other countries always ask what a 401k is. It's a retirement vehicle here in the United States that's tied explicitly to the stock market, because why not? How do retirement accounts tend to work in non-US countries? What are they tied to? How do you earn interest on them if they're not tied to markets? Or are they tied to markets? They're just called something else. Holy Christ on a cracker! I cannot catch a break. What a fucking game of Marvel Snapchat. Good game. Good game. Good game. Other people tie theirs to the stock market in other countries too. We have pensions in the UK that the government pays into. Okay. It's a dark day, Chip. It's a dark day. They're all dead. They're all dead. All right, I might copy past Jeff's homework for this next one. We have a request to play White Queen with Isan. Which I believe we did around Isan's release. Oh, yeah, this deck wasn't terrible. I'm not gonna tell you it was good. That's true. 401ks aren't inherently tied to the stock market necessarily. You can have them in bonds as well. They just don't typically have as good of a return. All right. You'd also take bonds a bit too, no? Bonds traditionally don't lose money unless the person that you're lending money to defaults on them, though, is my understanding, right? So the rates on bonds are down, but that's different than people losing money. Your rate of return being lower is different than losing the money that you've put in. Which with money in the actual markets, you stand to lose money that you've actually put in. You could put in $1 and end up with nothing. Anybody, is my understanding of bonds correct? I believe that's an accurate descriptor. Someone in chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. Is all in Isan a ladder deck, or is it a conquest deck? It's probably a conquest deck. All right, I only have one more viewer deck after this, and technically I need my drops volts to come in before we can do that. So let's open Snap submissions back up. People are asking if they could send some more in. Are a supporter who would like to send something in, you can use the link pinned above the chat to do so now. We're gonna be streaming for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours yet today, so got time to take a few more things.
Opponent snapped.
We're never copying Victoria in this deck, so I think we just play her out. Ooh, I actually beat their Iron Patriot here, which is hot. Oh, I suppose because I played Victoria and not Iron Patriot, I actually don't have something for Isan to pull this turn, though. That's awkward. We're fishing up here still, though. Hey, Comics, thanks for the tip, appreciate it. You Dirty 30 with Ross and She-Hulk, absolutely. Well, so here's the thing, gamers. Opponent done messed up here. Play a massive card in any of these locations is the thing. What's bigger on average, Valentina or Iron Patriot's card? Probably Iron Patriot by a little bit.
It's card time.
Yeah, we're gonna be cooked left and right, I assume here. I have a forge trigger still.
It's card time.
And jamming this deck at high voltage, except playing Doctor Strange instead of Mana Web because it can move Isan around. Yeah, that's a fine one. We talked about that as a budget replacement. Yes, it was shared earlier today, and I believe on Twitter that they're gonna put Infinity Ultron up to +2 power. So he'll be a 6/8. That makes him, like, slightly less embarrassing as your turn 5 play, but it's still not very good. I would be surprised if that's enough to put him over the top. So our goal of design in this deck, if you haven't seen it before, is we have Wave and Luna Snow to accelerate into Blink or Isan ahead of time. And because our deck is structured where Isan is our only card that costs more than 3, Blink always turns Wave or Luna into Isan for us. It's also a buff to his redstone too, right? It's a buff to 2 of the stones technically. But you're also just not getting one of those stones a pretty significant amount of the time, yeah? Glenn confirmed Strange cares about who created the card. No way. That can't be real. He doesn't eat your opponent's. It is a fun effect on Tuxie. He doesn't eat your opponent's like debris rocks and stuff. And he won't eat like ninjas off the board. Strange cares about whether a card was created and whether Strange and the created card have the same owner. My goodness. That's awful. No, wait, owner? Wait, owner, Strange and the created card have the same owner. No, wait. No, that's fine. I think you're misinterpreting that. Owner is not creator. Yeah. I think you're big, chat. Yeah, owner means whichever side it's on. Yeah, stop it. Don't be dumb, chat. Oh, yeah. That post is actually Glenn confirming the opposite of what chat was asking for. Yes, odor, it's different than Magic the Gathering for Magic the Gathering heads. It's exactly correct. We doxied their doxy, chat. I do like the line on the X's going through the 2 of them in the nameplate. It's very slick and clean looking. I think this is a Hoaglandian. Still doing Conquest after all. We're playing viewer decks now, and Conquest is less competitive than the latter. The current Marvel Snap format's a little brutal, so I would like to play in the more forgiving cube. If I think of viewer deck, like the next one we have a request to play, Dirty 30 She-Hulk, I might play that one on the ladder because I think it's alright. But this is a request for White Queen plus Isan, which is C plus an absolute best copium. Maybe I should have taken a mulligan on this location. Hey, Hollywood, thanks for the 2 years. I got so excited for her to generate a good card for a minute, and then I realized, oh wait. He's a lot less good when he gets created this way. Well, at least Adelan's bad for them as well. I feel like there's jokes to be made about Toxie's animation, but I'm gonna let him go for now. Is Toxie okay? Are any of us okay, chat? 2025's been a hell of a year. I think I want to copy a Fastos. I'm gonna Madam Web the left here so we can dance Isan around. I think it's this, and then I get another 5 or 6 over here on the right. Stiggy, thank you for the 5 years. Appreciate you shipping a couple of Jeffrey Bezos dollar dues this way again. Good afternoon, almost good evening here. Drinking 11 in the middle, up to 18. I assume we're dead. Yeah, they bailed out of the rape. So I could have won with Luna Snow on the right and then Isan Wave in the middle. Would have given me enough there. God, that Toxie animation is really something else. Apologies, opponent. I need you to click, opponent, so I can undo my mistake. They're waiting for me to leave, but I pushed the wrong button. My family knows. Great shame. Any luck with Strange Supreme? Well, that would be impressive considering he doesn't release until 23 hours from now. So if you find someone having success with Strange Supreme, you should definitely report them to Second Dinner. What's better, buffed Infinity Ultron or Strange Supreme? I would be surprised if buffed Ultron is a good card. Strange Supreme might be okay. Maybe, big maybe. Well, I will say the short-term repercussion of Strange Supreme is that if you don't enjoy playing against clog decks, you're probably going to have a bad time later this week. I do not, in fact, enjoy clog. Interesting. When is Pocket moving away from the Darkrai Giratina meta? I think we're getting a card pack when their ranked ladder rolls over at the end of the month, but we'll see. Honestly, I was pretty happy for Snap Drops, not only for the viewer count boost, but also to have an excuse to take a chill pill on Pocket. Their current metagame is... Man, you think tech cards are toxic gamers? Let me tell you about basic EX Pokemon. Oh no! Danger, Isan! Danger, danger! Alright, it would appear to be a not Isan game. Fast drops. Did Darasite off already? Oh yep, looks like Darasite off. That's funny. It's funny how predictable it is. Welcome to Hoaglandia, gamer. Good to have you here. There's no extra fast drops here or anywhere else on Twitch.tv. Gotta watch the full 6 hours to get your goodies. There's no shortcuts. Unlucky. So it's so funny. I will go basically all day without it happening, and like he logs off, and it's just like, oh yeah, here's someone trickling in.
Opponent snapped.
Not to sound like every gamer on the internet, but I think Pocket will not be long for this world if they continue on the current trajectory. I think Pocket is absolutely too big to fail, but I think they will definitely bleed some of their more dedicated players from a play perspective if they continue to release 9 to 10 EX Pokemon every month. But yeah, to say the least, if Pocket continues on their current trajectory, their in-game economy is going to be one of the worst around. Oh, shoot. I messed up the order. I wanted to blink into Isan. Yeah, shoot. Although, with MODOK as a generated card, maybe I actually don't want to blink into Isan. Yikes. Yeah, the Isan experience of getting a Destroyer last game and then a MODOK this game and just being like, kind of can't play the card my deck's spaced around. It's just like, yes, the reason why this card's probably not very good. Crimson Bear, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. I appreciate you repping that prime. Welcome back. Aimless, thank you for the 21 months. Yeah, no drops are currently appearing in anybody's client. The problem is not you, it's either Twitch or Marvel Snap. My money's on Marvel Snap, if I'm being honest. Don't you do it, Isan! Don't you do it!
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever! We take those. We take those. Is the fast drops question a legitimate one, or is it Dara's troll for his community? When you go into Dara's chat, his fast drops command is set up, so the amount of time it tells you get your fast drops for is the amount of time you've been following his channel. So you can actually see that a lot of the people who are activating the fast drops in his chat are people who are new to his community and have followed him very recently because of drops. So what we refer to as the "it's just a joke" with Dara's fast drop thing is what I like to refer to as Schrodinger's asshole. And Schrodinger's asshole is a phenomenon where someone does something that's deeply shitty, and when you call them out on doing that deeply shitty thing, people say, "Whoa, it's just a joke, bro. Why can't you take a joke? Don't be so serious." However, if you're a new person coming in and you believe it, you're gonna sit there and watch Dara's stream for longer, so it makes him more money. So if you're someone who's new coming in, and you believe the grift, that's great. Sit there and make him more money. But also, if you understand that it's a lie and a grift, whoa, it's just a joke. Why can't you take a joke, bro? The it's just a joke doesn't really play when the outcome of the joke is making someone a profit at the cost of someone not understanding something. Also, jokes are supposed to be funny, not just, like, lie to people who don't understand a system. Just so we're clear. It's true of my stream and Dara's stream and everybody else who has a bunch of extra viewers, like during drops, right? Like a lot of these viewers, a chunk of them are like regular viewers who have been in and around for a while, but a number of them are people who are just like who are here for the first time, right? A lot of them are people who have never been on Twitch before. Twitch drops brings a lot of people into the Twitch ecosystem for the first time. There are people making new accounts coming from either YouTube or from seeing it inside of the Snap client itself and coming here to grab a freebie because they saw it. Has anybody asked about the drops not showing up in the team questions section yet on the Discord? I feel like someone should do that before their workday is over. It does feel very strange that Madam Web on Onslaught Citadel doesn't let you move extra cards, I agree. Wait, Gamer, it's not how that works. All right, I'm gonna wave again because I want Isan. Do I want Isan? God, I got a bad generated card again. My opponent has realized that their wave doesn't work. They had the third energy from Tinker's Workshop, but then we only have 3 again on turn 3. Stack Overflow, thanks for the 14 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, so if people are just coming in, your drops are progressing and you can click claim on them in your Twitch inventory, but to my knowledge, no one in chat has shared that their claimed items have showed up in their Twitch inbox, in their Snap inbox yet. My personal ones haven't come through, and when I asked earlier, I was like, hey, has anybody had theirs come through yet? We got 0 yeses, so. Unless that's changed in the last hour or so, to my knowledge, no drops have come through for anyone. They've been completed for a little bit. Drop cycle started at 7 a.m. Central this morning, which was almost 9 hours ago. So a number of us have been done for a little bit now. Hey, Dale, thanks for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. They showed up on the mobile app for you. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe on the next ad break, I'll load on my cell phone and see if they're there. When you say claim, you mean they were in your Snap inbox on iOS General, or you claimed through the Twitch app? Oh, through the Twitch app. Okay, yeah, that's not what we're talking about. So, just for reference. Oh my goodness, this is our last game with Isan. It's actually comical at this point how many times we've put him out and just like have had a miserable can't play this generated card in my hand. Like it's been almost every game. Blink the void. That's not how this works, gamer. That's not how any of this works. All right, nobody panic. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We got this. We got this. I believe. I believe. I believe. It would work in paper, dude. Oh my goodness! It's another card that's terrible with Isan. Oh my goodness. Okay, he didn't pull the Zola and he didn't pull the Enchantress. This is great. I think everything worked out far better than expected. I'm actually just gonna move the Isan so he can't screw us. I'm just gonna move the Isan so he can't screw us. Tech cards, baby, tech cards. Yeah. Holiest Moliest. Thank you for being the holiest Moliest here in Hoaglandia for over 2 years. Welcome back. All right, we have a request to do some She-Hulk Infinite shenanigans when we return. Did I import that actually? I thought I looked at that one and thought about importing it. Did I? What I did not. I was close though. All right, we're gonna play some She-Hulk Infinite when I return. We're gonna tap an ad roll in the meantime, in between time, but I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a caffeine so we'll be streaming for a good long while. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're still floating around 3,000 people, and I plan to be here as long as we've got a bunch of folks chilling. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Hey, Fourth Wall, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of great people on Twitch you can send that to every month. Appreciate you supporting my stuff with it. Trying to make any changes to this? I think I was pretty happy with this last time around. I think the last time we played this, Suitor was still getting +3 though. Thaddeus with only 2 10 power things. So I would make what I feel is the compelling argument that Thaddeus is actually significantly better when you have fewer 10+ power things in your deck, because he becomes a more predictable card for you. Is a kind of ideal setup. Is the fewer things you have for Thaddeus to draw for you, the more likely he is to know what he's going to pick up for you. And sure, you're gonna get into spots where like you have Thaddeus and happen to have both of them, but like if you have She-Hulk and Infinite, you're probably in a good spot anyways and can afford to have your 2/2 be bricked. Is Hope better than Luna? Probably. Is that Pure Leaf Unsweet Tea? It is Pure Leaf Unsweet Tea. They are my caffeine of choice. Well, these are certainly locations. We're probably cooked. I just have 2 free ways to get into the center. You played any Pixie decks worth slapping together? I think Pixie Gore is very reasonable. You can find a highlight of that on the Jeff Hoagland channel. It was in a best decks roundup 1 or 2 weeks ago. I forget which one. Pretty consistently all right metrics. Gosh, if Sanctum wasn't here, this draw would be so reasonable. If we draw Infinite, I might be able to cope into stay. I gotta go. There was a world where like we go She-Hulk, Infinite, and like win here and here, but just not happening.
Escaped.
Mojo World. I feel like that could go either way for us. Let's play out Suitor. I think there's gonna be a turn 7 this game, gamers. Very, very real possibility that there is a turn 7 involved in what's going to be occurring on your screen. Let's see what kind of magic deck they are. Clog, yep. Sunspot's alright against Clog in theory. Otherwise, we're typically waiting till turn 6 to 7 to play our cards out, which is not necessarily ideal. Them green goblining my Sunspot path is certainly a decision they are allowed to make. Sort of like Cannonball or Shang-Chi me whatever on the left, and then we'll win here and here, I imagine. Cool. This kid's got no respect. My big ladies are here. Classic She-Hulk smash energy. Yeah, you could just play armor in the Thaddeus spot. You'll be slightly less consistent because you'll have a little bit less access to She-Hulk and Infinite in particular, but deck's definitely playable without him. It existed before him. But armor's a fine card that this deck is happy to have.
Minions to me.
What about Adam Warlock? I think you have a somewhat hard time triggering Adam. I think I would be more inclined to play something like Armor. I don't think you're going to draw from Adam very frequently. Do you think Hulk gaining power while in the deck would be enough of a buff to that archetype? Or would it be too much? I'd be surprised if it would be too much. In fact, my gut would be I don't know if it's enough to put it back on the map. Yeah, for Haivo. I think that would be a worthwhile change to roll it back to. Yeah, armor's fine over Thaddeus in this deck because not only of Shang-Chi, but you're also a Sunspot deck, and there's plenty of Killmongers running around. Well, what if I do this and then I pass next turn? Hey, Raging Oso, thank you for the entire year of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, I think we're just on the... They could also be a Reality Stone deck here too. Well, they're obviously a Reality Stone deck because they're Thanos. They could have Reality Stone here as well. Would you roll back Wasp as well? Yeah, I think you could probably roll back Wasp as well. It's been a long time since Haiva was an omnipresent threat. What's the best home for Lockjaw? Probably Thor stuff, but that deck's real mediocre. Was Old Wasp. Old Evo Wasp used to give 2 penalties. Holy, that's a copy of Angel. That's a copy of Angel, gamers. Airship. Nope, they're just Thanos Destroy. They are assuredly a Killmonger deck, yeah. If I think 10 has me covered, do I play Thaddeus out? It's gonna be 10 here as well. Armor would have been correct. I mean, Armor's a generically reasonable card. Like, there are plenty of Shang-Chis and Killmongers running around that this deck is happy to have counterplay into them. Thaddeus is just a consistency card. Honestly, you could even consider if you have Thaddeus and you, like, want to hedge the tech cards, you could consider swapping it for Ham and have your disruption be a little bit more protective as well instead of just proactive. It's a very reasonable spot to be. Armor mitigates some location variance as well. Yeah, that's true. Accurate.
Victory.
What did they discard? They discarded Hela. Nice Marvel Snap deck. Well, I was gonna debate whether or not I wanted to play Titania here. Now I don't. Now I don't have to. I'm like, God bless us, everyone. Hey, Yamp, thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Captain Carter Enjoyer. War Machine undoes Toxie's downside, yes, but Toxie's upside isn't really enough to warrant playing War Machine, I don't think. Because, like, she doesn't have synergy with any of the other cards you'd want to play in a War Machine deck. Yeah, that's true too. There's also a decent chance that if you have War Machine in your hand, that Toxie just hits War Machine. Didn't think about it from that perspective either. She's just such a clean example of cards I really wish they would have taken bigger swings on in recent memory. Like, does this card break the metagame and dominate everything if she gives +3 to both of these cards? Not remotely, right? Like she's a 2/7 with downside. Like 2/7 with downside, like that's like on rate with something like a Sam Wilson. Only Galacta is allowed to +3. I mean, honestly, it feels that way, yeah. This never wins the game, right? I just play something big here. So we need to be 10? Alright, Cope. Oh, got him. They did the classic forgot to subtract Jeff's points, I bet. We've all been there. Speaking as a person who's moved many a baby land shark, I would bet this was mental math. I'm adding Shaw to the number that was here and not subtracting what Jeff is moving out. Look at that! I didn't know our snap points could move up. That hasn't happened much this season. Trying to play with Carter and Infinity Ultra has been rough.
This just in.
Brood means our Killmonger senses are tingling. Very common surfer card. I think I need to play out Titania so that way I can copy my She-Hulk here, is the plan. So I think I pass, and then next turn I can go Surtur, Shuri, She-Hulk, She-Hulk. Is that enough? They could be an Odin deck. Oh, I don't know that 24 is enough for the center. We did take their Sebastian Shaw away with the ham. I'm over committing left if they Killmonger me. I'll limp for one, I think. Sometimes these decks don't have room for Killmonger. Good amount of points.
Are ye worthy?
I think we're a favorite here, but not a guarantee.
Are ye
Yeah, more of those to the right, please. Oh, that's funny, because Odin powered himself and triggered sooner. Surtur. Cute.
victory?
Truefist, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate you re-upping that Prime my way. Welcome back. I gotta close this tab. I made the mistake of scrolling the comments on my latest Pokemon Pocket video just now. I just want you to know, someone unironically left the comment that, and I quote, Mars is the most underrated card in Pokemon Pocket currently. Which I think is actually, for people who don't play the game, is deeply funny, because I actually think it's been probably the most overrated card in that game since it released. Which is really, really amusing to hear someone call it incredibly underrated, because it has the supporter Mars. Oh gosh. She-Hulk. She-Hulk doesn't trigger Surtur now. That's so sad. I want to play both of these here or play the other one here so that way I don't have priority so I can dodge Hazmat going into the last turn. I think is my plan. If I play Surtur here, it's going to get penalized by Diamondback and Hazmat, so I think it's this. So I'm adding 2 on the left. I don't think I can beat Miles plus Ajax is the problem here. I guess this beats Ajax middle, Miles left, but they could sequence those in a different way. I'll stay for 1. I think if they have Ajax Miles, they put them here and here. Ah, yeah, if you're missing Ajax, gotta go most of the time. I would love to put Nebula into the Thunderbolts Tower. Speaking of the Thunderbolts Tower, the previews for this this movie actually look like legitimately very good. It might be the first Marvel movie I go see in theaters in a hot minute. I guess Deadpool is technically a Marvel movie. Since Deadpool, I suppose. Is Reality Stone on the right? Dazzler, fair. Dazzler not getting tagged by Kahori here is actually a big deal because it means that Spectrum only gets her to 10, which means she ties a She-Hulk. I think I'm staying here, question mark. I have my stuff. If they fill both of these and Spectrum, this is only 10, and then we go to Breaker. And I think I'm okay on Breaker. And they can't Luke Cage to get a bunch of points here while also making this big enough. So I think we're good. Yeah, Fantastic Four. It should be a good year for the MCU for the first time in a little while. I heard the Captain America was supposed to be reasonable too. I didn't get a chance to see that one in theaters though.
Knowledge is
Hello! Can you understand me?
People don't respect this deck, like, at all. It's crazy how frequently people snap you and then lose all 3 lanes. It's just been so long since most people have been like She-Hulk Infinited. Chimichanga makes White Hot Room scary. Our deck's definitely not good at filling that up. A swig of Jack before he has to face his next opponent. Listen, you try reading Twitch chat for 10 hours straight, and then you judge how I drink. I feel like I still want to get rid of this. Does an 8-power thing eating a chimichanga trigger a Surtur? It does. In fact, if you chimichanga anything that's gonna be 10 after the changa, it triggers Surtur. Surtur does not get power if Sunspot hits 10, because Sunspot's not coming into play. Cassandra, Nova, and they're also a magic deck. Yeah, Mr. Negative's a good bet, I think. I think we're cooked. Trying to like finagle in my brain. No, they're not Arishem. What the line is here? I think the line to victory involves running She-Hulk Infinite off the top here. Is what it comes down to. In either order. Confirmed, Mr. Negative Enjoyer. Don't have to play around Mystique. Yeah, and I think when that's not She-Hulk or Infinite, game like this really hammering home why Thaddeus, I think, is a value add to this deck. Like, while you can play it without him, he adds a key bit of consistency just because it's so important you have not only one, but both of those for your best draws. Thankfully, our opponent having absolutely no idea how to snap with their deck, so we would have probably left even if they snapped before the Jane, but we like absolutely leave after they snap the Jane, right? Just as a general lesson for people who are newer to snap and aren't familiar with optimal snapping, you should be pressing the snap button before your powerful play is apparent, not after. In fact, our opponent was probably supposed to, if they were going to snap the turn before they played Mr. Negative and confirmed that's what they were doing for us. We had an inclination, but I think the turn before the negative flipped up was the last chance I would consider calling a snap. Jane Foster drew three inverted cards. Should we stay? Hard to tell. Could go either way, really. I mean, they're definitely a Shang deck, right? Got me. They're playing Marvel Snap, so yes. Yeah, basically. I think it's this into... I could Shuri into Hope to draw She-Hulk, but I think this is better. It gives me more flexibility. It gives me more stats should we not draw She-Hulk. Endgame New York, obviously just a giant coin flip, no matter how you slice it.
Hello, so happy.
Assume 20's not going to be enough on the left. It was. It's crazy to me how frequently people stay in games that they lose to just Infinite. Like, I don't know how you ever remotely reasonably say in a game like this, we're just like Infinite in either. Like, I guess Juggernaut kicked him out of here, but like, he's just such a big boy. Well, this deck's certainly been sweet. I'm gonna do 2 sets with it because I'm enjoying it. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. If you'd like to get another viewer deck submission played on stream today, we've got some slots for those. The link is pinned above the Twitch chat for anybody that wants to submit something. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out here today with us. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna BRB for a second and fill my water bottle up, gamers. Whoop. Hey, Zoidborg. Thanks for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Volts for a drop are a joke. I mean, they're only a joke if you're living on Marvel Snap. And if you're living on Marvel Snap, you probably don't need the little bit of extra progress. You are correct. Well, like some of us decided to sleep over the weekend and not refresh every cycle. Getting Noxy with a little bit more wiggle room is nice. I'm grateful for the volts. So I don't have to panic or spend gold. Yep. It's nice to have a little bit of clearance. There was another sigil leak. There was, in fact, another sigil leak. Oh, what a lovely spot for my favorite ham. Very solid hand for us here now. We get to go Hope into Moon Girl, copy She-Hulk. Ooh, now we have Infinite too. Yeah, the second sigil leak really highlighting the current Secretary of Defense's incredibly malicious incompetence, I think is the best way to describe it. Really hammers home that when conservatives say things like, they don't like DEI, oh, I'm a turn behind. They don't like DEI because they want to hire people based on merit. They're actually just racist. Because when they try to hire people based on merit, we end up with people like Pete as the Secretary of Defense. Thanks for that. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year sacrifice. We were talking about stuff, and I didn't realize I'm a turn behind now. I think we're dead. That's awkward. It was always racism, never fair. You're correct. It was always about being racist, but it's nice to have a good, clean, recent example of it. What a perfect sacrifice into Vormir. Is Spider-Ham being a perfect sacrifice into Vormir a flavor win or a flavor fail? What do we think? Thaddeus, unfortunately, not getting to draw anything here. Because we happen to have both our dorks in our hand. But again, like when we were talking about it earlier, when Thaddeus fails to draw something, it means our hand is really well set up for us, so it's not that big of a downside. So they are a Luke Cage deck here, FYI. What do we think of? What do we think of doing this to try and clog them left? Unlucky. Is this a perfect hand for this deck? There's no Sunspot. Means our hand's not bad, but Sunspot would add a pretty incredible amount of power if we'd have had it.
Hello.
There's definitely combinations of cards we lose to here, but I feel like we're in a pretty good spot overall. The Dow Jones is currently on track for its worst year since 1932. Which, for those of you who aren't history buffs, that's, was the worst year of the Great Depression. Are we great again yet? Can anybody like raise their hand and let me know when we are great again? They haven't Reality Stoned yet, right? Which I think means I can't magic. I guess I could magic the left. Probably not. What's our win rate? Has been absurd. We are 10-3 going into this game, so we've been clipping along. Yeah, I gotta bail.
Escaped.
If we could find a Sunspot, this hand's probably snappable. They didn't draw Agamotto on one. Interesting. Well then. Firehair makes this Gladiator a little bit more suspect, but there are a bunch of rocks in their deck in theory. Havoc. Yeah. How are you feeling about Strange Supreme? I'm just gonna keep saying my meme line of I think Strange Supreme has the potential to be the best card released so far this month. There's Daddy Thetty. I think I'm gonna snap, yeah. Get to drop Shuri like she's hot, and then pass into She-Hulk Infinite Titania. Unironically, I think some of the most powerful designs they consistently put out in Marvel Snap are 2 energy cards that scale in their stat lines. And Strange Supreme, while he scales in a kind of weird way, has potential to be one of those. It's a powerless pig! It's a powerless pig, chat. Through the power of great magic, it is a powerless pig. Thaddeus's animation reminds me of the airdrop from Bloons TD6. It totally does. I hadn't parsed that, but you're right. That's super what it looks like. So this is 24, 29, and then 30 in the middle. Okay, here's a real question, though. Can they ever compete in the center here? Or am I supposed to go 44 here and 25 middle? Is Strange Supreme a clog card? Almost assuredly. I think it's this, actually, yeah? I think it's this. I think it's this. Juggernaut could get us, maybe. If they jug mid and these don't go left. I guess they need Juggernaut plus more stats, though, yeah? It feels good to have a good session with an off-meta deck because, man, our brews have just been taking a beating this month. Trying to brew with Infinity Ultron and Captain Carter has just been a miserable downward slide. Shout out to Comics Cave for sending this one in. Good suggestion to revisit. It's been fun. Oh no! Did we run out of opponents, chat? Everyone heard we were 11-4 with the She-Hulks and they noped out? Man, I wish my hand was good enough to justify playing this here, but I think I don't want to cut myself off of drawing She-Hulk. If you are missing Thaddeus, you should play armor in his slot. He'll be trading consistency for technology, essentially. What do we think of Sunspot into Shuri? Into Pass, into Infinite? Think I'm into it? I think I'm staying. It's so close, but I think I'm staying. We can get savaged by a Juggernaut. Oh, wow. That was actually a really good beat for us. I feel like Shang-Chi's not getting played that much right now. You're right. Shang-Chi's play rate's at an all-time low in recent memory. It's only at 31%. Yeah, very, very big expansion diff here. The big question is, can we manage to have priority going into turn 6 just by Nebula and soaking on Sunspot? Alright, so assuredly +5 in one of these is enough, yes? I mean, if they Juggernaut me here, I'm still 50% to win the game, yeah? So, they're dead? Cool. I think that's the thing that surprised me the most while we're playing this deck today, chat. It's actually incredible to me how many people have stayed in, like, 4-cubers in games where they're literally just dead to me playing Infinite. Like, it's just like, have people, like, not played against this card enough in recent memory that just, like, is deleted from their Marvel Snap reads? Like, there's been so many games in the last hour where we're just like, I mean, Infinite wins a lot of the time. Do they have something that beats it? It's just like, nope, they just stayed in the game where they were dead to the Infinite. Like, sometimes it's, like, somewhat understandable, because, like, I'll have, like, a flurry of She-Hulks and stuff with it, too. But, like, that last game was, like, just Infinite. Here's my guy. This person was playing Symbiote Spider-Man Black Panther combo last time we played them, which is a bad matchup for us, I would wager. Dream Dimension's probably not incredible for them, though. Although I guess the points off of this could change that. So you have a hard hand size limit of 7 in this game. Sunspot? Oh, I guess that works. And I was going to say, you're copy from left to right. So I really wanted to be able to play another card out here so we could copy She-Hulk. I think I put Surtur over here so that way we have stats everywhere.
I'm about to juice this up.
Howdy, Fendor. Good evening. How big's their cat? It's like, let's say it got 1 plus 2. It'd be 20, it'd be 40. I'm beating Cat into Zola by stacking all of my points in the center, right? It'd be 48, and I'd be at, no, I'd only be at 42. Alright, I'm gonna give them their cube. Their deck is a better linear deck than ours while being worse against tech cards, so our points output is smaller because we're resilient to things like Shang. But because they're just all in, their total output range is bigger than ours consistently. Were you counting Galacta? I was counting Galacta. Black Panther is a base 5, and then I assumed it had 2 from one of the others, and then 3 from a Galacta gives it 10, so the first double puts it to 20, and then when they Zolite it goes to 40. So 48 was the number I had to try and beat in the center. I'm going to snap on turn 1 with this hand, because we have Sunspot, and we have Thaddeus and Magic, so if Thaddeus grabs Infidant, we're in a very, very good spot. And the Subterranea makes it more likely that Thaddeus gets to draw a card. I think one of my favorite parts about playing this deck is how little you care about Dream Dimension. Is Armor better than Warlock as a replacement for Ross? I think so. This deck isn't good at enabling Adam Warlock. It's very, very unlikely that Adam draws you a card ever. Hey, look, they finally bricked it. Oh my goodness! Oh, that was a Mysterio we porked. A Mysterio that had 2 Gwenpool triggers on it. Oh, Ham is so... I don't know how much Spider Ham you're playing at home, but whatever amount it is, it's not enough. Like, on the list of cards that, like, win you the game on the spot when it flips up with some frequency, Spider Ham is towards the top. It's so good. That game puts us to 13-5 with this pile of cards this afternoon. I would love to put Nebula into the tower. Ravonna. I bet a lot of Ravonna decks are kind of medium matchups for us. We haven't played her a ton. But Ravonna decks tend to make big linear numbers. And our deck is kind of trading power for the ability to duck tech cards. Which is a good spot to be in this metagame, but I think it means you're a little bit behind against the decks that are going over the top of you. Has Surtur felt good / integral to this build? I mean, he's good, but he's replaceable, I would wager. I think I'm staying. There's a chance that Spider Ham catches them, and if I draw She-Hulk, our hand's okay. This is a Mr. Negative we're sad. It's probably Mr. Negative. Yeah. I think I want to pork them, and I think I want a Sunspot. Which means I'm just not playing these stones out. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That does not guarantee us the win by any means, but it means I don't have to auto-retreat, which is nice. I think this is one of the matchups where I don't want to magic. Like, I think turn 7's better for them than us. Hello, hello. Dee, 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 dee. It's funniest actually. It's funny actually. Thaddeus doesn't draw us a card anymore. Yeah. We haven't seen all 3 of the cards in their hand are inverted right now, yeah? Or is it 2? They have two negative cards? I don't know that a combination of Infinite and Titania ever end up getting here. It's only 25 on the right. Even a regular Iron Man, even non-negative Iron Man, non-negative Mystique are good here, because they have Ravona.
Escaped.
I think even if the She-Hulk had gotten fished up there, we're probably still supposed to leave. The opponent's last deck is like the top sweaty linear deck in the metagame right now. If you're looking to not play tech cards, it's the #1 deck to not play tech cards in. It's been consistently at the top of the charts for, gosh, probably a better part of the last month now. I'm surprised how much Ajax we've been running into. I guess there isn't a ton of Luke Cage. Also feels a little bit like a self-fulfilling prophecy to a degree. Got Infinity Ultron up to 192 and use Zola to make 2 of him. That's probably a high score. I think it's unlikely that they rug pull the limbo, so we can stay for a turn here and see what they do.
Hello.
So if I put 3 penalized things into play, they go to 24 here. And this puts me to 23 and then 27. I think they don't play here because they feel good about it. And if they move the shield here... Well, I guess moving shield here beats me here, yeah? So it would come down to, is plus 11 good enough in the middle? It might be.
Hello.
Oh wow, they played left. That's bad for me. Alright, so we lost our coin flip. If I put Infinite right or She-Hulk left, they just lose horribly. Maybe I'm supposed to assume... Yeah, I think my She-Hulk play in the center was wrong. Well, I guess they're at 18 there. If I don't play the She-Hulk center, I'm only at 24, but their deck also just doesn't really have any numbers in it, right? If we don't play Titania, would we have also won? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I suppose. But the not playing Titania loses to them playing Luke plus high Evo left and then moving the shield right, yeah? I'd have lost left and right. So that's still just a flip. I think assuming they don't put more in the Ajax lane is generally a good read. Stream sniped, man. I don't know. There were pretty even parts there that we lost versus one. Sunspot was the best draw in my deck by a significant margin. Speaking of things that automatically feel spooky, Nova, thank you for the quarter of a year. I appreciate it. Welcome back. They playing like hella? Like, what's the snapback with no plays till 3?
Face the might of Asgard.
No, we parked a beta rebuild, yeah? Ready for tech card soup. Yeah, I mean, they can't shang me in every path, right? Famous last words. Am I being punked? Is Ashton Kutcher about to jump out? They're gonna Zola me. I mean, I guess, but this beats Zola, right? What is a real Marvel Snap card that beats this? Can someone name me a real Marvel, like any Marvel Snap card? Any Marvel Snap card. Name one. Name two. Give me two and I'll retreat. Maybe. I don't even know if I'd leave if you give me two. Like, what's a real card they're playing that loses me the game? Juggernaut. How does Juggernaut get me? Absorbing Man, Shadow King. I don't even think that's true, right? Because I have 9 power here in the center still. Fire Hair plus Misery. Okay. Fire Hair plus Misery would get me. Oh, well, now I'm terrified.
Hello, so happy.
Mjolnir, to me.
Oh my goodness! They top decked the hammer! What a fucking chode! Christ on a cracker. And their play lost to literally anything in the center. Alright, I'm gonna tap an ad break and move on after a couple of salty, spooky losses. That's a very, very sad end to the... And remember, they snapped me back as they were playing this. They snapped me back as they played that before they redrew the hammer. This deck was fun. We won significantly more than we lost, I think, even despite losing 12 cubes at the end to our opponent having some shifty business. We came out ahead, so it's a neat one. If you're missing Thaddeus, I think I would play Armor. Armor in his slot gives you trades consistency for some anti-tech card stuff. There's plenty of tech cards. Hope can sub for Luna Snow if you have her, but I think you need one of those too. I don't know what you'd replace Surtur with. Maybe it's just like Cosmo or another anti-tech card, but his numbers are pretty reasonable and solid. All right, have some adverts. We'll see you on the backside with the different deck list. Thanks for hanging out. Man, the real spooky part about that last one is honestly the snapback, because like they're not remotely in a position where they can snap back there unless they know exactly what we're doing. And maybe they're just one of those people who's just like, you don't snap me, I snap you. Push the button. Could have been it for sure. We finished 13 and 8 and plus 11 cubes despite losing. We were plus 23 cubes before those last two spooky ones. Freaking rip. Agile Deation, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Sealed X, thanks for the 3 months in advance. I plan to be here. Appreciate you keeping me around. Lego! Thank you for the 17. Lord Odin with the 32 months. Appreciate the primer. What do we want to play, gamers? Do I feel like trying to maneuver this around a giant landmine field of tech cards? I've had this in my deck editor for a while, and every time I load it up, every time I look at it, I'm just like, nah, not today. I don't feel like trying to maneuver through Shang-Chi's and Shadow Kings and everything else. That's true, actually. We've been live for 10.5 hours. This is probably a first thing in the morning deck. This is a first thing in the morning deck for sure. We'll save this one for later this week. This could be an okay Yippee-ki-yay deck. I've been meaning to revisit Khonshu. Let's do some of this. It's had pretty okay stats since Khonshu dropped. My big take, I am confident that some form of Apocalypse MODOK discard is good. I am skeptical that Khonshu is optimal in this deck, I think is my takeaway. I want to play some games and see if that feels realistic. We should play some Victoria-handed Frigga. That sounds good, comics. I'll check that out after we're done with this one. Read. Well, if we don't hit MODOK, Corvus plus Colleen does like a do your best MODOK impersonation. Electro Killmonger. Are they about to Lady Death Strike the center? Or Misery, perhaps? They probably are a Galactus deck, yeah. Am I getting Goblin on the left? Yeah. I mean, this ties Galactus. Yeah, oh, this beats Galactus. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a stay. Actually, am I supposed to do this? This still beats Galactus left, but it hedges my points everywhere else. Right, it gives me 18 on the left. What if they play Galactus right? If they play Galactus on the right, I'm winning 66% of the time. Cool. Should have gambled on the right, bud. I guess maybe playing Scorn here is wrong. Maybe playing Scorn here is wrong and I just shouldn't. If I play, well, I guess if I play Scorn here, I beat Galactus 100% of the time, yeah? Because even if we discard Gambit, we had to put 9 here. We won this game, but my Scorn position was wrong. I should have Scorned right to hedge Galactus on either side. cards in our deck that we don't want to bleed on turn 1. Sad. Dang it, Bobby. I think we're supposed to leave. Am I? It's so close. I could also honestly Drac into MODOK. I think we lose to bigger linear decks here. I think Hela counts as a bigger linear deck.
Are ye worthy?
Minions to me.
You're doing what for me, Ghost Rider? It's not very appropriate. Yeah, we're probably supposed to leave when they snap on 3.
Escaped.
Well, we're definitely not bleeding the Corvus. I think I'm bleeding the Gambit to try and get points for Asgard Besieged here. It also helps Corvus focus down these 2. Nice. Marvel Retreat, my favorite game. Who doesn't love some good old-fashioned Marvel Retreat? Means we can Colleen Wing on curve here, which is nice. Ooh. You know, I don't actually know that I want to bin Khonshu twice here. Because if you bin Khonshu a 3rd time by mistake, he just goes away. Gap, thank you for the almost 6.5 years. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Well, they don't have Kitty Pride yet, at least. After Infinite, points are extra made up though, right? Other than Life EV, what's the benefit to retreating? I mean, intentionally taking your MMR puts you into different matchmaking brackets. Is a real thing. And my MMR is high enough that I get a copious amounts of bots on my way back up to Infinite. Which makes my climb a little different. Movie Man, thanks for the entire year. Welcome back. Though you had a floor when you hit Infinite. So, and this is something that's really important to understand, is that your MMR matchmaking rating and your... Oh, you're saying there's a floor on your MMR inside of Infinite. I don't think... I'm pretty sure you could go lower. I don't know the full details on that, but I'm pretty sure it goes lower than what you entered at. You're right. You're right that there's something that makes people unable to intentionally throw it all the way into the dirt. All right, that's their Iron Patriot card. That's a pretty good one with Shuri's Lab and Elsa. So far, our copy of Khonshu not looking terribly impressive. He's literally got nothing to reanimate here. Seabiscuit, thanks for upping that Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Because a 612, that's as strong as the Hulk. That's true, you know. So give me 14 on the right and 29 in the middle and 46 on the left. Hold him for one, see how it goes. They're probably a tech card bush deck, so we probably just like eat a Shang on the left and die. Sure, that too. Tech card bush confirmed. Oh, Marvel Snap. Juggernaut has definitely lived long enough to be one of Marvel Snap's greatest villains. There was a very long window where he didn't see a ton of play. And, certainly... certainly one of the best cards in the current metagame. I don't understand this build at all either. That's why I wanted to play some games with it. So far, the inclusion of Khonshu has felt awkward and bad. It has good metrics, and the thing I want to gain some experience playing with it is, does this have good metrics just because Apocalypse discard is good, or does it have good metrics because Khonshu is good in the deck? And that's not really something you can sort out just from the looking at the data on Untapped. Yeah, this is a spot where finding Khonshu would be nice because he would bring Morbius back, but that happened because of Sokovia. Not really because of something our deck is doing, right? Lovely. Can win the 50-50 and get the score on here. Nice. I want to spread my points a little bit because they are a Reality Stone deck, so this Nexus isn't guaranteed to be on the board at the end of the game. Well, other than a Red Guardian, I can't see how we lose this. Famous last words, yeah.
I am born.
People are so deeply and stupidly tech card brained, it's insane. Which is probably part of the reason why this discard deck with or without Khonshu is good, because people are just like, derp derp, play my tech card. Here's my Dracula. Red Guardian, I think Red Guardian's play rate's kind of low, right? Shang-Chi's as popular as ever. Where's Red at? Yeah, Red Guardian's still at 26%. Yeah, the most popular cards in Marvel Snap in order right now for a good chunk of Infinite are Sam Wilson at 44%, Shang-Chi at 30%. I'm surprised Iron Patriot is still 28. That's wild. And then Red Guardian at 26. I guess Gambiting actually isn't good. I can't kill this, and I don't want to kill either of those. Enchantress is in the 10 most played cards in Marvel Snaps meta right now. Is Juggernaut as well, or is Juggernaut number 11? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Enchantress is 9, and Juggernaut is 11. Just so many freaking tech cards in this game at the moment. I'm gonna gamble on Gambit. I've got 1, 2, kind of 3 decent hits, and this is a neutral hit at this point. I actually don't want to break my Ice Cube because it insulates Dracula against, what's his name? Red Guardian. Ha! Alright, now that's funny right there. That's the good stuff, gamers. Alright, so this then. This gives us 12, 18 over here. They haven't played their demon yet. Is this crazy? What if I don't play the Scorn and we play for the center to give ourselves the best chance to put more points on the left? So I don't think we could win the right, but I think we could win the left. Is this local man about to be Enchantress? Oh yeah, every time. Every time, gamer. Stem is really fun. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Oh, hoo-ha, hey. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Beep, 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 beep-do-do-do-do. Good game! Good game, Carlos. Good game. I think you played your tech card really well. Good game. This opponent was playing Misery Thors with Shadow King earlier. And they just snapped us back for the sake of snapping us back, so I think they're just that type of person. Where they're snapping us back for the sake of snapping us back. I think is likely the case. They did this to us earlier too. And I was like, that's a little weird. But that's what it was. They're just snapping back for the sake of doing it. I think with the Colleen Wing draw and losing the Proxima, I wing rather than Corvus here, question mark. Although I guess the upside to Corvusing is it gives us something to do with Khonshu, but we're not guaranteed to have Khonshu either, right?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I did see that due to licensing issues, the Marvel Magic sets won't be on Magic Arena or Moto with the Marvel artwork. It's super funny. Made me chuckle. An amazingly dumb move by Watsy. I mean, to be fair, that sounds like a decision made by Disney lawyers more so than Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, the Marvel sets are standard legal. So they have to do all their own artwork for their digital ones because they're standard legal. Which is hilarious. It's just funny. The flub on WotC's part is letting it get this far before realizing that. I don't know. Maybe they realized it for a while and they're just sharing with everyone now, but it's definitely a mess no matter how you slice it. The Hoogie is back. Back from where? Where did I go? Was Apocalypse Mid do it? Apocalypse Mid plus a Scorn trigger going here could win it. I don't hate that.
Union to me.
Okay, so it's gonna come down to a coin flip here on where this goes.
To me.
Nice. Get our 8 cubes back from this person from earlier. Were we winning the breaker? No, we were not winning the breaker. Every day you go upstairs, sometimes you come back the next day. That's true. Accurate. A coin flip in my Marvel Snap? It's more likely than you think. So far, this deck has felt very reasonable when we're not dying to Enchantress, but Khonshu hasn't been doing anything for us. Do I Blade to take the guaranteed hit on Khonshu? I don't think so. I think I'd rather just be energy efficient. Oh, that's perfect, because now I get to play this out and then Dracula next turn before he gets discarded. Although if he got discarded, Khonshu would finally do something for us. Yeah, but I believe, chat. This is Khonshu's game. He's gonna bring it. We're probably not supposed to stay here, but I just really need to see if Khonshu does anything. I think it's really funny when people complain about a content creator complaining. I think is actually just the funniest thing possible. I also think it's an interesting framing that me pointing out that the tech cards are omnipresent and the Enchantress is what beat us is viewed as me complaining, because in reality I'm just stating something that's true and something that happened, but you viewing it through that me stating this as negative while also saying it's a good thing is interesting, because you view it as a complaint but are also telling me it's something that needs to happen or is important to happen.
Apocalypse.
Okay. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
I think we're just supposed to chill. Anything I can draw other than Scorn discards a card, which I think is fine. It's really funny that Khonshu dodged Corvus this game, though, yeah.
What
Let's
is this
paint-
deck all about?
Painfully amusing. This deck is about discarding our cards to make them better.
Discarding cards or to make them better. Ah, the deck with sacrifice cards for more power.
If I... Do I need to put MODOK here? They're probably just not competing here, right? So I think I play hard for here. And this gives me 7, and then this goes up to 16, and then I discard it again. It goes up to 20, so I'll be at 20, 21, 33, and they're at a virtual 25 plus another 3. They're at a virtual 28 here. So I think that means we have to go, because if I'm only doing this, yeah, there's a good chance they're also a Shang deck and this dies to Shang. But even just like putting our fingers in our ears and pretending tech cards don't exist for a minute, we can't even really cope stay here is my point, because I'm only getting to 33 with the stay, and they're virtually at +6, +3, which puts them to 28 here. So if I'm dying to a 6-pointer in the middle and I'm dying to a tech card, it's just time to go, right? So if we could maybe beat a reasonable amount of power center, we could be like, okay, maybe their Zabu deck doesn't play Shang-Chi, it plays Shang-Chi, and like we could stay and then sigh when we die to the tech card. But I think that's a spot where we can't even realistically be like, let's dodge the tech card, because we're not dodging it.
How do you dodge a tech charge?
How do you dodge a tech card? You don't. That's the fun part.
Hello.
You just lose the game.
Imagine the next card which comes in when a new comes into play. Imagine it's a card which just destroys tech cards.
That would be great. I would play all of that.
Yeah.
Although that would technically be a tech card for tech cards.
A tech card for tech cards.
Yo dog. We need more tech cards for tech cards is what I'm saying.
Wait.
I will say it's funny. It makes perfect sense to me why they'll never adjust cards like Shang-Chi and others. Because every time the concept of tech cards come up, it feels like the brand new just followed the stream frothing at the mouth Savage Shatters come out who are like, no, Jeff, you can't touch my Shang-Chi. I'll never win a game again if you take my Shang away.
Why are you talking about?
I am talking about the average tech card defender. That is how they look and sound and feel. I would have to be able to count, Jeff. You can't expect me to count to win games of Marvel Snap. It's unfair. It's unfair to expect me to count.
Counting's easy. Why? Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, counting is cheating.
Why?
You can't expect people to count, Jacob. It's unfair and unreasonable. Okay, this is gonna be a sweet Khonshu game, maybe, yeah? We've been Khonshu to Blade. We discard some other stuff, and then we MODOK the whole hand, and then we Khonshu plus something else on the last turn.
So, we're going to just obliterate them. Got it.
I think we're gonna get him, Jiggy.
Should we snap?
Should we snap? Maybe.
The snap power. The snap is power.
All right, so we have a Cassandra Nova and a Hercules.
Oh,
And this has the number 12 hard-coded into it, right? It's not his power, which is interesting templating. So we're getting back a 12 power thing. And then I think we go Scorn here, Khonshu here to guarantee the 12 lands here, right? Because he reanimates at a location other than his own. And if it's Cassandra Nova, we win that 50-50. She actually goes to 16. Yeah, they're just cooked.
victory.
Victory! Ha ha!
Khonshu did a thing, gamers! Yay!
What can't you did?
He won the game.
Oh. God.
Speaking of winning the game, chat, I would like to try and win at the game called Capitalism a little bit more by running some adverts. We're gonna play a little bit more of this when we get back because it's not atrocious, and I really want to get a better feel for this card inside of it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I need to run to the bathroom while these ads roll, which means I'm legally obligated to take you out of the room. You cannot be on stream without me. BRB gamers.
True, that's why it's on 13, right?
Until you're 13, that is correct. I allow. The other parents will appreciate this. When Jacob and I walked out of the room, apparently Christy, he stayed home from his skating lesson today because he said he wasn't feeling 100%, which we're fine. Everybody deserves a mental health day every now and again. But Christy told him he couldn't just play games the entire time. He had to like read a little bit or play with Legos or something. So that was him coming down to confirm, hey, it's been long enough. I could dive into a video game now, right? I was like, yeah, it's been a little bit, bud. The chair is so reliable. Yep. Good old chair. Nothing beats chair. How are we doing with this pile of cards? You about 50-50? A little better than 50-50 or 5 and 4? It's funny, we actually haven't been dying to Shang. I think 2 or 3 of those losses were Enchantress, if I recall correctly. Poor Morbius keeps eating it. Bar with no name. Yikes. They are almost assuredly a Juggernaut deck. Most of the people using this username are sweaty gamers, and this is bad for my Proxima, so I guess we're 5 and 5 now. The economy rework is a week from tomorrow, April 29th, is patch day. We'll be getting an OTA this Thursday as well. And hopefully the OTA this Thursday is going to be a good one because they've announced it's going to be a month until the one after it. So hopefully they give us the couple of times they've taken scheduled OTA breaks in the past. They're like, all right, we're souping up the one before it. Hey, Azandra, thanks for dropping off the primer again. Have you had a chance to check out Pokemon Pocket? I know a lot of the folks that enjoyed Magic stuff picked that one up when it released. I've been making some content for that with some regularity too. I think we're just passing. It's more of a, it's a lot more of a traditional card game compared to Marvel Snap being a little bit more of a, I want to call it not a card game, but it's different, very different from like traditional games like Magic the Gathering. God, our Corvus is just the stone cold bratwurst, chat. However, holy, is this the Khonshu dream game we've heard so much about? I already have 2 cards discarded. Do I go Blade MODOK? Blade bins this twice. Although, the way this is gonna set up, the Apocalypse is just gonna be better than the Khonshu, right? I think it's that. And, like, that's something I want to think about when we're playing this deck. Like, when is this actually better than the other things we're doing? This is definitely the line, but I think, unfortunately, because this is the line, it's gonna mean it's probably not a Khonshu game. How do we lose this game? Like an Odin on Gambit?
Victory.
Yeah, they're actually just cooked. Discard is such a good Sinister London deck. Hella gamers. Was Khonshu more to activated Morbius more? No, I don't think so. Anytime Colleen Wing is just like this 2-6 with score and feels like cheating. Holy, speaking of cheating. Is this good? I can't actually tell if this is good. Probably supposed to snap them. I guess Valhalla is scary out of a Grandmaster deck. You could very easily have like Gwen pull and run us down. Was there a surprise Hella video somewhere that I missed? Why have we queued into this so much today? I mean, that play would have been really good for them if they didn't have Hela in hand. But they do have Hela in hand. A content creator just posted one. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, it's a way to play Infinity Ultron. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That way you don't actually have to play it, and the games where you play it, you just retreat. Yeah, that's big content creator special energy. And that's honestly, so I talked about in my video where I went on a little bit about most of these new card releases being bad. Like, there's a handful of decks that had okay stats with Infinity Ultron in them that were on the tracker. But actually, every single one that I played, every time I drew Infinity Ultron in it, I was like, I just wish this card was anything else and I'm winning in spite of this, not because of it. And that's kind of, like, why I want to play this deck with Khonshu in it, is I can't tell on the surface if he's actually adding value, and I think my inclination after playing these games so far is that he doesn't seem like he's actually adding value. I'm skeptical he's doing something here that's worthwhile. Ajax stuff, maybe? Could be literally anything. I actually think the most common Luke Cage Anti-Venom deck right now is... if I recall correctly, the most common Luke Cage Anti-Venom deck right now is Spectrum, actually. A Spectrum variation that plays those cards together.
You won't need this anymore.
Yeah, I think from a theory perspective, Khonshu, like, mitigates some of the downside Corvus Glade has in this deck, where, like, when you discard a card you didn't want to discard, you can get it back, but it just doesn't feel like it works out that way very often in practice. Alright, so not Spectrum. Definitely Ajax. Yeah, Snap was struggling for a second there. I think we do this. Chance to kill either of these. We're getting at least 4 more over here. Yeah, I'm into it. Okay. I mean, sure. Nice. Cool. Unironically, I think this might be one of the most infuriating cards in the game. Although he won more than he lost on this board, right? If he hit Luke, Man-Thing, or Malekith, I think all of those were wins. So he was 60%. A little better than a flip. He's easily. I think Gambit's the type of card that he deserves. I think they should probably take a point of power off him just purely because, like, his play patterns kind of are pit stains. Gambit could have killed anything on the right as well, maybe? Actually, I didn't count the right because I thought we were losing by a lot there, but you might be right. He might have been a sure thing on that particular board. I agree. Gambit is a very strong card in terms of flavor. Have to go, yep. This probably means they even get to fill this and not be locked in. Griffin is teasing freebies when snap packs go live. Like I said, chat, if they don't do new and returning player and other giveaways when snap packs go live, they are very, very silly. And second dinner is generally good at what they do, so I think that's probably coming. We don't have any type of event like limited game mode or anything, but players can expect a gift in their inbox to celebrate the launch of Snapbacks. I'll leave it at that for now. Good. Very good. Very good. I'm gonna keep playing in the center to dodge a Cosmo. Yes, there's no reason for them to spend a whole bunch of time overhauling the economy if they're not going to use it to get people back involved. Is exactly correct. Oh my goodness, our Goliath is a monster. Most infuriating card in Marvel Snap Gamers. I don't know if we're actually gonna win the game here despite that, but it was a good time. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed myself. Akanshu again. Just look here. We just overhauled the economy of the United States and I got nothing in my inbox. You got nothing in your inbox? Come on now. Are you telling me? You telling me that the world's most recent and beautiful dead cat bounce doesn't get you excited to wake up in the morning? You got nothing in your inbox? Whee! It's actually incredible how it went up and then just almost all the way back down again. Actually just the biggest LOL possible. I got requests for more donations in my inbox. That's true. I've simply started responding. I've been unsubscribing to every Democrat donation link they send me and responding to it when they ask why. I just tell them they won't get any more money from me until they replace Chuck Schumer as the opposition leader in the Senate. Stop the count, but this time for the stock market. LOL. Why are drops paused? Because they were bugged. They weren't getting sent to anybody's inbox. Which is interesting that they had to pause them to try and address that. I would have thought they would have just like let them run and then tell people to claim them later, but Binks again. Binks was doing Captain Carter stuff, yeah? Calling him a leader is really a stretch. Listen, the lemming at the front of the pack is the lead lemming. No one will accuse them of taking you anywhere you want to go, but... Yeah, I gotta go, unfortunately.
Escaped.
By the way, Token, thank you for the 28 months. I think I missed that one, by the way. Apologies, it was a little bit ago.
Opponent snapped.
I got Modoc, I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I was about to say, Weekdor, it's unfair to say everyone in America is gonna pay for it. Everyone in the world is gonna pay for our last election. We have a very, very global economy that's gonna get royally torched on the whims of one very awful old man.
Apocalypse.
So the snap is definitely a Luke Cage deck. Got it. We won the 50-50 on Sakaar Red Guardian, at least, I suppose. And I'll wait a turn on Gambit, I think. Alright. Assuredly, he would never discard Modoc, right? That's fine. You discarded Modoc, I don't care if you kill the ninja. Or is it you didn't discard Modoc, I don't care if you kill the ninja. I think I do this to put Proxima into here. It's actually about the same, right? Because Proxima's going here or here. And her and Modoc have the same stats. Thank you, my son. Oh, I think we're cooked. Luke Cage is so good.
Escaped.
Marvel Retreat, anyone? No way the move deck stays. Yep, nope.
Victory.
Our hand is also, like, legitimately good here. But the locations are obviously very bad for them. I love you. Were you good for tap?
Yeah, I've been good for everything.
You've been good for everything
Daddy,
today?
guess what?
What?
This is my last day of dance.
Your last day of dance. Oh, before your show?
Yeah, and guess what?
What?
Mommy's not gonna pick me up. Mommy's watching Brother's Big Show, and theirs are longer than mine.
Okay, I'll translate that out of toddler later with your mother.
No, Miss Meggle, someone's gonna pick me up.
Oh, someone else is gonna pick you up? Okay.
Because my mom can't be there.
Yeah, someone will definitely pick you up. Hey, can you go eat your dinner? Did mommy get you some dinner too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I'm eating Dino Nuggets.
Dino nuggets. Okay, eat your dino nuggets. Be a good eater, please.
Do not make
Okay.
Again.
I see some people talking about demographics in chat about what happened in the last election in the United States. And I actually think it's really unfair and unreasonable to paint it as more old people voted. So that's why Donald Trump was elected. It's not just old people are electing conservatives in the United States thing. When you look at the demographics on exit polls of how white people voted, I'm pretty sure on every one of those polls that I looked at, the only group of white people where Trump was under 50% with was college-educated women. Even with college-educated men, he was just above 50% on the last one that came across my thing. So it's very much not just an older demographic problem. It's just pretty classic weaponized hate, right? Like if you take a not well off person and you tell them that somebody who doesn't look like them is the reason why they can't have more, and you tell them you should hate this person because they're the cause of your problems, they're going to hate that person because they think they're the cause of their problems, right? Like it's not the capitalist billionaire who has enough money to build rockets to send themselves and their friends into space is the reason why you can't afford health insurance or a good living wage. It's the immigrants who are the problem. Like the people who make less than you do are the reason why you don't have more. And like, you know, there's lots of different propaganda and education, other reasons why people believe that type of stuff, but It is the crux of why a lot of people vote the way that they do. You create an other and then make them the enemy and the source of all of the problems. Yeah, and then past those types of reasons, we saw political landscapes across the entire globe in 2024 mostly shift to the party that wasn't in control, because the global phenomenon of inflation in a post-COVID world meant that a lot of people were looking to blame the current people in charge, whoever those people were, wherever they lived. See, it's pretty sweet. Is Khonshu finally gonna do something? I think he is, gamers. I think Khonshu's gonna do something. I believe. Does anybody else believe in the Khonshu? I believe in the Khonshu. He's gonna bring back an 8-power Gambit, and then we're gonna discard something to Dracula. I believe. I believe.
Victory.
Khonshu was kind of interesting there, Cope. I can't decide from these games if Khonshu is a worthwhile redundancy piece. Because he definitely feels like he's almost never the best thing to be doing when everything else is happening. But maybe if everything else is happening, it's fine that he's extra and he's be useful in games where we don't have everything else going on. Khonshu seems like an expensive Ghost Rider. So, he's an expensive Ghost Rider that doesn't mind being discarded himself is kind of the appeal. He serves to kind of smooth the variance that Corvus Glaive can bring to the deck in a way. I think it's a way to think about it. Go on, try and Gambit this or whatever their other thing is. Does the upcoming Infinity Ultron buff move the needle for you in any way? I don't think so. Feels unlikely.
I am reborn.
All right, I mean, he gets to potentially bring Dracula back here, I suppose. They are going to be buffing Ultron's base power up by 2, which is why I think it probably doesn't move the needle much. Hey, look, Khonshu unnerfed MODOK.
Victory.
That's rude, but I suppose it's better then. Morbius getting porked. Well, that's unfortunate because they are definitely a Shang deck.
Apocalypse.
I think it's just Sif into MODOK into Apocalypse Center.
I want the throne.
The porking shall continue until morale improves, eh? This is worse against Red Guardian, but it conceals our output range a little bit better, which is nice. Okay. Khonshu? Okay. Is he gonna be good here, chat? I believe. All right, if this hits Corvus, I think we're in can't lose territory. I'm just assuming we're getting shanged in the Gamma Lab. Oh, really? Okay, do we even need to hit Corvus then, or are we good? I think we're good, yeah? Corvus means we're way more than good. But the pig was also a ton of points, yeah? Oh, would I have been short on the left if I didn't hit Corvus?
Apocalypse.
If I had, yeah, I would have been down 4 on the left, which means we would have been short there. So if I didn't hit Corvus, I needed the pig to reanimate here. I think is how that shaped up. Well, I will say, it's been a hot second since... I don't think I've played Dracula Discard since coming back after my Marvel Snap break from earlier this year, because the Frigga Dakin discard is kind of like the new hot thing. And this archetype as a whole felt really clean. I think I'm still somewhat Khonshu skeptical in here, but there were games like that last one where he added value. I think if you like Khonshu as a character / card, this felt like a fine spot where he could generate value in some parts. And like I mentioned over the course of that set too, I think one of the big spots he really adds value in this deck is he lets you play Corvus while mitigating its downside. Because Corvus is an incredibly powerful effect, it's just its discard being random is a very real downside for this archetype, often meaning you didn't want to play it on 3. And when you have this to like pick back up whatever he might been by mistake, like a Dracula, there's a lot of really reasonable upside there. And both Morbius and Dracula are solid reanimates, setting their base power to a higher amount. All right, gamers, with drops being paused, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an evening here. Hopefully they're gonna get them sorted and get them back on. I'm planning to do a full day of Marvel Snap tomorrow regardless, because we are going to have Strange Supreme releasing in the afternoon, so you can expect a good, solid, long Marvel Snap stream tomorrow. If the drops get sorted and get back online, I'll probably fire up about 7 a.m. my time again, or a little bit before that like I did today. If the drops aren't back yet, we'll probably fire up closer to 9 o'clock for a more reasonable day, but either way, you could expect me live a little bit later into the afternoon as we try new cards tomorrow. After Strange Supreme comes out, we battled into Binks a few times today. I'm gonna go ahead and send you over their way. They're a very regular, consistent Marvel Snap content creator in the space. If you haven't seen them before, you should definitely check them out. The drops are still paused as of right now. Like I said, hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. We don't know anything about if or when. You can follow me on socials or Discord for updates on that, or if we find out more. I'm off for the evening. Everybody enjoy your Monday wherever you're at. Appreciate everybody that was hanging out. We had a really sweet set of games today.